favor, he would sometimes offer one of them a dish of whatever tasted best. They say that these were his closest relations and advisers and judges of loss, and if he gave them anything to eat, they ate it standing with deep reverence and without looking in his face. Montezuma's food was served on Cholula, where some red and some black, while he was dining. The guards in the adjoining rooms did not dare to speak or make a noise above a whisper. His servants brought him some of every kind of fruit that grew in the country, but he ate very little of it. Sometimes they brought him in cups of pure gold a drink made from the cocoa plant, which they said he took before visiting his wives. We did not take much notice of this at the time, though I saw them bring in a good 50 large jugs of this chocolate, all frothed up, of which he would drink a little. They always served it with great reverence, sometimes some little hump-backed dwarfs would be present at his meals, whose bodies seemed almost to be broken in the middle. These were his jesters. There were other Indians who told him jokes and must have been his clowns, and others who sang and danced. For Montezuma was very fond of music and entertainment, and would reward his entertainers with the leavings of the food and chocolate. The same 4 women removed the tablecloths, and again most reverently brought him water for his hands. Then Montezuma would talk to these 4 old chieftains about matters that interested him, and they would take their leave with great ceremony. He stayed behind to rest. As soon as the great Montezuma had dined, all the guards and many more of his household servants ate in their turn. I think more than 1,000 plates of food must have been brought in for them, and more than 2,000 jugs of chocolate frothed up in the Mexican style, and infinite quantities of fruit, so that with his women and serving maids and bread makers and chocolate makers, his expenses must have been considerable. One thing I had forgotten to say is that 2 more very handsome women served Montezuma when he was at table with maize cakes kneaded with eggs and other nourishing ingredients. These maize cakes were very white and were brought in on plates covered with clean napkins. They brought him a different kind of bread also in a long ball kneaded with other kinds of nourishing food, and packle cake, as they call it in that country, which is a kind of wafer. They also placed on the table 3 tubes much painted and gilded, in which they put liquid umber mixed with some herbs, which are called tobacco. When Montezuma had finished his dinner, and the singing and dancing were over, and the cloths had been removed, he would inhale the smoke from one of these tubes. He took very little of it, and then fell asleep. I remember that at that time his steward was a great cacique, whom we nicknamed Tapia, and he kept an account of all the revenue that was brought to Montezuma in his books, which were made of paper, their name for which is Amal, and he had a great house full of these books, but they have nothing to do with our story. Montezuma had 2 houses, stocked with every sort of weapon. Many of them were richly adorned with gold and precious stones. There were shields large and small, and a sort of broadsword and 2-handed swords set with flint blades that cut much better than our swords, and lance is longer than ours, with 5-foot blades consisting of many knives. Even when these are driven at a buckler or a shield, they are not deflected. In fact, they cut like razors, and the Indians can shave their heads with them. They had very good bows and arrows, and double and single-pointed javelins, as well as their throwing sticks and many slings and round stones shaped by hand, and another sort of shield that can be rolled up when they are not fighting, so that it does not get in the way, but which can be opened when they need it in battle, and covers their bodies from head to foot. There was also a great deal of cotton armor richly worked on the outside with different colored feathers, which they used as devices and distinguishing marks, and they had cascos and helmets made of wood and bone, which were also highly decorated with feathers on the outside. They had other arms of different kinds which I will not mention through fear of prolixity, and workmen skilled in the manufacture of such things, and stewards who were in charge of these arms. Let us pass on to the aviary. I cannot possibly enumerate every kind of bird that was in it, or describe its characteristics. There was everything from the royal eagle, smaller kinds of eagles, and other large birds, down to multi-colored little birds, and those from which they take the fine green feathers they use in their feather work. These last birds are about the size of our magpies, and here they are called quetzals. There were other birds too, which have feathers of 5 colors, green, red, white, yellow, and blue, but I do not know what they are called. Then there were parrots with different colored plumage, so many of them that I have forgotten their names. There were also beautifully marked ducks, and bigger ones like them. At the proper season they plucked the feathers of all these birds, which then grew again. All of them were bred in this aviary, and at hatching time the men and women who looked after them would place them on their eggs and clean their nests and feed them, giving each breed of birds its proper food. In the aviary there was a large tank of fresh water, and in it was another type of bird on long stilt-like legs with a red body, wings, and tail. I do not know its name, but in Cuba, birds rather like them are called epeires. Also in this tank there were many other kinds of water birds. Let us go on to another large house where they kept many idols whom they called their fierce gods, and with them all kinds of beasts of prey, tigers and 2 sorts of lion, and beasts rather like wolves which they call edives and foxes, and other small animals, all of them carnivores, and most of them bred there. They were fed on deer, fowls, little dogs, and other creatures which they hunt, and also on the bodies of the Indians they sacrificed, as I was told. I have already described the manner of their sacrifices. They strike open the wretched Indian's chest with flint knives, and hastily tear out the palpitating heart, which with the blood they present to the idols in whose name they have performed the sacrifice. Then they cut off the arms, thighs, and head, eating the arms and thighs at their ceremonial banquets. The head they hang up on a beam, and the body of the sacrificed man is not eaten, but given to the beasts of prey. They also had many vipers in this accursed house, and poisonous snakes, which have something that sounds like a bell in their tails. These, which are the deadliest snakes of all, they kept in jars and great pottery vessels full of feathers, in which they laid their eggs and reared their young. They were fed on the bodies of sacrificed Indians and the flesh of the dogs that they bred. We know for certain, too, that when they drove us out of Mexico and killed over 850 of our soldiers, they fed those beasts and snakes on their bodies for many days. As I shall relate in due course, these snakes and wild beasts were dedicated to their fierce idols, and kept them company. As for the horrible noise when the lions and tigers roared, and the jackals and foxes howled, and the serpents hissed, it was so appalling that one seemed to be in hell. I must now speak of the skilled workmen whom Montezuma employed in all the crafts they practiced, beginning with the jewelers and workers in silver and gold, and various kinds of hollowed objects, which excited the admiration of our great silversmiths at home. Many of the best of them lived in a town called Patzolco, 3 miles from Mexico. There were other skilled craftsmen who worked with precious stones and chalche, heights and specialists in feather work, and very fine painters and carvers. We can form some judgment of what they did then from what we can see of their work today. There are 3 Indians now living in the city of Mexico, named Marcos de Aquino, Juan de la Cruz, and El Cresbillo, who are such magnificent painters and carvers that, had they lived in the age of the Apelles of old or of Michelangelo or Barragate in our own day, they would be counted in the same rank. Let us go on to the women, the weavers and seamstresses, who made such a huge quantity of fine robes with very elaborate feather designs. These things were generally brought from some towns in the province of Cote Axtla, which is on the north coast, quite near San Juan de Ulloa. In Mont, his Ima's own palace, his very fine cloths were woven by those chieftains' daughters whom he kept as mistresses, and the daughters of other dignitaries, who lived in a kind of retirement like nuns in some house, is close to the great queue of Huichilobos, wore robes entirely of feather work. Out of devotion for that god and a female deity who was said to preside over marriage, their fathers would place them in religious retirement until they found husbands. They would then take them out to be married. Now to speak of the great number of performers whom Montezuma kept to entertain him. There were dancers and stilt walkers, and some who seemed to fly as they leapt through the air, and men rather like clowns to make him laugh. There was a whole quarter full of these people who had no other occupation. He had as many workmen as he needed, 2 stonecutters, masons, and carpenters to keep his houses in repair. We must not forget the gardens with their many varieties of flowers and sweet-scented trees planted in order, and their ponds and tanks of fresh water in't, which a stream flowed at one end and out of which it flowed at the other, and the baths he had there, and the variety of small birds that nested in the branches, and the medicinal and useful herbs that grew there. His gardens were a wonderful sight, and required many gardeners to take care of them. Everything was built of stone and plastered. Baths and walks and closets and rooms like summer house is where they danced and sang. There was so much to see in these gardens, as everywhere else, that we could not tire of contemplating his great riches and the large number of skilled Indians employed in the many crafts they practiced. When we had already been in Mexico for 4 days, and neither our captain nor anyone else had left our quarters except to visit these houses and gardens, Cortés said it would be a good thing to visit the large square of Tlatelolco and see the great queue of Huichilobos. So he sent Agal, or Doa Marina, and his own young page, Ort Teguila, who by now knew something of the language, to ask for his Ima's approval of this plan. On receiving his request, the prince replied that we were welcome to go, but for fear that we might offer some offense to his idols, he would himself accompany us with many of his chieftains. Leaving the palace in his fine litter, when he had gone about halfway, he dismounted beside some shrines, since he considered it an insult to his gods to visit there dwelling in a litter. Some of the great chieftains then supported him by the arms, and his principal vassals walked before him, carrying 2 staves, like sceptres raised on high as a sign that the great Montezuma was approaching. When riding in his litter, he had carried a rod partly of gold and partly of wood, held up like a wand of justice. The prince now climbed the steps of the great queue, escorted by many papas, and began to burn incense and perform other ceremonies for Huichilobos. Let us leave Montezuma, who had gone ahead, as I have said, and return to Cortés and our soldiers, we carried our weapons, as was our custom, both by night and day. Indeed, Montezuma was so used to our visiting him armed that he did not think it strange. I say this because our captain and those of us who had horses went to Tlatelolco mounted, and the majority of our men were fully equipped. On reaching the marketplace, escorted by the many caciques whom Montezuma had assigned to us, we were astounded at the great number of people and the quantities of merchandise, and at the orderliness and good arrangements that prevailed, for we had never seen such a thing before. The chieftains who accompanied us pointed everything out. Every kind of merchandise was kept separate and had its fixed place marked for it. Let us begin with the dealers in gold, silver, and precious stones, feathers, cloaks, and embroidered goods, and male and female slaves, who are also sold there. They bring as many slaves to be sold in that market as the Portuguese bring Negroes from Guinea. Some are brought there attached to long poles by means of collars round their necks to prevent them from escaping, but others are left loose. Next there were those who sold coarser cloth and cotton goods and fabrics made of twisted thread, and there were chocolate merchants with their chocolate. In this way you could see every kind of merchandise to be found anywhere in New Spain, laid out in the same way as goods are laid out in my own district of Medina del Campo, a center for fairs, where each line of stalls has its own particular sort. So it was in this great market. There were those who sold sisal cloth and ropes, and the sandals they wear on their feet, which are made from the same plant. All these were kept in one part of the market in the place assigned to them, and in another part were skins of tigers and lions, otters, jackals, and deer, badgers, mountain cats, and other wild animals, some tanned and some untanned, and other classes of merchandise. There were sellers of kidney beans and sage, and other vegetables and herbs in another place, and in yet another they were selling fowls and birds with great dulops, also rabbits, hares, deer, young ducks, little dogs, and other such creatures. Then there were the fruiters and the women who sold cooked food, flour, and honey cake and tripe, had their part of the market. Then came pottery of all kinds, from big water jars to little jugs, displayed in its own place. Also honey, honey paste, and other sweets like nougat. Elsewhere they sold timber too, boards, cradles, beams, blocks, and benches, all in a quarter of their own. Then there were the sellers of pitch pine for torches, and other things of that kind, and I must also mention, with all apologies, that they sold many loads of human excrement, which they kept in the creeks near the market. This was for the manufacture of salt and the curing of skins, which they say cannot be done without it. I know that many gentlemen will laugh at this, but I assure them it is true. I may add that on all the roads they have shelters made of reeds or straw or grass, so that they can retire when they wish to do so, and purge their bowels unseen by passers-by, and also in order that their excrement shall not be lost. But why waste so many words on the goods in their great market? If I describe everything in detail, I shall never be done. Paper, which in Mexico they call amal, and some reeds that smell of liquid umber and are full of tobacco and yellow ointments and other such things, are sold in a separate part. Much cochineal is for sale too, under the arcades of that market, and there are many sellers of herbs and other such things. They have a building there also in which 3 judges sit, and there are officials like constables who examine the merchandise. I am forgetting the sellers of salt, and the makers of flint knives, and how they split them off the stone itself. And the fisher, woman, and the men who sell small cakes made from a sort of weed which they get out of the great lake, which curdles and forms a kind of bread which tastes rather like cheese. They sell axe, is too, made of bronze and copper and tin and gourds and brightly painted wooden jars. We went on to the great queue, and as we approached its wide courts before leaving the marketplace itself, we saw many more merchants who, so I was told, brought gold to sell in grains. Just as they extract it from the mines, this gold is placed in the thin quills of the large geese of that country, which are so white as to be transparent. They used to reckon their accounts with one another by the length and thickness of these little quills, how much so many cloaks, or so many gourds of chocolate, or so many slaves were worth, or anything else they were bartering. Now let us leave the market, having given it a final glance, and come to the courts and enclosures in which their great queue stood. Before reaching it you pass through a series of large courts, bigger, I think, than the plaza at Salamanca. These courts were surrounded by a double masonry wall, and paved like the whole place with very large white flagstones. Where these stones were absent, everything was whitened and polished. Indeed, the whole place was so clean that there was not a straw or a grain of dust to be found there. When we arrived near the great temple, and before we had climbed a single step, the great Montezuma sent 6 papas and 2 chieftains down from the top, where he was making his sacrifice, to escort our captain, and as he climbed the steps, of which there were 114, they tried to take him by the arms to help him up in the same way as they helped Montezuma, thinking he might be tired, but he would not let them near him. The top of the queue formed an open square on which stood something like a platform, and it was here that the great stones stood on which they placed the poor Indians for sacrifice. Here also was a massive image like a dragon and other hideous figures, and a great deal of blood that had been spilled that day. Emerging in the company of 2 papas from the shrine which house is his accursed images, Montezuma made a deep bow to us all and said, "My Lord Malinche, you must be tired after climbing this great queue of ours." And Cortés replied that none of us was ever exhausted by anything. Then Montezuma took him by the hand and told him to look at his great city and all the other cities standing in the water, and the many others on the land round the lake. And he said that if Cortés had not had a good view of the great marketplace, he could see it better from where he now was. So we stood there looking, because that huge accursed stood so high that it dominated everything. We saw the 3 causeways that led into Mexico, the causeway of Iztapalapa, by which we had entered 4 days before, and that of Tacuba, along which we were afterwards to flee on the night of our great defeat, when the new Prince Quilahuk drove us out of the city, as I shall tell in due course. And that of Tepa, Willow, we saw the fresh water which came from Chapultepec to supply the city, and the bridges that were constructed at intervals on the causeways, so that the water could flow in and out from one part of the lake to another. We saw a great number of canoes, some coming with provisions, and others returning with cargo and merchandise. And we saw too that one could not pass from one house to another of that great city, and the other cities that were built on the water, except over wooden ridges or by canoe. We saw queues and shrines in these cities that looked like gleaming white towers and castles, a marvelous sight. All the houses had flat roofs, and on the causeways were other small towers and shrines built like fortresses. Having examined and considered all that we had seen, we turned back to the great market and the swarm of people buying and selling. The mere murmur of their voices talking was loud enough to be heard more than 3 miles away. Some of our soldiers who had been in many parts of the world, in Constantinople, in Rome, and all over Italy, said that they had never seen a market so well laid out, so large, so orderly, and so full of people. But to return to our captain, he observed to Father Bartol Lome de Olmedo, whom I have often mentioned, and who happened to be standing near him, "It would be a good thing, I think, Father, if we were to sound Montezuma as to whether he would let us build our church here." Father Bartol Lome answered that it would be a good thing if it were successful, but he did not think this a proper time to speak of it, for Montezuma did not look as if he would allow such a thing. Cortés, however, addressed Montezuma through Doa Marina, "Your lordship is a great prince, and worthy of even greater things. We have enjoyed the sight of your cities, and since we are now here in your temple, I beg of you to show us your gods and tools." Montezuma answered that first he would consult his chief papas, and when he had spoken to them, he said that we might enter a small tower, an apartment like a sort of hall, in which there were 2 altars with very rich wooden carvings over the roof. On each altar was a giant figure, very tall and very fat. They said that the one on the right was Huitzilopochtli. There wore God, he had a very broad face and huge terrible eyes. And there were so many precious stones, so much gold, so many pearls, and seed pearls stuck to him with a paste which the natives made from a sort of rit, that his whole body and head were covered with them. He was girdled with huge snakes made of gold and precious stones, and in one hand he held a bow, in the other some arrows. Another smaller idol beside him, which they said was his page, carried a short lance and a very rich shield of gold and precious stones. Around Huitzilopochtli's neck hung some Indian faces and other objects in the shape of hearts, the former made of gold and the latter of silver, with many precious blue stones. There were some smoking braziers of their incense, which they call couple, in which they were burning the hearts of 3 Indians whom they had sacrificed that day. And all the walls of that shrine were so splashed and caked with blood that they and the floor too were black. Indeed, the whole place stank abominably. We then looked to the left and saw another great image of the same height as Huitzilopochtli's, with a face like a bear and eyes that glittered, being made of their mirror glass, which they call Tetsket. Its body, like that of Huitzilopochtli's, was encrusted with precious stones, for they said that the 2 were brothers. This Tetskat, Lipoka, the god of hell, had charge of the Mexican souls, and his body was surrounded by figures of little devils with snakes' tails. The walls of this shrine also were so caked with blood, and the floor so bathed in it, that the stench was worse than that of any slaughterhouse in Spain. They had offered that idol 5 hearts from the day's sacrifices. At the very top of the queue there was another alcove, the woodwork of which was very finely carved, and here there was another image, half man and half lizard, encrusted with precious stones, with half its body covered in a cloak. They said that the body of this creature contained all the seeds in the world, and that he was the god of settime and harvest. I do not remember his name here. To all was covered with blood, both walls and altar, and the stench was such that we could hardly wait to get out. They kept a very large drum there, and when they beat it, the sound was most dismal, like some music from the infernal regions, as you might say, and it could be heard 6 miles away. This drum was said to be covered with the skins of huge serpents. In that small platform were many more diabolical objects, trumpets great and small, and large knives, and many hearts that had been burnt with incense before their idols, and everything was caked with blood. The stench here too was like a slaughterhouse, and we could scarcely stay in the place. Our captain said to Montezuma, through our interpreters with something like a laugh, Lord Montezuma, I cannot imagine how a prince as great and wise as your majesty can have failed to realize that these idols of yours are not gods, but evil things, the proper name for which is devils. But so that I may prove this to you, and make it clear to all your papas, grant me one favor. Allow us to erect a cross here on the top of this tower, and let us divide off a part of this sanctuary, where your Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca stand, as a place where we can put an image of Our Lady, which image Montezuma had already seen, and then you will see by the fear that your idols have of her, how grievously they have deceived you. Montezuma, however, replied in some temper, and the two papas beside him showed real anger. Lord Malinche, if I had known that you were going to utter these insults, I should not have shown you. My gods, we hold them to be very good. They give us health and rain and crops and weather and all the victories we desire, so we are bound to worship them and sacrifice to them, and I beg you to say nothing more against them, but that he had to pray and offer certain sacrifice is on account of the great tactical, that is to say sin, which he had committed in allowing us to climb his great queue, and in being instrumental in letting us see his gods, and in the dishonor we had done them by our abuse. On hearing this and seeing His Fury, our captain, said no more on the subject, but observed cheerfully, "It is time for your majesty and ourselves to depart." Montezuma replied that this was so. Therefore, before he left, he must pray and worship. "If that is so, my Lord Cortés answered, I ask your pardon," and we went down the steps, of which there were 114, as I said. As some of our soldiers were suffering from pustules or running sores, their thighs pained them as they went down. I will now give my impression of the queue's surroundings. Do not be surprised, however, if I do not describe them as accurately as I might, for I had other thoughts in my head at the time than that of telling a story. I was more concerned with my military duties and the orders my captain had given me. But to come to the facts, I think the site of the great queue was equal to the plots of 6 large town houses. Is at home. It tapered from the base to the top of the small tower where they kept their idols. Between the middle of this tall queue and its highest point, there were 5 holes like loop, holes for cannon, but open and unprotected. But as there are many queues painted on the banners of the conquerors, including my own, any one who has seen them can gather what a queue looked like from the outside. I heard a report that at the time when this great queue was built, all the inhabitants of that mighty city placed offerings of gold and silver and pearls and precious stones in the foundations, and bathed them in the blood of prisoners of war whom they had sacrificed. They also put there every kind of seed that grew in their country, so that their idols should give them victories and riches and great crops. Some curious readers may ask how we came to know that they had thrown gold and silver and precious chalce, heights and seeds int, the foundation of the queue, and watered them with the blood of Indian victims, seeing that the building was erected 1,000 years ago. My answer is that after we conquered that great and strong city, and divided the ground, we decided to build a church to our patron, and guide St. James in place of Huitzilopochtli's queue. And a great part of the site was taken for the purpose. When the ground was excavated to lay a foundation, gold and silver and chalce, heights and pearls, seed pearls, and other precious stones were found in great quantities, and a settler in Mexico, who built on another part of the site, found the same. The officers of His Majesty's treasury demanded this find as rightfully belonging to the king, and there was a loss about it. I do not remember what the outcome was, only that they asked for information from the caciques and dignitaries of Mexico, and from Guatemec, who was then alive. And they affirmed that all the inhabitants of Mexico had thrown jewels and other things in't. The foundations, as was recorded in their pictures and records of ancient times, the treasure was there, for preserved for the building of St. James' Church. Let me go on to describe the great and splendid courts in front of Huitzilopochtli, on the site where that church now stands, which was called at that time Tlatelolco. I have already said that there were 2 masonry walls before the entrance to the queue, and the court was paved with white stones like flagstones, and all was whitened, burnished, and clean. A little apart from the queue stood another small tower, which was also an idol house or true hell, for one of its doors was in the shape of a terrible mouth, such as they paint to depict the jaws of hell. This mouth was open, and contained great fangs to devour souls. Beside this door were grips of devils and the shapes of serpents, and a little way off was a place of sacrifice, all blood-stained and black with smoke. There were many great pots and jars and pitchers in this house, full of water, for it was here that they cooked the flesh of the wretched Indians who were sacrificed and eaten by the papas. Near this place of sacrifice there were many large knives and chopping blocks, like those on which men cut up meat in slaughter-houses, and behind that dreadful house, some distance away, were great piles of brushwood, beside which was a tank of water that was filled and emptied through a pipe from the covered channel that comes in't the city from Chapultepec. I always called that building hell. Crossing the court you came to another queue, where the great Mexican princes were buried. This also contained many idols, and was full of blood and smoke. It too had doorways with hellish figures, and beside it was another queue, full of skulls and large bones ranged in an orderly pattern, and so numerous that you could not count them, however long you looked. The skulls were in one place, and the bones in separate piles. Here there were more idols, and in every building or queue or shrine were papas in long black cloth robes and long hoods. To proceed, there were other queues a short distance away from that of the skulls, which contained other idols and sacrificial altars, decorated with horrible paintings. These idols were said to preside over the marriages of men, but I will waste no more time on the subject of idols. I will only say that all round that great court there were many low houses, used and occupied by the papas and other Indians who were in charge of them. On one side of the great queue there was another much bigger pond or tank of very clean water, which was solely devoted to the service of Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca, and the water for this tank was also supplied by covered pipes that came from Chapultepec. Nearby were the large buildings of a kind of nunnery, where many of the daughters of the inhabitants of Mexico dwelt in retirement until the time of their marriage. Here there were 2 massive female idols who presided over the marriages of women, and to which they offered sacrifices and feasts in order that they should get good husbands. I have spent a long time talking about the great queue of Tlatelolco and its courts. I will conclude by saying that it was the biggest temple in Mexico, though there were many other fine ones, For every 4 or 5 parish is or districts supported a shrine with idols. And since there were many districts, I cannot keep account of them all. I must say, however, that the great queue in Cholula was higher than that in Mexico, for it had 120 steps. The idol at Cholula, as I heard, had a great reputation, and people made pilgrimage to it from all over New Spain to obtain pardons. This was the reason why they had built it such a magnificent queue. It was differently planned from that of Mexico, but also had great courts and a double wall. The queue of the city of Texcoco was very high, having 117 steps and fine wide courtyards, again of a different shape from the others. Absurd though it was, every province had its own idols, and those of one province or city were of no help in another there, for they had infinite numbers of idols and sacrificed to them all. When we were all tired of walking about and seeing such a diversity of idols and sacrifice, we returned to our quarters, still accompanied by the many caciques and dignitaries whom Montezuma had sent with us. When our captain and the Mus, Darien Friar, realized that Montezuma would not allow us to set up a cross at Huichilabo's queue or build a church there, it was decided that we should ask his stewards for masons, so that we could put up a church in our own quarters. For every time we had said Mass since entering the city of Mexico, we had had to erect an altar on tables and dismantle it again. The stewards promised to tell Montezuma of our wishes, and Cortés also sent our interpreters to ask him in person. Montezuma granted our request, and ordered that we should be supplied with all the necessary material. We had our church finished in 2 days, and a cross erected in front of our lodgings, and Mass was said there each day until the wine gave out. For as Cortés and some other captains and a friar had been ill during the Tlascalan campaign, there had been a run on the wine that we kept for Mass. Still, though it was finished, we still went to church every day and prayed on our knees before the altar and images, firstly because it was our obligation as Christians and a good habit, and secondly so that Montezuma and all his captains should observe us, and, seeing us worshipping on our knees before the cross, especially when we intoned the Ave Maria, might be inclined to imitate us, it being our habit to examine and inquire in't everything when we were all assembled in our lodging, and considering which was the best place for an altar, 2 of our men, one of whom was the carpenter Alonso, called attention to some marks on one of the walls which showed that there had once been a door, though it had been well plastered up and painted. Now as we had heard that Montezuma kept his father's treasure in this building, we immediately suspected that it must be in this room, which had been closed up only a few days before. He has made the suggestion to Juan Velázquez de Lean and Francisco de Lugo, both relatives of mine, to whom he had attached himself as a servant, and they mentioned the matter to Cortés. So the door was secretly opened, and Cortés went in first with certain captains. When they saw the quantity of golden objects, jewels, and plates and ingots which lay in that chamber, they were quite transported. They did not know what to think of such riches. The news soon spread to the other captains and soldiers, and very secretly we all went in to see the sight of all that wealth dumbfounded me. Being only a youth at the time, and never having seen such riches before, I felt certain that there could not be a store like it in the whole world. We unanimously decided that we could not think of touching a particle of it, and that the stones should immediately be placed in the doorway, which should be blocked again and cemented just as we had found it. We resolved also that not a word should be said about this until times changed, for fear Montezuma might hear of our discovery. Let us leave this subject of the treasure, and tell how 4 of our most valiant captains took Cortés aside in the church with a dozen soldiers, who were in his trust and confidence, myself among them, and asked him to consider the net or trap in which we were caught, to look at the great strength of the city, and observe the causeways and bridges, and remember the warnings we had received in every town we had passed through, that Huichilobos had counselled Montezuma to let us in the city and kill us there. We reminded him that the hearts of men are very fickle, especially among the Indians, and begged him not to trust the good will and affection that Montezuma was showing us, because from one hour to another it might change. If he should take it into his head to attack us, we said the stoppage of our supplies of food and water, or the raising of any of the bridges, would render us helpless. Then, considering the vast army of warriors he possessed, we should be incapable of attacking or defending ourselves. And since all the houses stood in the water, how could our Tlascalan allies come in to help us? We asked him to think over all that we had said, for if we wanted to preserve our lives, we must seize Montezuma immediately without even a day's delay. We pumped out that all the gold Montezuma had given us, and all that we had seen in the treasury of his father Axayacatl, and all the food we ate was turning to poison in our bodies, for we could not sleep by night or day, or take any rest while these thoughts were in our minds. If any of our soldiers gave him less drastic advice, we concluded they would be senseless beasts, charmed by the gold and incapable of looking death in the eye. When he had heard our opinion, Cortés answered, "Not imagine, gentlemen, that I am asleep, or that I do not share your anxiety. You must have seen that I do. But what strength have we got for so bold a course as to take this great lord in his own palace, surrounded as he is by warriors and guards? What scheme or trick can we devise to prevent him from summoning his soldiers to attack us at once?" Our captains, Juan Velázquez de Lee, Diego de Ordaz, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and Pedro de Alvarado, replied that Montezuma must be got out of his palace by smooth words and brought to our quarters. Once there, he must be told that he must remain as a prisoner, and that if he called out or made any disturbance, he would pay for it with his life. If Cortés was unwilling to take this course, at once they begged him for permission to do it themselves. With 2 very dangerous alternatives before us, the better and more profitable thing, they said, would be to seize Montezuma rather than wait for him to attack us. Once he did so, what chance would we have? Some of us soldiers also remarked that Montezuma's stewards who brought us our food seemed to be growing insolent, and did not serve us as politely as they had at first. 2 of our Tlascalan allies had moreover secretly observed to Jeronimo de Aguilar that for the last 2 days the Mexicans had appeared less well disposed to us. We spent a good hour discussing whether or not to take Montezuma prisoner, and how it should be done, but our final advice that at all costs we should take him prisoner was approved by our captain, and we then left the matter till next day. All night we prayed God to direct events in the interests of his holy service. Next morning, 2 Tlascalan Indians arrived very secretly with letters from Villa Rica, containing the news of an attack by the Mexicans at a place called Almeria, in which one of our men and the constable's horse had been killed, as well as many toteness. Moreover, the constable Escalante himself and 6 more men had died of their wounds after returning to Villa Rica. Now all the hill towns and Pola and its dependencies were in revolt. They refused to bring food or serve in the fort, whereas hitherto our men had been respected as tools. Now, after this disaster, Mexicans and Totonas alike were behaving like wild beasts. They could not control the Indians in any way, and did not know what measures to take. God knows the distress this news caused us. It was the first defeat we had suffered in New Spain, and misfortunes, as the reader will see, were now descending upon us. Montezuma's captivity. Having decided on the previous day that we would seize Montezuma, we prayed to God all night that his service would profit by the turn of events, and next morning we decided on our course of action. Cortés took with him 5 captains: Pedro de Alvarado, Gonzalo de Sandoval, Juan Velázquez de Leon, Francisco de Lugo, Alonso de Avila, and myself, together with Doa Marina and Agal. He warned us all to keep very alert, and the horsemen to have their mounts saddled and bridled. I need not say that we were armed, since we went about armed by day and night, with our sandals always on our feet, for at that time we always wore sandals, and Montezuma was used to seeing us like this whenever we went to speak with him. He was neither surprised nor alarmed there, for when Cortés and the captains who had come to seize him approached him fully armed, when we were all prepared, our captains sent to inform the prince that we were coming to his palace. This had always been our practice, and we did not wish to frighten him by making a sudden appearance. Montezuma guessed that the reason for Cortés' visit was his indignation about the attack on Escalante, but although apprehensive, he sent him a message of welcome. On entering, Cortés made his usual salutations, and said to Montezuma through our interpreters, "Lord Montezuma, I am greatly astonished that you, a valiant prince who have declared yourself our friend, should have ordered your captains stationed on the coast near Tuxpan to take up arms against my Spaniards. I am astonished also at their boldness in robbing towns which are in the keeping and under the protection of our king and master, and demanding of them Indian men and women for sacrifice. Also that they should have killed a Spaniard who was my brother, and a horse." Cortés did not wish to mention Escalante and the 6 soldiers who had died on reaching Villa Rica, since Montezuma did not know of their deaths, nor did the Indian captains who had attacked them. Therefore he continued, "Being so much your friend, I ordered my captains to help and serve you in every possible way, but your majesty has acted in quite the opposite fashion towards us. In the affray at Cholula, your captains and a host of your warriors received your express commands to kill us. Because of my great affection for you, I overlooked this at the time. But now your captains and vassals have once more lost all shame and are secretly debating whether you do not again wish to have us killed. I have no desire to start a war on this account or to destroy this city. Everything will be forgiven provided you will now come quietly with us to our quarters and make no protest. You will be as well served and attended there as in your own palace. But if you cry out or raise any commotion, you will immediately be killed by these captains of mine, whom I have brought for this sole purpose." This speech dumbfounded Montezuma. In reply, he said that he had never ordered his people to take up arms against us, and that he would at once send to summon his captains, so that the truth should be known and they be punished. Thereupon he immediately took the sign and seal of Huitzilopochtli from his wrist, which he never did except when giving some order of the first importance that had to be carried out at once. As to being made a prisoner and leaving his palace against his will, he said that he was not a person to whom such orders could be given, and that it was not his wish to go. Cortés answered him with excellent arguments, which Montezuma countered with even better, to the effect that he refused to leave his palace more than half an hour passed in these discussions. But when Juan Velázquez de Leon and the other captains saw that time was being wasted, they became impatient to remove Montezuma from his palace and make him a prisoner. Turning to Cortés, Velázquez observed somewhat angrily, "What is the use of all these words? Either we take him or we knife him. If we do not look after ourselves now, we shall be dead men." When Velázquez spoke in his usual high and terrifying voice, and Montezuma, realizing that our captains were angry, asked Dona Marina what they were saying so loudly, and she, being very quick-witted, replied, "Lord Montezuma, I advise you to accompany them immediately to their quarters, and make no protest. I know they will treat you very honorably as the great prince you are. But if you stay here, you will be a dead man in their quarters. The truth will be discovered." Then Montezuma said to Cortés, "Lord Malinche, I see what is in your mind, but I have a son and two legitimate daughters. Take them as hostage, and spare me this disgrace. What will my chieftains say if they see me carried off a prisoner?" Cortés replied that there was no alternative, he must come with us himself, and after a good deal of argument, Montezuma agreed to go. Then Cortés and our captains addressed him most ingratiatingly, saying that they begged him humbly not to be angry, and to tell his captains and his guard that he was going of his own free will, since on consulting his idol, Huitzilopochtli, and the papas who served him, he had learnt that for the sake of his health and the safety of his life, he must stay with us. Then his fine litter was brought, in which he used to go out attended by all his captains, and he was taken to our quarters, where guards and a watch were put over him. Cortés and the rest of us did our best to provide him with all possible attentions and amusements, and he was put under no restraint. Soon his nephews and all the principal Mexican chieftains visited him to inquire the reasons for his imprisonment, and to ask whether he wished them to make war on us. Montezuma replied that he was spending some days with us of his own free will, and under no constraint, that he was happy and would tell them when he wanted anything of them. He told them not to disturb either themselves or the city, and not to be distressed, since his visit was agreeable to Huitzilopochtli, as he had learnt from certain papas who had consulted that idol. This is the way in which the great Montezuma was made prisoner, and there in his lodging he had his servants, his women, and the baths in which he bathed, and 20 good lords captains and councillors remained continuously with him as before. He showed no resentment at being detained. Ambassadors from distant lands came to him where he was bringing their cits or tribute, and important business was conducted there. I remember that when important caciques came from far away to discuss boundaries or the ownership of towns or other such business, however great they might be, they would take off their rich robes and put on poor ones of sisal cloth. They had to appear before him barefoot, and on entering his apartments did not pass straight in but up one side. When a cacique came before the great Montezuma, he gazed on the ground, and before approaching him he made 3 bows, saying as he did so, "Lord, my great lord, Then he presented a drawing or painting upon sisal cloth, representing the sit or question upon which he had come, and pointed out the grounds for his claim with a thin polished stick. Beside Montezuma stood old men who were great caciques, and when they thoroughly understood the pleadings, these judges told Montezuma the rights of the case, which he then settled in a few words, by which the ownership of the land or village is in question was decided. Thereupon the litigants said no more, but retired without turning their backs, and after making the customary, 3 bows went out in the hall. On leaving Mont, as Ima's presence, they put on other rich robes and took a walk through the city of Mexico, leaving the subject of Mont as Ima's imprisonment. I will now tell how the messengers whom he sent with his sign and seal to summon the captains who had killed our soldiers brought them before him as prisoners. What he said to them I do not know, but he sent them to Cortés for judgment. Montezuma was not present when their confession was taken, in which they admitted the facts and agreed that their prince had ordered them to wage war, to recover tribute, and, should any tools take part in the defense of the towns, to fight and kill them. When Cortés was shown this confession, he sent to inform Montezuma that he was deeply implicated, and the prince made such excuse as he could. Cortés answered that he himself believed the confession, and that since our king's ordinances prescribed that anyone causing others to be killed, whether they were guilty or innocent, should himself die, Montezuma deserved punishment. But such he protested was his affection and concern for Montezuma, that even if he were guilty, he would rather pay with his own life than allow the prince to forfeit his. Montezuma was alarmed by this message, and without further discussion, Cortés sentenced the captains to be burned to death before the royal palace. This sentence was immediately carried out, and to prevent any interference, Cortés had Montezuma put in chains while they were being burned. The prince roared with anger at this indignity, and became even more alarmed than before. After the burning, Cortés went to Ima's apartment with 5 of his captains, and himself removed the chains, and so affectionately did he speak to the prince, that his anger soon passed away. For Cortés told him that he looked on him as more than a brother, and that though Montezuma was lord and master of so many towns and provinces, yet he, Cortés, would in time, if it were possible, give him domination over even more lands which he had not been able to conquer, and which did not obey him. He said that if Montezuma now wished to go to his palace, he would allow him to do so. This he said through our interpreters, and while he was speaking the tears were seen to spring to Ima's eyes. The prince replied most courteously that he was grateful for this kindness, but he well knew that Cortés' speech was mere words, and that for the present it would be better for him to remain a prisoner, for his chieftains being numerous, and his nephews and relations coming every day to suggest they should attack us and set him free. There was a danger that once they found him at liberty, they would force him to fight us. He did not want to see a rebellion in his city, he said, and feared that if he did not give in to their wish, they might try to set up another prince in his place. So he had put these thoughts out of their heads. He concluded by informing them that his god Huitzilopochtli had told him he must remain a prisoner. From what we understood, however, there seemed little doubt that Aguilar had said to Montezuma privately on Cortés' instructions, that though Malinche might order his release, the rest of us captains and soldiers would never agree to it. On hearing this reply, Cortés threw his arms round the prince and embraced him, saying, How right I am, Lord Montezuma, to love you as dearly as I love myself. Then Montezuma asked Cor, "'Tis that the page called Orteguilla, who already knew the language, might attend him. And this was of great benefit both to him and to us. For from this page, of whom he asked many questions, Montezuma learnt a great deal about Spain, and we learnt what his captains said to him. So useful was Orteguilla to the prince that he became very fond of him. Montezuma was quite delighted by the great flattery and attention he received, and the conversations he had with us all. Whenever we came in his presence, all of us, even Cortes himself, would take off our mailed caps or helmets, for we always went armed, and he treated us with great civility and honor. Now, when the news of the captain's execution spread through the provinces of New Spain, there was great fear, and the towns on the coast where our soldiers had been killed resumed the service is they had previously rendered to the settlers who remained at Villa Rica. Those readers who are interested by this history must wonder at the great deeds we did in those days, first in destroying our ships, then in daring to enter that strong city despite many warnings that they would kill us once they had us inside, then in having the temerity to seize the great Montezuma, king of that country, in his own city and inside his very palace, and to throw him in chains while the execution was carried out. Now that I am old, I often pause to consider the heroic actions of that time. I seem to see them present before my eyes, and I believe that we performed them not of our own volition, but by the guidance of God. For what soldiers in the world, numbering only 400, and we were even fewer, would have dared to enter a city as strong as Mexico, which is larger than Venice and more than 4,500 miles away from our own Castile, and having seized so great a prince, execute his captains before his eyes? There is much here to ponder on, and not in the matter-of-fact way in which I presented it. But I will go on to tell how Cortes sent another captain to be stationed at Villa Rica in place of Juan de Escalante, who had been killed. After justice had been done on Quetzal, Poca and his captains and the great Montezuma had been tamed, our captain decided to send as his lieutenant at Villa Rica a soldier named Alonso de Grado, a very intelligent man of good speech and presence, a musician and a great writer. This Alonso de Grado was one of those who had been in constant opposition to Cortes about the march to Mexico. At the time of the Tlaxcala affair, when factions had gathered in opposition, Alonso de Grado had been the chief agitator. If his prowess as a soldier had been as remarkable as his good manners, he would have been a great help to our enterprise. I mention his manners because of Cortes' remarks to him when offering him the appointment. Knowing that he was not a man to take offense, he said to him jokingly here, "Sir Alonso de Grado, you have your wish fulfilled. Now you are going to Villa Rica as you wanted to, and you will take charge of the fortress. See that you don't go out on expeditions and get yourself killed, as Juan de Escalante did." And as he was speaking, Cortes winked at those of us who were standing near, and we well understood the reason for his remarks, for everyone knew that Alonso de Grado would never go on such an expedition, even if he were threatened with penalties for refusing. Alonso de Grado played the great man at Villa Rica, collecting jewels and pretty women, and neglecting the fortress. He also began to plot an intervention by Diego Velázquez. Cortes therefore sent Gonzalo de Sandoval to relieve him, and brought him back as a prisoner. But after 2 days' confinement in some newly constructed stacks, the wood of which smelt of onions and garlic, Alonso made his peace with Cortés, and afterwards received civilian employment as auditor. Bernal concludes this chapter on political intrigue with a note on some instructions given to Sandoval when he departed for Villa Rica. When Cortés sent Gonzalo de Sandoval to Villa Rica as his lieutenant and as captain and chief constable, he ordered him immediately on arrival to send blacksmiths with all their equipment of bellows and tools and plenty of iron from the ships we had destroyed, also to iron chains forged on instructions sent with Alonso de Grado, which were already made. He instructed his lieutenant to send also sails and tackle and pitch and tow and a mariner's compass, and everything else that was needed for the construction of sloops to sail on the Lake of Mexico. Sandoval sent all these things at once exactly as he had been told. Our captain was very thorough in every way. Fearing that Montezuma might be depressed by his imprisonment, he endeavored every day after prayers, for we had no wine for mass, to go to pay him court in his captivity. He went accompanied by 4 captains, and usually Pedro de Alvarado, Juan Velasquez de Lean, and Diego de Ord, as were of that number. They would ask Montezuma most deferentially how he was, and request him to issue his orders, which would be carried out, and beg him not to be distressed by his imprisonment. He would reply that, on the contrary, he was glad to be a prisoner, since either our gods gave us power to confine him, or Huitzilopochtli permitted it. In one conversation after another, they offered him a fuller explanation of the tenets of our holy faith and of the great power of our Lord the Emperor. Then sometimes Montezuma would play car, tezat tatolak, a game played with small, very smooth, gold pellets specially made for it. They would throw these pellets a considerable distance, and some little slabs as well, which were also of gold. And in 5 throws they either gained or lost certain pieces of gold or rich jewels that they had staked. I remember that Pedro de Alvarado was once keeping the score for Cortés, and one of Montezuma's nephews, a great chief, was doing the same for Montezuma. And Pedro de Alvarado was always mocking 1 point more than Cortés gained. Montezuma saw this, and observed with a courteous smile that he did not like Tenacio, which was their name for Pedro de Alvarado, mocking for Cortés, because he made too much a coxel in the score, which means in their language that he cheated by always adding an extra point. We who were on guard at the time could not help laughing at Montezuma remark, nor could Cortés himself. You may ask why the remark amused us. It was because Pedro de Alvarado, though handsome and good-mannered, had the bad habit of talking too much. Knowing his character so well, we were overcome by laughter. But to return to the game. If Cortés won, he gave the jewels to those nephews and favorites of Montezuma, who attended him, and if Montezuma won, he divided them among us, soldiers of the guard. In addition to what we gained from the game, he unfailingly gave presents of gold and cloth every day to us, and the captain on guard at that time, one Velasquez de Lean, who in every way showed himself Montezuma's true friend and servant. I also remember that there was once on guard a certain Trujillo, a very tall and strong man of excellent health. He was a sailor, and when it was his turn for the night watch, he was so inconsiderate, I apologize for mentioning it, as to commit a nuisance within Montezuma's hearing. As the valiant king of that country, Montezuma considered it both insulting and ill-mannered that this guard should do such a thing within his hearing, and without consideration for his person. He asked the page Orteguilla who this dirty and ill-bred person was, and Orteguilla replied that he was a man used to traveling on the seas with no knowledge of politeness or good breeding. He also told him something about the quality of each of us soldiers there, who was a gentleman, and who was not. He was always telling Montezuma things that he wanted to know. To return to the soldier, Trujillo, as soon as it was day, Montezuma sent for him, and asked him why he was so ill-bred, that he had no consideration for his presence, and paid him no proper respect. He begged him never to do such a thing again, and then ordered him to be given gold jewel worth 5 pesos. Trujillo took no notice of what he said, but next night deliberately did the same thing, believing that Montezuma would give him another present. But Montezuma reported the matter to Juan Velasquez, the captain of the guard, and the captain ordered that Trujillo should never again be put on guard, and should be severely reprimanded. There was another soldier called Pedro Lopez, a great crossbowman, who was put on guard over Montezuma. He was a decent man, though difficult to understand, and in the night he had some words with the officer of the watch about whether it was time to go on duty. To hell with this dog, he shouted. "I'm sick to death of always guarding him." Montezuma heard this and brooded on it, and when Cortés came to visit him, he told him about it. Cortés was so furious that, good soldier though Lopez was, he ordered him to be flogged in our quarters, and after that all soldiers of the guard performed their watch silently and with good manners. However, it was not necessary to instruct most of us, who did guard duty, about the civility that was due to this great chief. He knew us all, and our names and characters too. Indeed, he was so kind that he gave us all jewels, and to some of us he gave cloaks and beautiful girls. I was a young man in those days, and I used to doff my helmet very respectfully every time I went on guard or entered his presence. And the page Orteguilla had told him that I had been on 2 voyages of discovery in New Spain before coming with Cortés. I talked to Orteguilla and asked him to beg Montezuma kindly to give me a very pretty Indian girl. When Montezuma received this message, he sent for me and said, "Bernal Díaz del Castillo, they say that you are short of clothes and gold, but today I will tell them to give you a fine girl. Treat her well, for she is the daughter of an important man, and they will give you gold and cloaks as well." I answered him most deferentially that I kissed his hands for the favor, and hoped that our Lord God might prosper him. Montezuma seems to have asked the page what I answered, and when Orteguilla told him, I believe he replied, "Bernal Díaz seems to me to be a gentleman, for he knew all our names, as I have said." He told them to give me 3 small slabs of gold and 2 loads of cloaks. We had discovered that from among the ladies he kept as his mistress, he would marry some to his captains, or intimate favorites, or even give some to us soldiers. The girl whom he gave to me was one of these, and her bearing showed her distinction. We gave her the name of Doa Francisca. When all the material for the 2 sloops had arrived, Cortés at once sent to inform Montezuma that he wanted to build 2 little boats in which we could take pleasure trips on the lake. He asked him to send his carpenters to cut the wood and work with our master boat builders, Martin Lopez and Andres Nuez. And as there was oak about 12 miles away, the wood was quickly brought and the shapes constructed. As there were many Indian carpenters, the boats were soon built and cooked and tarred, and their rigging was set up, and their sails cut to the right shape and measurement. and an awning was provided for each one. They turned out as good and fast as if a month had been spent in making the shapes. For Martin Lopez was a very fine craftsman, and it was he who afterwards built the 13 sloops that helped in the capture of Mexico, as I shall relate in due course. He was also a good soldier in battle. Let us now go on to say that Montezuma told Cortés he wished to go to visit his temple and make sacrifices and pay the necessary devotion to his gods. He said that this must be done so that his captains and chiefs might observe it, especially certain nephews of his who came every day to tell him that they wished to free him and make war on us. He answered them that he was glad to stay with us, in the hopes of convincing them that what he had said before was true, and his god Huichiayabos had really commanded him to stay. Cortés replied that as for this request, he must take care not to do anything that would cost him his life, to prevent any disorders or any commands to his captains or papas to release him to make war on us. He would send captains and soldiers with him who would immediately stab him to death if they detected any change in his bearing. Cortés said that Montezuma was welcome to go, but must not sacrifice any human beings, for this was a great sin against the true God, about whom we had preached to him, and that here were our altars and the image of Our Lady, before which he could pray. Montezuma said that he would not sacrifice a single human being, and went off in his grand litter in his usual great state, accompanied by his caciques. They carried his insignia in front of him, a sort of staff or rod, which denoted that his royal person was going that way, and the custom is still followed today by the viceroys of New Spain. With him as guard went 4 of our captains, one Velasquez de Leon, Pedro de Alvarado, Alonso de Avila, and Francisco de Lugo, with 150 soldiers, and the Moors. Darien Friar also went with us to stop any attempt at human sacrifice. So we went to the queue of Huichilobos, and as we approached that accursed temple, Montezuma ordered them to lift him from his litter. He was then supported on the arms of his nephews and other caciques up to the queue itself. As I have already stated, all the chiefs had to keep their eyes downcast while he passed through the streets, and could never look him in the face. When we reached the foot of the steps that led to the shrine, there were many papas waiting to support him as he climbed. 4 Indians had already been sacrificed there the night before, and despite our captain's protest and the discussions of the Mus, Darien Friar, Montezuma insisted on killing some more men and boys for his own sacrifice. We could do nothing at the time except pretend to overlook it, for Mexico and the other great cities were on the point of rebelling under Montezuma. Ima's nephews, as I shall in due course relate. When Montezuma had completed his sacrifice, which he did very quickly, we returned with him to our quarters. He was very cheerful, and gave presents of jewels to us soldiers who had escorted him. As soon as the 2 sloops were built and launched, and their masts and rigging set up and adorned with the royal and imperial banners, and when sailors had been chosen to navigate them, our men went out rowing and sailing in them, and found that they sailed very well. When Montezuma heard about this, he told Cortés he would like to go hunting on a rocky island in the lake which was reserved for him, not even the greatest chieftains daring to hunt there, on pain of death. Cortés answered that he was very welcome to go, but that he must remember what had been said to him before when he went to visit his idols, that if he raised any disturbance it would cost him his life, Moreover, he could go in one of our sloops, for they sailed better than even the biggest of his canoes or pier. Oh, Goose. Montezuma was delighted to sail in the faster of the two sloops, and took many lords and chieftains with him. The other sloop was filled with caciques, also including one of Montez. Ima's sons and the huntsmen were instructed to follow in canoes and pirogues. Cortés commanded one Velázquez de Leon, the captain of the guard, and Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, and Alonso de Avila, with 200 soldiers, to accompany Montezuma and to be very vigilant in their duty of watching him. All these captains, being most scrupulous men, took the soldiers aboard, also 4 brass cannon with all the powder we possessed, and our 2 gunners, Mesa and Arbinga, and because of the weather they put up a highly decorated awning, under which Montezuma and his chieftains sat. As at that season there was a very strong breeze, and the sailors not only enjoyed working the sails, but were delighted to give Montezuma pleasure, the sloop went scudding along. Leaving the canoes that contained his huntsmen and chieftains far behind, despite their large number of oarsmen, Montezuma was charmed, and said it was a great art to combine sails and oars together. So he arrived at the island, which was not very far off, and after killing all the game he wanted, deer, hares, and rabbits, returned very contented to the city. As we approached Mexico, Pedro de Alvarado and one Velázquez de Leon and the other captains ordered the cannon to be fired, and this too delighted Montezuma. Finding him so frank and pleasant, we treated him with the respect habitually paid to kings in those parts, and he treated us in the same way. While, however, the nephews and kindred of the great Montezuma agreed with other caciques throughout the country that we should be attacked and Montezuma released, and that some of them should proclaim themselves kings of Mexico, when Cacamatzin, lord of the largest and most important city in New Spain, except Mexico, heard that his uncle Montezuma had been imprisoned for some days, and that we were taking control in every way we could. And when he got news also that we had opened the chamber where the great treasure of his grand Father Axayacatl was kept, but had so far left it untouched, he decided that before we actually took possession of it, something must be done. He called together all the lords of Texcoco, who were his vassals, and the lord of Coyoacan, who was his cousin and Montez, Ima's nephew, and the lord of Tacuba, and the lord of Iztapalapa, and another great chief who was lord of Matalcingo, a very close relative of Montezuma, of whom it was even said that he was the rightful heir to the case, equeship and kingdom of Mexico. He was a chieftain well known among the Indians for his personal bravery. While Cacamatzin was arranging with them and other Mexican chieftains that on a given day they should come with all their force and attack us, it appears that this chief, who was noted for his personal bravery but whose name I cannot remember, said that if Cacamatzin would assure him the kingdom of Mexico, which was rightfully his, he and all his relations, and the chiefs of the province of Matalcingo would be the first to take up arms and either expel us from Mexico or kill us to the last man. Cacamatzin appears, however, to have said that the case equeship of Mexico rightfully belonged to him, and that he himself must be king, since he was the nephew of Montezuma. Also, that if the lord of Matalcingo did not wish to take part, he would attack us without him and his people. For Cacamatzin had already won over all the other towns and chiefs I have named, and had arranged the day on which they were to come to Mexico, where they would be admitted by the chieftains of his faction inside the city, While these negotiations were going on, Montezuma learnt all about them from his great relative, who was refusing to give in to Cacom Matson's wishes. And to get further information, he sent for all the caciques and chieftains of Texcoco, who told him how Cacamatzin was trying to persuade them all with promises and gifts to help him fight us and release his uncle. As Montezuma was cautious and did not want to see his city rise in armed insurrection, he told Cortés everything that was happening. We and our captain already knew something about this unrest, but not so much as Montezuma now told us. The advice that Cortés gave him was to give us his Mexican soldiers, and we would then fall on Texcoco and take or destroy both the city and its surroundings. This plan, however, did not sit Montezuma. Cortés then sent a message to Cacamatzin in that he must cease his war preparations, which would lead him to destruction, and offered him his friendship, saying that he would do all he could for him and paying him many other compliments. Now Cacamatzin was a young man and found many others who shared his viewpoint and were eager for war. So he sent Cortés a message that he understood his flatteries and wished to hear no more from him until they came face to face, when Cortés could say whatever he liked. Cortés then sent Cacamatzin in a second message warning him not to do a disservice to our lord and king, for he would pay for it in person and it would cost him his life. But Cacamatzin replied that he knew no king and wished he had never known Cortés, who by fair words had imprisoned his uncle. On receiving this answer, Cortés implored Montezuma, as he was a great prince, to range with the people of Texcoco for Cacamatzin arrest. For Montezuma had great caciques and kinsmen among his captains in Texcoco, who were on bad terms with Cacamatzin and disliked him for his pride. In Mexico itself, Montezuma had a young prince in his household, a brother of Cacamatzin and a good-natured lad, who had fled to avoid being killed by him, since he was the next heir to the kingdom of Texcoco. Cortés begged Montezuma either to organize Cacamatzin arrest with the help of his people in Texcoco, or to send him a secret summons to Mexico, and should he come, to seize him and keep him under restraint until he calmed down. Cortés suggested further that since his other nephew was obedient to him and a member of his household, he should make him lord over Texcoco and take the title away from Cacamatzin, who was working against him and stirring up all the caciques and cities in the land, so that he might usurp as Ima's city and kingdom. Montezuma promised to send him a summons immediately and to organize his arrest with his captains and relations should he refuse to come, as he feared he would. Cortés thanked him warmly for this, and went so far as to say, "My lord Montezuma, believe me, you are free to go to your palace if you wish. I see how well disposed you are towards me, and I myself feel great love for you. Were our position not so difficult, indeed, I should not insist on accompanying you, were you and all your nobles to return there. And because your majesty says that you prefer to remain in confinement in order to prevent the revolt by which your nephews would attempt to obtain control over your city and deprive you of your authority, if I have kept you here till now, it has been on account of my captains, who contrived your arrest and do not want me to release you." Montezuma replied by expressing his thanks, but he was getting to understand Cortés' flattering speeches, and saw that his intention was not to release him but to test his good will. Moreover, the page Orteguilla had told him that it was really our captains who had advised his arrest, and he must not expect Cortés to release him without their consent. Montezuma said therefore that it would be as well for him to remain a prisoner until he saw what his nephew's plots would lead to, and promised to send messengers to Cacam, and immediately, asking him to come to Mexico, as he wished to speak to him about making friends with us. As for his imprisonment, he would tell Cacam, and that he need not worry about it, since had he wanted to free himself, many opportunities had been offered, and Malinche had already told him twice that he might return to his palace. However, he did not wish to do so, but to obey the commands of his gods, who had told him that he must remain a prisoner, for if he did not, he would soon be dead. This he had learnt some days ago from the priests who ministered to his idols, and for this reason it would be as well to keep friendly with Malinche and his brothers. Montezuma sent the same message to the captains of Texcoco, telling them that he was summoning his nephew to make friends with us, and that they must be careful not to let this youth turn their heads and persuade them to attack us. Let us return to Cacam, who understood this message perfectly, and held a consultation with his chiefs as to what should be done. Here he began to brag that he would kill us all within 4 days, and to call his uncle chicken-hearted for not having attacked us when he was advised to do so. As we came down the mountain towards Chalco, where he had his troops all posted and everything prepared. Instead of this, he protested Montezuma had received us in his city in person, as if he supposed we had come to confer some benefit on him, and had given us all the gold that had been brought to him as tribute. What was more, we had broken into the treasure house of his grand Father Axayacatl, and taken Montezuma himself prisoner, and now we were telling him that he must remove the idols of the great Huichilobos, so that we could set up our own in their places. Cacamatzin begged his chieftains to help him prevent bad from becoming worse, and to punish these acts and insults. For all that he had described to them, they had seen with their own eyes, and they had even seen us burn Mont. As Ima's own captains now, he said the people had reached the end of their endurance. They must all unite and make war on us. Cacamatzin promised his hearers then and there that if the lordship of Mexico fell to him, he would make them great chieftains, and he gave them many gold jewels as well. He told them also that he had already arranged with his cousins, the lords of Coyocan and Iztapalapa and Tacuba, and with his other relations, that they should assist him. And there were other chieftains in Mexico itself, who would both help him and admit him to the city at any hour he might choose. Some of them could go along the causeways, and all the rest across the lake in their pirogues and small canoes, and they would enter the city without opposition. For his uncle was a prisoner, and they need have no fear of us, since, as they well knew in the affair at Almeria only a few days ago, his uncle's captains had killed many Tuls and a horse. And they had themselves seen the head of the Tul and the body of the horse. He said they could finish us all off in an hour, and feast on our bodies till they were full. They say the captains looked at one another after this speech, and waited for those who usually spoke first at councils of war to begin, and that 4 or 5 of them replied by asking how they could possibly go without their Lord Montez's permission and make war in his own palace and city. First, they said he must be informed of the proposal. If he consented, they would accompany Cacam, and very gladly indeed, but if he did not, they did not wish to act as traitors. It seems that Cacamatzin got angry with these captains, and ordered that 3 of them who had given this reply should be imprisoned. There were other captains present at this debate, however, who were relatives of his and anxious for trouble, and they promised to support him to the death. So he decided to send his uncle, the great Montezuma, a message that he ought to be ashamed of himself for commanding him to make friends with men who had done him so much harm and dishonor as to keep him a prisoner, and that such a thing was only possible because we were wizards and had robbed him of his great strength and courage with our witchcraft, or because our gods and the great woman of Castile, whom we spoke of as our advocate, it gave us strength to do what we did, and in this last remark he was not wrong. The long and the short of it was that Cacamatzin was coming in spite of us, and in spite of his uncle, to talk to us and kill us. When the great Montezuma heard this insolent reply, he was greatly annoyed, and at once sent to summon 6 of his most trusted captains, to whom he gave his seal also some golden jewels, ordering them to go to Texcoco immediately and secretly show the seal to certain captains and relations of his who resented Cacam. Atzin's pride and were on bad terms with him. They were then to arrange for the rest of Cacamatzin and those in his confidence, and to bring them before him at once. The captains departed and explained Mont, as Ima's orders in Texcoco, and Cacamatzin, who was extremely unpopular, was arrested in his own palace while discussing war preparations with his confederates, 5 of whom were arrested with him. As Texcoco lies beside the great lake Mont, as Ima's captains prepared a large pirogue with awnings, put Cacam, Atzin, and the 5 others aboard, and with a numerous crew of oarsmen rowed them to Mexico. Then, when he had dice embarked, they put him on a rich litter befitting his kingly rank, and most respectfully brought him before Montezuma. It seems that when conversing with his uncle Cacamatzin was more insolent than ever, Montezuma already knew of the plots he had hatched to make himself lord of Mexico, but learnt further details about them from the other prisoners. If he had been angry with his nephew before, he was now doubly so. So he sent him to our captain to be kept as a prisoner, and released the other captains. Cortés went at once to Mont, as Ima's chamber in the palace, to thank him for this great favor, and orders were given that the young brother of Cacamatzin, who was in Mont, as Ima's company, should be made king of Texcoco. To so him nigh the appointment and win the city's approval, Montezuma summoned the principal chieftains of the whole province before him, and after a long discussion they elected the yith king and lord of that great city. He was afterwards named Don Carlos. When the caciques and petty kings who were lords of Coyocan, Iztapalapa, and Tacuba heard of Cacamatzin's imprisonment, and learnt that the great Montezuma knew of their share in the plot to deprive him of his kingdom in favor of Cacam, they were frightened and ceased to make their customary visits to the palace. While Cortés was urging and persuading Montezuma to order their arrest, and at the end of a week, to the considerable relief of ourselves and our captain, they were all in prison, secured to a great chain. When Cortés heard that these 3 kinglets were in prison and all the cities peaceful, he reminded Montezuma that before we entered Mexico, he had twice sent word that he wished to pay tribute to his majesty, and that since he now knew how powerful our king was, and how many lands paid him tribute as their overlord, and how many kings were his subjects, it would be well for him and all his vassals to offer him their obedience for it, is customary first to offer obedience and then to pay tribute. Montezuma answered that he would call his vassals together and discuss the matter with them, and within 10 days all the many princes of that territory assembled. But the cacique who was most closely related to Montezuma did not come. He had, as I have already said, a reputation for great valor, which his bearing, body, limbs, and face confirmed. He was also somewhat rash, and at that time he was at one of his towns called Tula. It was said that he would succeed to the kingdom of Mexico on Montezema's death. On receiving his summons, this prince replied that he would neither come nor pay tribute, for the income from his province was not enough for him to live on. This answer infuriated Montezuma, who sent some captains to arrest him. But as he was a great lord and had many relatives, he received warning in advance, and retired to his province, where they could not then lay hands on him. Montezema's discussion with the caciques of all the territory was attended by none of us, except the page Orteguilla. The prince is said to have asked them to reflect how for many years past they had known for certain from their ancestral tradition, set down in their books of records, that men would come from the direction of the sunrise to rule these lands, and that the rule and domination of Mexico would then come to an end. He believed from what his gods had told him that we were these men. The papas had consulted Huichilobos about it, and offered up sacrifice. But the gods no longer replied as of old. All that Huichilobos vouchsafed to them was that he could only reply as he had done before, and they were not to ask him again. They took this to mean that they should offer their obedience to the King of Spain, whose vassals these tools proclaimed themselves to be. For the present, Montezuma continued, this implies nothing in the future. We will see if we get another reply from our gods, and then we will act accordingly. What I command and implore you to do now is to give some voluntary contribution as a sign of vassalage. Sin, I will tell you what is the most suitable course, but now I am being pressed for this tribute by Malinche. I beg therefore that no one will refuse. Remember that during the 18 years that I have been your prince, you have always been most loyal to me, and I have enriched you, extended your lands, and given you power and wealth. At present our gods permit me to be held a prisoner here, and this would not have happened, as I have often told you, except at the command of the great Huichilobos. On hearing these arguments, they all replied with many tears and sighs that they would obey, and Montezuma was more tearful than any of them. However, he sent a chieftain to us at once to say that next day they would give their obedience to his majesty. After this talk, Montezuma discussed the matter once more with his caciques, and in the presence of Cortés, our captains, many of our soldiers, and Cortés' secretary, Pedro Hernandez. They swore fealty to his majesty, showing much grief in doing so. Indeed, Montezuma himself could not restrain his tears. When Cortés and his captains were paying court to Montezuma, they asked him among other things where the mines lay, and from which rivers they collected the gold they brought him in grains. Also, how and by what means they got it, for Cortés wanted to send 2 of our soldiers, both experienced miners, to inspect the place. Montezuma answered that there were 3 places, and that the district from which they got most gold was the province of Zacatula, which is on the south coast, about 10 or 12 days' journey from Mexico. He said they collected it in gourds by washing away the earth, and that when the earth was washed away, some small grains remained. He added that at present they also brought it from another province called Tuc, Stepic, where it was gathered from 2 rivers near the place where we dice, embarked on the north coast. Near that province also there were other good mines in the country of the Chinantics and Zap, these who were not his subjects and did not obey him, and that if Cortés wanted to send his soldiers there, he would give him chieftains to escort him. Cortés thanked Montezuma for the offer and immediately sent a pilot called Gonzalo de Umbria with 2 other soldiers experienced in mining to the mines of Zacat. This Gonzalo de Umbria was the man whose feet Cortés had ordered to be cut off when he hanged Pedrois, Dero, and Juan Cermillo, and had the men of the Rock flogged for their attempt to steal a ship at San Juan de Ulloa. These men then set out, and Cortés allowed them 40 days for their journey there and back. To examine the mines on the north coast, Cortés sent a captain called Pizarro, a lad of 25, whom he treated as a relative. At that time there was no rumor of Peru, and the name Pizarro was unknown in these lands. He set out with 4 soldiers, and was also given 40 days for his journey, for these mines were about 250 miles away. He received 4 Mexican chiefs as an escort. After these expeditions had departed, Montezuma gave our captain a sisal cloth, on which all the rivers and bays on the north coast from Panuco to Tabasco, about 400 miles, were faithfully painted. Among the rivers marked was the Cotoco, Alcos, which was said to be very strong, and Dib. This was the only river on this cloth that we did not know from the time of our expedition under Grijalva, so Cortés decided to send and explore it, and take soundings of the harbor and the entrance. That very prudent and valiant Captain Diego de Ord, as whom I have so often mentioned, volunteered to make this journey and investigate the nature of the country and people, and he asked for Indian chieftains to accompany him. Cortés at first refused his offer, since he was a man of sound sense, and Cortés preferred to have him at his side. However, so as not to displease him in the end, he gave him leave to go. Montezuma told Ord, as that his authority did not extend over Cotoco, Alcos, and that the people there were very unruly, and he must be careful what he did. He said that if anything happened to Ordaz, he would not be to blame. However, on his way to the province, he would find a garrison of Mexican warriors stationed on the border, whom he might take with him if he needed them. And Montezuma paid Ord as many other compliments. The first to return to Mexico and give an account of his mission was Gonzalo de Umbria. He and his companions brought 300 pesos weight of grains, which the inhabitants of Zacatula had extracted before their eyes. According to Umbria's account, the caciques of that province took many Indians to the rivers, who washed the earth in vessels like small troughs, and collected the gold. They said there were 2 rivers, and that if good miners were to wash the earth as they did in Santo Domingo and Cuba, they would be a rich source of gold. They also brought back with them 2 chiefs sent by the province, who brought a present of gold jewels worth about 200 pesos, and freely offered themselves as servants of his majesty. Cortés was as delighted with the gold as if it had been 30,000 pesos, for he was now certain that there were good mines. He treated the chieftains who brought the present very cordially, and ordered them to be given some green beads from Castile. Then, after friendly speeches, they returned to their country well pleased. Umbria said that not far from Mexico there were some large towns with a civilized population, which must have been those that belonged to the aforementioned relative of Mont, Ezimes, and that there was another province there called Matalcingo, as we all saw. Umbria and his companions came back with plenty of gold and riches, which was the purpose for which Cortés had sent him. for he wanted to make him a friend on account of what had happened in the past. Diego de Ord, as in his turn reported that he had passed through very large towns, whose names he gave on his 360-mile journey, he said that all the inhabitants paid him honor, and that on the way near Cota, Coatlicos itself, he had found Mont, Ezima's frontier garrisons, and the whole neighborhood complained of them for their robberies, and for taking their women and demanding other tributes. Ordaz and the Mexican chiefs with him had reprimanded the captains who commanded this garrison, and threatened that if they committed any more robbery, they would inform Montezuma, who would then send for them and punish them as he had punished Quetzal, Boca, and his companions for robbing our allies' towns. These speeches had frightened the commander of the garrison. Then Ordaz continued his journey to Cota, Coatlicos taking only one Mexican chief with him, and when the cacique of that province, whose name was Tuckle, heard he was coming, he sent his chieftains out to receive him, and made him very welcome, for they knew a good deal about us from the time of the Grijalva expedition. So when the caciques of Coatlicos heard Ord, as purpose they gave him many big canoes, and the cacique Tuckle himself with many other chieftains took soundings of the river mouth. They found the depth at ebb tide in the shallowest place to be 3 full fathoms, and a little higher up the river there was room for large ships to navigate. Indeed, the higher up they went, the deeper it became, and just near what was at that time an inhabited town, Caer, Axe could ride at anchor. After Ordaz had taken the soundings and visited this place with the caciques, they gave him some gold jewels and a very beautiful Indian girl, and offered themselves as servants of his majesty. They too complained of Montezuma and his garrison, saying that recently they had fought a battle with them near a small town where many Mexicans had been killed. For that reason, they now call this place Kailanmiquis, which in their language means where the Mexican swine were killed. Ordaz thanked them heartily for their reception, and presented them with some beads from Castile, which he had brought for the purpose. He then returned to Mexico, where he was joyfully welcomed by Cortés and the rest of us. He said there was good farming and grazing land there, and the port was convenient for Cuba, Santo Domingo, and Jamaica, but it was far from Mexico, and there were great swamps close by. For this reason, we never made much use of it as a port for trading with Mexico. Let us now turn to Captain Pizarro and his companions, who had gone in the direction of Tuxtepec to look for gold and examine the mines. Pizarro returned to make his report, accompanied by a single soldier, and brought with him over 1,000 pesos in gold grains. They said that in the provinces of Tuxtepec and Molinaltepec and other neighboring districts, they had visited the rivers accompanied by many people who were sent with them, and there they had gathered a third part of the gold they brought. They had then gone up into the hills of another province, that of the Chinantecs, and when they got there many Indians had come to meet them fully armed, carrying lance is longer than ours, and bows and arrows and small shields. These men had said that not a single Mexican should enter their country, for they would kill him if he did, but the tools were very welcome. So they went on, but the Mexicans were left behind and proceeded no further. When the caciques of Chinanto understood the purpose of their journey, they assembled a lot of people to wash gold, and took them to some rivers, where they gathered all the rest of what they brought, which was in curly grains. The miners said that this source would have the longest life, because the gold originated there. Pizarro also brought caciques from that country who came to offer themselves as vassals to his majesty and make friends with us. They too gave us a present of gold, and all these caciques abused the Mexicans, who were so heartily loathed in those provinces for the robberies they committed that no one could bear to see them or mention them by name. Cortés welcomed Pizarro and the chiefs he brought, and accepted the present they gave him. I cannot remember what it was worth, since it is long ago. He made the Chinantecs a generous speech offering to help them and be their friend. He then told them to go back to their country, and to save them from being molested by the Mexicans on the road. Commanded 2 Mexican chiefs to escort them, and not to leave them till they reached safety. So they went away well contented. Cortés asked about the other soldiers whom Pizarro had taken with him, namely Barrientos and the elder Heredia, the younger Escalona, and Cervantes the jester. And Pizarro answered that as it seemed a very good country and rich in mines, and as the towns through which they passed had been very peaceful, he had ordered them to plant a large farm of cocoa and maize, and to make cotton plantations, and collect plenty of the local birds, also to examine all the rivers and see what mines there were. Although Cortés said nothing at the time, he was displeased with his kinsman for thus exceeding his instructions. We heard privately that he gave him a good scolding, telling him that it showed a weak character to spend your time breeding birds and planting cocoa. He at once sent a soldier with a peremptory order to the soldiers whom Pizarro had left behind, calling on them to return immediately. What actually happened I will relate in due course. When Diego de Ordaz and the other soldiers arrived with samples of gold, and reports that the whole land was rich, Cortés, on the advice of Ordaz and others, decided to demand from Montezuma that all the caciques and people of the land should pay tribute to his majesty, and that he himself, as the greatest chieftain, should also give some of his treasures. Montezuma replied that he would send to all his towns to ask for gold, but that many of them possessed nothing more than some jewels of small value that they had inherited from their ancestors. He at once dispatched chieftains to the places where there were mines, and ordered each town to give so many ingots of fine gold of the same size and thickness as they usually paid in tribute. And the messengers carried 2 ingots as samples some places, however only contributed jewels of small value. Montezuma also sent to the province whose cacique and ruler was that close kinsman who refused to obey him, which was about 35 miles from Mexico, and the messengers returned with the answer that he would give neither gold nor obedience to Montezuma, that he too was lord of Mexico, and had as much right to the title as Montezuma himself, who was sending to ask him for tribute. This answer so enraged Montezuma that he immediately dispatched some loyal captains with his seal and insignia to bring his kinsman back as a prisoner. Even when he came into the royal presence, however, this prince spoke boldly and disrespectfully, without the least sign of fear. They said that he suffered from attacks of mania, and he certainly seemed quite uncontrolled. On hearing of his behavior, Cortés sent a request to Montezuma that he should hand the prisoner over to him for safekeeping, for he had heard that Montezuma meant to kill him. When the cacique came before Cortés, our captain spoke to him most amicably, telling him not to act like a madman against his prince, and wanted to set him free. However, when this came to Montezuma's ears, he said that the cacique must not be freed, but must be attached to the same stout chain as the other imprisoned kinglets. Within 20 days, all the chieftains whom Montezuma had dispatched to collect the gold tribute returned, and as soon as they arrived, Montezuma sent for Cortés and our captains, also for certain of us soldiers whom he knew, because we belonged to his guard, and made us a formal address in words like these: I wish you to know, my Lord Malinche and my lord's captains and soldiers, that I am indebted to your great king, and bear him good will, both for being such a great king, and for having sent from such distant lands to make inquiries about me. But what impresses me most is the thought that he must be the one who is destined to rule over us, as our ancestors have told us, and even our gods have indicated in the answers they have given us. Take this gold which has been collected. Only haste prevents there being more. What I myself have got ready for the emperor is the whole of the treasure I received from my father, which is under your hand in your own apartments. I know very well that as soon as you came here you opened the door and inspected it all, and then sealed it up again as it was before. When you send it to him, tell him in your papers and letter, this is sent by your loyal vassal Montezuma. I will also give you some very precious stones to be sent to him in my name. They are chalce, heights, and must not be given to anyone else but your great prince, for each one of them is worth 2 loads of gold. I also wish to send him 3 blowpipes, with their pellet bags and molds, since they have such beautiful jewel work, that he will be pleased to see them. And I should also like to give him some of my own possessions, though they are small, for all the gold and jewels I have given you at one time or another. On hearing this speech we were all amazed at the great Montezuma's goodness and liberality. Doffing our helmets most respectfully, we expressed our deep thanks, and in a most cordial speech Cortés promised that we would write to his Majesty of the magnificence and liberality with which he had given us this gold in his own royal name. After a further exchange of compliments, Montezuma dispatched his stewards to hand over all the gold and treasure in the sealed chamber. It took us 3 days to examine it and remove all the embellishments with which it was decorated, and to help us take it to pieces Montezuma sent us silversmiths from Azcapotzalco. There was so much of it that after it was broken up, it made 3 heaps of gold weighing over 600,000 pesos in all, not counting the silver and many other valuables, or the ingots and slabs of gold, or the grains of gold from the mines. With the help of the Indian goldsmiths from Azcapotzalco, we began to melt this down into broad bars a little more than 2 inches across. And no sooner was this done than they brought another present, the one which Montezuma had promised to give for himself. It was marvelous to behold so much gold, and the richness of the jewels. He gave us some of the chalce. Heights were so fine that among these caciques they were worth a vast quantity of gold. The 3 blowpipes and their pellet molds all encrusted with pearls and precious stones, and the feather pictures of little birds set with mother of pearl and even smaller birds, were things of very great value. I will not mention the plumes and feathers and other valuables, or I shall never bring my recollections to an end. Let me say that all this gold was stamped with an iron die made by order of Cortés and the king's officers appointed by him in his Majesty's name, and with our general consent, to act until further orders. These were at this time Gonzalo Mejia, treasurer, and Alonso de Avila, accountant, and the die was the royal coat of arms as it appears on a rill and the size of a 4-real piece. The rich jewelry, however, was not stamped, since we did not think it ought to be broken up. For weighing all these bars of gold and silver, and the jewels which were not broken up, we had neither weights nor scales. Cortés and these same officers of the king's treasury thought it would be proper there, for to make some iron weights, some as heavy as 25 pounds, and others of 12.5 to 1.5, and a pound also of 4 ounces, and other ounce weights in this way, we could not hope to be very exact, but would not be more than half an ounce out in each weighing. After the weight was taken, the king's officers said that the bars and grains and ingots and jewels altogether came to more than 600,000 pesos, and this did not include the silver and the many other jewels which were not yet valued. Some soldiers said there was more. All that remained to be done was to take out the royal fifth, and then give each captain and soldier his share, preserving their shares for those who had remained at Villa Rica. It seems, however, that Cortés attempted to postpone the division until we had more gold good weights, and a proper account of the total, but most of us said that the division must be made at once. For we had noticed that when the pieces taken from Montezuma's treasury were broken up, there had been much more gold in the piles, and that a third of it was now missing, having been taken away and hidden for the benefit of Cortés, the captains, and the Darien friar. We also saw that the gold was still diminishing. After a good deal of argument, what was left was weighed out. It amounted to 600,000 pesos without the jewels and bars, and it was agreed that the division should be made next day. First of all, the royal fifth was taken. Then Cortés said that another fifth must be taken for him, a share equal to his Majesty's, which we had promised him in the sand dunes when we made him captain general. After that, he said that he had been put to certain expenses in Cuba, and that what he had spent on the fleet should be deducted from the pile. And in addition, the cost to Diego Velázquez of the ships we had destroyed. We all agreed to this, and also to pay the expenses of the advocates we had sent to Spain. Then there were the shares of the 70 settlers who had remained at Villa Rica, and the cost of the horse that died, and of Juan C. Dios mare, which the Tlascalans had killed with a knife thrust. Then there were double shares for the Darien friar and the priest, one Diaz and the captains and those who had brought horses, and the same for the musketeers and cross-bowmen, and other trickeries, so that in the end very little was left, so little indeed that many of us soldiers did not want to touch it, and Cortés was left with it all. At that time we could do nothing but hold our tongues. To demand justice in the matter was useless. There were other soldiers who took their shares of 100 pesos and clamored for the rest. To satisfy them, Cortés secretly gave a bit to one and another as a kind of favor, and by means of smooth speeches made them accept the situation. At that time many of the captains ordered very large golden chains to be made by Montezuma's goldsmiths from Azcapotzalco, and Cortés too ordered various jewels and a great service of plate. Some soldiers too had laid hands on so much that ingots marked and unmarked, and a great variety of jewels were in public circulation. Heavy gambling was always going on with some cards which Pedro Valenciano had manufactured out of drum skins, and which were as well made and painted as the real thing. Such was the state we were in. It reached Cortés' ears, however, that many of the soldiers were dissatisfied with their share of the gold, and said that the heaps had been robbed. So he decided to make them a speech that was all honeyed words. He said that what he had was for us, and that he did not want his fifth, but only the share that came to him as captain general, and that if anyone needed anything he would give it to him. He said that the gold we had got so far was only a trifle, and that they could see what great cities there were and what rich mines, and that we should be lords of them all and very rich and prosperous. He used other arguments too, well couched in the manner of which he was a master. In addition, he secretly gave gold and jewels to some soldiers, and made great promises to others. And he ordered that the food brought by Mont, as Dima's stewards, should be divided equally among all the soldiers, receiving no greater share himself than the rest. Now all men alike covet gold, and the more we have the more we want, and several recognizable pieces were missing from the hips. At the same time, one Velasquez de Leon was employing the Atzca, Patzal, co-goldsmiths to make him some large gold chains and pieces of plate for his table. Gonzalo Mejia, the treasurer, privately requested him to deliver this gold to him, since it had not paid the royal fifth, and was known to belong to the treasure Montezuma had given us. One Velasquez being Cortés' favor, it refused to give up anything on the plea that he had not taken any share of what had been collected or anything else, but only what Cortés had given him before the bars were cast. Gonzalo Mejia answered that what Cortés himself had taken and hidden from his companions was enough, and that as treasurer he demanded all the gold that had not paid the royal fifth. One thing followed another, till both men lost their tempers and drew their swords. Indeed, if we had not quickly separated them, they would have killed one another, for they were men of great character and brave fighters, as it was they emerged from the battle with 2 wounds apiece. When news of this came to Cortés, he ordered them both to be put in prison, and each to be attached to a heavy chain. But as many soldiers reported, he privately told his friend Juan Velasquez that he would only be imprisoned for 2 days, and that Gonzalo Mejia, as treasurer, would be released at once. Cortés arrested them to prove to us that justice would be done, and Velasquez imprisoned even though he was hand in glove with him. The affair of Gonzalo Mejia was rather more complicated, for the treasurer accused Cortés of having secretly taken much of the missing gold. He said that all the soldiers were complaining to him about it, and asking him why as treasurer he did not demand restitution, but this is a long story, and I will not pursue it. One Velasquez was imprisoned in a room not far from Montezuma's apartments. Being a large man and very strong, he dragged the chain after him as he moved about the hall, which made a great noise. And when Montezuma heard it, he asked the page Orteguilla who it was that Cortés had bound in chains. The page answered that it was one Velasquez who had once been Montezuma's personal guard and had now been replaced by Cristobal de Olid. Montezuma then asked the reason, and the page answered on account of some missing gold. Later in the day, when Cortés was paying him a visit, Montezuma asked him, after the usual civilities and a little preliminary conversation, why he had imprisoned one Velasquez. For he was a good and valiant captain, as I have already said. Montezuma knew us all very well, even to our personal characteristics. Cortés answered him half-laughingly that it was because he was a bit touched, by which he meant out of his senses, and because not having received much gold, he wanted to go to Montezuma's towns and cities and demand it of the caciques for this reason, and to prevent him from killing anyone, he had been put in prison. Montezuma begged Cortés to release one Velasquez and send him to look for more gold, promising that he would give him some of his own. and Cortés pretended that it went against the grain to release him, but at last he said that he would do so, to please Montezuma. I believe he sentenced him to be banished from the camp, and sent to Cholula with some of Ima's messengers to demand gold before this. However, he and Gonzalo Mejia were reconciled. Velázquez returned from his banishment, as I observed, within 6 days, bringing more gold with him, and I observed also that from that time Gonzalo Mejia and Cortés were no longer good friends. I have recorded this, although it is outside my story, to show that under color of doing justice and striking fear in all, Cortés was capable of great cunning. One day Montezuma said to Cortés, "See, Malinche, how much I love you. I should like to give you one of my daughters, a very beautiful girl, to marry and have as your legal wife." Cortés doffed his helmet in gratitude, and said that this was a great favor Montezuma was conferring on him, but he was already married, and that among us it was not permissible to have more than one wife. He would, however, treat her with the honor to which the daughter of so great a prince was entitled, but first of all he desired her to become a Christian as other ladies, the daughters of chieftains, had done. To this the prince consented. The great Montezuma continued to show his accustomed good will towards us, but never ceased his daily sacrifice. Of human beings, Cortés tried to dissuade him, but met with no success. He therefore consulted his captains as to what we should do in the matter, since he did not dare to put a stop to this practice for fear of arousing the city and the papas of Huichilobos. The advice he received was that he should announce his intention of overthrowing the great images of that god. Then, if we saw they were prepared to defend them or rise in revolt, he should merely ask permission to set up an altar in one part of the high queue with a crucifix and an image of Our Lady. When this plan was agreed, Cortés went to the palace where Montezuma was imprisoned, taking 7 captains and soldiers with him, and said to him, "My lord, I have often asked you to give up sacrificing human beings to your gods, who are false gods, but you have never done so. Now I must tell you that all my companions and these captains who have come with me beg you for permission to remove the gods from your temple and put Our Lady and a cross in their place. But if you refuse, they will go and remove them just the same, and I should not like them to kill any papas." When Montezuma heard these words and saw that the captains were somewhat excited, he said, "Malinche, how can you wish to destroy our whole city? Our gods would be enraged against us, and I do not know that they would even spare your lives. I pray you to be patient for the present, and I will summon all the papas and see what they reply." On hearing this, Cortés made a sign to Montezuma that he wished to speak with him in private, without the presence of the captains he had brought with him, and ordered them to depart and leave him alone. When they had gone, he told the prince that to prevent this matter from becoming public and causing a disturbance, and so as not to offend the papas by overthrowing their idols, he would persuade our people to refrain from action, provided they were given a room in the great queue, where they could set up an altar on which they could put an image of Our Lady and a cross. Then, in course of time, his people would see how good and advantageous it was for their souls, and for their health, prosperity, and good harvests. Sighing deeply and with a very sad face, Montezuma promised to consult his papas, and after a good deal of discussion our altar was set up some distance from their accursed idols. With great reverence and thanks to God from us all there, and Mass was sung. Cortés picked an old soldier to remain there as a guard, and begged Montezuma to order his papas not to touch the altar but to sweep the floor and burn incense and keep wax candles burning night and day, and to decorate the place with flowers and branches. Cortés in difficulties. There was never a time when we were not subject to surprise, is so dangerous that but for God's help they would have cost us our lives. No sooner had we set up the image of Our Lady on the altar, and said Mass than Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca seemed to have spoken to their papas, telling them that they intended to leave their country. Since they were so ill-treated by the Tuls, they said that they did not wish to stay where these figures and the cross had been placed, nor would they stay unless we were killed. This, they said, was their answer, and the papas need expect no other, but must convey it to Montezuma and all his captains, so that they might at once attack us and kill us. Their gods also observed that they had seen us break up the gold that was once kept in their honor, and forge it into ingots, and warned the Mexicans that not only had we imprisoned 5 great caciques, but were now making ourselves masters of their country. They recited many more of our misdeeds in order to incite their people to war. Wishing us to hear what his gods had said, Montezuma sent Willa to our captain with the message that he wished to speak to him on very serious business. The page said that Montezuma was very sad and agitated, and that on the previous night and during much of the day, many papas and important captains had been with him, holding secret discussions which he could not overhear. On receiving this message, Cortés hurried to the palace where Montezuma was taking with him Cristobal de Olid, the captain of the guard, and 4 other captains. Also Doa Marina and Jeronimo de Aguilar. All paid great respect to the great Montezuma, who addressed them in these words: "My lord Malinche and captains, I am indeed distressed at the answer which our Tuls have given to our papas, to me, and to all my captains. They have commanded us to make war on you, and kill you, and drive you back across the sea. I have reflected on this command, and think it would be best that you should at once leave this city before you are attacked, and leave no one behind. This, my lord Malinche, you must certainly do, for it is in your own interest. Otherwise you will be killed. Remember that your lives are at stake." Cortés and our captains were distressed and even somewhat alarmed, which was not surprising, for the news was so sudden, and Montezuma was so insistent that our lives were in the greatest and immediate danger. The matter was clearly urgent. Cortés replied by thanking him for the warning, and saying that at the moment he was troubled by 2 things: that he had no ships in which to depart, since he had ordered those in which we came to be broken up, and that Montezuma would have to accompany us, so that our great emperor might see him. He begged him as a favor therefore to restrain his papas and captains until 3 ships could be built in the sand dunes. This course, he argued, would be to their advantage, for if they began war, they would all be killed. And to show that he really meant to build these ships without delay, he asked Montezuma to tell his carpenters to go with 2 of our soldiers, who were expert shipbuilders, and cut wood near the coast. On hearing Cortés say that he would have to come with us and visit the Emperor, Montezuma was even sadder than before. He said he would let us have the carpenters, and urged Cortés to hurry up and not waste time in talk, but get to work. In the meantime, he promised to tell his papas and captains not to foment disturbance in the city, and to see that Huitzilopochtli was appeased with sacrifice, as though not of human lives. After this excited conversation, Cortés and our captain took their leave of Montezuma, and we were all left in great anxiety, wondering when the fighting would begin. Cortés immediately sent for Martin Lopez, the ship's carpenter, and Andres News, and the Indian carpenters whom Montezuma had lent us. And after some discussion about the size of the 3 vessels to be built, he ordered Lopez to start work at once and get them ready, for all that was necessary in the way of iron and blacksmiths, tackle, tow, cookers, and tar was to be found at Villa Rica. So they set out and cut the wood near the coast, and after making calculations and templates, hastily began to build the ships. While we in Mexico went about in great depression, fearing that at any moment we might be attacked. Our Tlascalan Aus, Illyries, and Doa Marina told Cortés that this was imminent, and the page or Peg Willa was always in tears. We all kept on the alert and placed a strong guard on Montezuma. I say that we were on the alert, but I do not have to repeat this so often, since we never took off our armor, gorgets, or leggings by night or day. Some may ask when we slept and what our beds were like. They were nothing but a little straw and a mat, and anyone who had a curtain put it underneath him. We slept in our armor and sandals with our weapons close beside us. The horses stood saddled and bridled all day, and everything was so fully prepared that at a call to arms we were already at our posts and waiting. We posted sentinels every night, and every soldier did his guard duty. There is something else I would say, though I do not like to boast. I grew so accustomed to going about armed and sleeping in the way I have described, that after the conquest of New Spain, I kept the habit of sleeping in my clothes and without a bed. I slept better that way than on a mattress. Even when I go to the village is of my income. I do not take a bed, or if I sometimes do, it is not because I want it, but because some gentlemen are traveling with me, and I do not wish them to think I do not possess a good bed, but I always lie down fully dressed. What is more, I can only sleep for a short time at night. I have to get up and look at the sky and stars and walk about for a bit in the dew, and this without putting a cap or a handkerchief on my head. I am so used to it that, thank God, it does me no harm. I have said all this so that my readers shall know how we, the true conquistadors, lived, and how accustomed we became to our arms and to keeping watch. While with backing from Spain, Diego Velázquez went about organizing a fleet which was to follow Cortés and either kill or capture him and his soldiers. The fleet was 19 ships strong and carried 1,400 soldiers under the command of Panfilo Narvaez. Narvaez met and was joined by the 3 soldiers whom Pizarro had left behind to farm and prospect, and was then visited by some secret envoys of Montezuma's, who were impressed by the size of his expedition. Montezuma sent presents to Narvaez, and for 3 days Cortés knew nothing at all about it. One day, when our captain went to make his usual state visit to Montezuma, he noticed after the usual civilities that Montezuma appeared more cheerful and happy. He asked him how it was, and Montezuma replied that his health was better. But when Cortés paid him a second visit on the same day, the prince was afraid that he had learnt about Narvaez's ships. So to get the advantage of our captain and to avoid suspicion, he said, "Lord Malinche, just a moment ago, some messengers came to tell me that 18 or more ships with a great many men and horses have arrived at the port where you embarked. They brought me a picture of it all painted on cloths, and seeing you visiting me for a second time today, I thought you had come to bring me the same news, for now you will not need to build ships. But you have told me nothing about it, so I have been annoyed with you on the one hand for keeping me in ignorance, and delighted on the other hand at the rival of your brothers. For now you can all return to Spain without more discussion." When Cortés heard about the ships and saw the painting on the cloth, he rejoiced greatly. "Thank God, who provides for us at the right time," he said. And we soldiers were so pleased that we could not keep quiet. The horsemen rode skirmishing round, and musket shots were fired. But Cortés grew very thoughtful, for he knew quite well that the fleet had been sent against him and us by the governor Diego Velázquez. Being a wise man, he told us soldiers and captains what he felt, and by great gifts of gold and promise is to make us rich persuaded us to stand by him. He did not yet know who was in command of the fleet, but we were highly delighted with the news and with the gold he had given us by way of gratuity, since it came from his own property, and not from what should have fallen to our share. Our Lord Jesus Christ was indeed sending us help and assistance. Having learnt all Cortés' dispositions from Pizarro's 3 followers who had joined him, Narvaez demanded the surrender of Villa-Rica. Sandoval, however, sent away his old and crippled soldiers in preparation for a fight, and arrested Narvaez's 3 envoys when they threatened him. He then bundled these 3, the priest Guevara, the notary Vergara, and a relative of Diego Velázquez called Amaya, off to Mexico under escort. Dazzled by the richness of the country they passed through, they were even more overwhelmed by the gracious reception which Cortés gave them, and the sight of Mexico itself. Wheedled by bribes and flattery on their return to Narvaez's camp, they began to persuade Narvaez's men to come over to Cortés' side. At the same time, Cortés wrote putting himself at Narvaez's disposition, and begging him not to let the Indians see any divergence of view among the Spaniards. Bribes and presents of gold soon produced dissension among Narvaez's followers, but the captain himself obstinately persisted in his hostility to Cortés. A few of his men deserted to Sandoval. Narvaez then moved on to Sempola, where he extracted from the fat chief all the treasure that Cortés had left in his charge, and from there began to march on Mexico. Cortés then decided to attack him, leaving Pedro de Alvarado and the least reliable soldiers to guard Montezuma. The Mexican prince, who was playing a double game, sent gold and supplies to Narvaez, and attempted to dissuade Cortés from attacking him. After an argument with a notary who attempted to serve writs on him, Cortés sent first the Mus, Darien friar, and then Juan Velázquez to win him friends in Narvaez's camp. His guile succeeded, but at the same time he bought a number of long copper-tipped lances from the Chinantecas to be used against Narvaez's horsemen, and trained his men to handle them. He then made a surprise attack on Narvaez, whose men quickly lost their artillery. The night was wet, and they were not used to the country. Narvaez himself was wounded and lost an eye, and his men failed to defend the quays at Sempola, which seemed to offer them a natural stronghold. 5 men were killed on Narvaez's side and 4 on Cortés. Narvaez's men then passed with greater or less willingness to Cortés' side, and many of them were permitted to settle in the country. Cortés insisted that his men should return the horses and other valuables which they had captured, a demand which provoked some resistance on his own side. One of Narvaez's followers, a black man, was suffering from smallpox, and a severe epidemic spread among the Indians who did not know this disease. The victory of Sempola, however, was quickly followed by very bad news from Mexico. Just at the moment of victory, news came from Mexico that Pedro de Alvarado was besieged in his quarters, which the Mexicans had set alight in places. Killing 7 of his men and wounding many others, he sent to demand assistance in great urgency and haste, and entrusted the message to Tlascalans, who brought no letter. The letter, however, was brought shortly afterwards by 2 other Tlascalans. God knows how this bad news depressed us. We began our journey back to Mexico by forced marches, leaving Narvaez and his captain Salvatierra as prisoners at Villa Rica, in charge of Rodrigo Rangel, who was made commander of the place, and was left to look after not only the prisoners but many of Narvaez's followers who were recovering from their wounds. As we were about to start 4 important chieftains, arrived whom the great Montezuma had sent to Cortés to complain about Pedro de Alvarado. With tears streaming from their eyes, they said that Alvarado had come out of his quarters with all the soldiers whom Cortés had left him, and for no reason at all had fallen on their caciques and dignitaries, who were dancing and celebrating a festival in honor of their idols, Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca, for which they had Alvarado's permission. Many Mexicans had been killed and wounded, and in defending themselves they had killed 6 of our soldiers. In reply to their bitter complaints against Alvarado, Cortés merely said in some disgust that he would go straight to Mexico and put things right. When the messengers brought their answer to the great Montezuma, he is said to have taken it very badly and flown in a great rage. Cortés also promptly sent letters to Pedro de Alvarado, advising him to make sure that Montezuma did not escape, and telling him that we were coming by forced marches. At the same time, he informed him of our victory over Narvaez, about which Montezuma knew already. The flight from Mexico. The news came that Pedro de Alvarado was besieged and Mexico in revolt. The captaincies that had been given to Juan Velázquez de Leon and Diego de Ord as oversettlements to be formed at Panuco and Coatzacoalcos were revoked. Neither of them went. Everyone stayed with us. Feeling that Narvaez's followers would not willingly assist us in the relief of Alvarado's garrison, Cortés implored them to forget their hostility, and promised to make them rich and give them commands. Since they had come to seek a livelihood, he told them, and were in a country where they could both serve God and his majesty and enrich themselves, now was the chance. He was so persuasive, in fact, that every one of them offered to come with us. But if they had known the Mexicans' strength, not one of them would have volunteered. We quickly set out for Tlaxcala by forced marches, and on getting there learnt that Montezuma and his captains had attacked continuously until the news came that we had defeated Narvaez and had killed 7 of Alvarado's men, as well as setting fire to his quarters. The messengers added that Alvarado's men were exhausted through want of food and water, for Montezuma had ceased to send them supplies. This news was brought to us by Tlaxcalan Indians at the very moment of our arrival, and Cortés immediately ordered a parade to be held of the men who had come with him. There were over 1,300 soldiers, counting Narvaez's people and his own, also some 96 horses, 80 cross bowmen, and as many musketeers. This force seemed to him sufficient for us to make a safe entry into Mexico, and in addition, the Tlaxcalan chiefs gave us 2,000 warriors. So we set out at once for Texcoco by forced marches, but when we came to that great city, we received no welcome. Not a single chieftain was to be seen. They were all hostile and in hiding. We arrived at Mexico on St. John's Day in June 1520. No caciques or captains or Indians whom we recognized appeared in the streets, and all the houses were empty. When we reached the quarters where we had formerly lodged, the great Montezuma came out in the courtyard to embrace and speak to Cortés. He welcomed him and congratulated him on his victory over Narvaez, but Cortés, arriving as the victor, refused to listen to him, and Montezuma returned to his lodging very sad and thoughtful. Cortés was anxious to find out the cause of the Mexican revolt. It was quite clear to us that Montezuma was distressed about it. Many of those who had been with Pedro de Alvarado through the critical time said that if the uprising had been desired by Montezuma, or started on his advice, or if Montezuma had had any hand in it, they would all have been killed. Montezuma had pacified his people and made them give up the attack. Pedro de Alvarado's account of events was that the Mexicans had revolted in order to free Montezuma, and at the command of Huichilobos, who was angry because we had placed the image of Our Lady and the cross in his house. He said that a crowd of Indians had come to remove the image from the altar, but had been unable to do so. They had looked on this as a great miracle, and had reported it to Montezuma, and he had told them to leave it on the altar and do nothing more about it. It was therefore left in place. Pedro de Alvarado gave other reasons for the revolt also. The fact that Narvaez messaged to Montezuma that he was coming to release him and capture us had turned out untrue, and a similar disillusionment in the matter of Cortés' specious promise to Montezuma that as soon as we possessed ships we would go aboard and leave the country entirely. For not only were we not going, but many more tools were arriving. The Mexicans thought therefore that they had better kill Pedro de Alvarado and his soldiers and release Montezuma before we returned to Mexico with all Narvaez followers. After this, they would turn on Cortés' forces and kill us to the last man, for they had taken it for granted that Narvaez men would conquer us. But now all their hopes had proved vain. When Pedro de Alvarado had told his story, Cortés asked him why he had attacked the Mexicans while they were dancing and holding their festival. He said he had received positive information that when the feasts and dancing were over and the sacrifice had been made to Huichilobos and Tezcatlipoca, they would attack us at once. This and all the rest he had learnt from a papa and 2 chieftains and certain other Mexicans. But they told me, said Cortés, that they asked your permission to hold their feast and dance. Alvarado agreed that this was so, and said that, to surprise and scare them, and prevent them from attacking us, he had got his attack in first. On hearing this, Cortés exclaimed very angrily that it was a bad thing and a great mistake, and that he wished to God Montezuma had escaped, and he had never had to listen to this story. He then turned away and said no more on the subject. When Cortés found that we were no better received than we had been in Texcoco, and that no market was being held, and the whole place was in revolt, and when he heard Pedro de Alvarado's account of his uncontrolled attack on the Mexicans, he was very sad. Moreover, it seems that on the march he had boasted to Narvaez captains of the great respect and authority he enjoyed among the Indians, saying that they would come out on the road to meet him and welcome him with presents of gold, as they always did. When nothing turned out as he had promised therefore, and they did not even bring him food to eat, he was greatly irritated and most haughty in his behavior to the many Spaniards in his company. Soon after the discussion with Alvarado, Montezuma sent two chieftains to beg Cortés to pay him a visit, since he wanted to speak to him. The reply they received was, "Visit him? Why, the dog doesn't even keep a market open for us, or see that they send us food to eat." When our captains Juan Velázquez de Leon, Cristobal de Olid, Alonso de Avila, and Francisco de Lugo heard Cortés speak in this way, they protested, "Calm yourself, sir, do not be so angry. Remember how well and honorably the king of this country has treated us. He is a good man. If it had not been for him, we should all of us be dead by now, and they would have eaten us. Remember, he has even given us his daughters." This infuriated Cortés more than ever, for he took it as a reproof. "Why should I be civil?" he exclaimed to a dog who was holding secret negotiations with Narvaez, and now, as you can see, does not even give us any food. "That he certainly should do," replied the captains. "You are quite right, having so many Spaniards with him in the city, our own men and Narvaez followers." Cortés did not restrain himself at all. Turning to the chieftains, he told them to tell their master to have the fair and markets opened immediately, or he would not answer for the consequence. The chieftains understood Cortés' insulting remarks and the captain's reproof of their commander. Knowing all our captains well from the time when they had guarded Montezuma, and thinking of them as good friends to the prince, they repeated the conversation to Montezuma. In so far as they understood it, perhaps their report infuriated the Mexicans, perhaps, on the other hand, the attack was already planned. Be that as it may, within a quarter of an hour, a soldier appeared in great haste and severely wounded, saying that he had come from the town of Tacuba, not far away, and had been escorting some Indian women who belonged to Cortés, among them a daughter of Montezuma. It seems that Cortés had left them in charge of the Lord of Tacuba, whose relations they were when we went on the expedition against Narvaez. This soldier said that the whole city and the road by which he had come was crowded with warriors carrying arms of every kind, and that they had taken the Indian women from him and wounded him twice. If he had not let the women go, he said, they would already have had him in a canoe and taken him off to be sacrificed. They had laid hands on him, in fact, and had broken down a bridge. This news greatly distressed Cortés and those of us who heard it. We who were used to campaigning against the Indians knew very well what great hosts they always collected, and that however hard we fought, even with our numbers, we should be in great hazard of our lives and of hunger and hardships, since the city around us was so strong. Cortés immediately ordered Diego de Ordaz to go with 400 soldiers, among them most of the cross, bowmen and musketeers, and some horsemen, to examine the situation described by the wounded soldier, and if he found he could pacify the Indians without fighting or disturbance, to do so. He set out to obey these instructions, but had hardly reached the middle of the street down which he was to march when he was attacked by a great number of Mexican bands, while an equal number shot at him from the roofs. The attack was so fierce that at the first assault 8 of our soldiers were killed and all the rest wounded, including Diego de Ordaz, as himself, who received 3 wounds. They could not advance a single yard, but had to retreat step by step to their quarters on the way back. Another good soldier called Lescano was killed after doing valiant deeds with his broadsword. While many bands were attacking, even more came to our quarters and discharged so many javelins and sling stones and arrows that in the single attack they wounded 46 of our men, 12 of whom died of their wounds. So many warriors assailed us that Diego de Ord, as was unable to retire in our quarters because of the fierce attacks made on him from front and rear and from the rooftops. Our cannon, muskets, crossbows, and lance were of little use. Our stout sword thrusts and our brave fighting were in vain. Though we killed and wounded many of them, they pushed forward over the points of our swords and lances, and closing their ranks, continued to fight as bravely as before. We could not drive them off. At last, thanks to our cannon, muskets, and crossbows, and the damage we did them with our swords, Ord, as was able to enter our quarters. Not till then, hard though he tried, could he force a passage with his badly wounded soldiers, who were reduced by 14. Still, many bands continued to attack us, crying that we were like women, and calling us rogues and other abusive names, and the damage they had done us till then was as nothing to what was to come. They were so bold that, attacking from different directions, they forced a way into our quarters and set them on fire. And we could not stand up to the smoke and flames till we found the remedy of throwing heaps of earth on top of them, and cutting off those rooms from which the fire was coming. Indeed, they believed they would burn us alive in there. These battles lasted all day and during the night. Too many bands attacked us, hurling javelins, sling stones, arrows, and stray stones in such numbers that they covered the courtyard and the surrounding ground like corn on a threshing floor. We spent the night dressing our wounds, repairing the breach the enemy had made in the walls, and preparing for next day. As soon as dawn broke, our captain decided that we and as men combined should sally out and fight them, taking our cannon, muskets, and crossbows, and endeavoring to defeat them, or at least to make them feel our strength and valor better than the day before. I may say that when we were forming this plan, the enemy was deciding on similar measures. We fought very well, but they were so strong and had so many bands which relieved one another by turns, that if we had had 10,000 Trojan Hectors and as many Rolands, even then we should not have been able to break through. I will describe the whole of the battle. We were struck by the tenacity of their fighting, which was beyond description. Neither cannon, muskets, nor crossbows were of any avail, nor hand-to-hand combat, nor the slaughter of 30 or 40 of them every time we charged. They still fought on bravely and with more vigor than before. If at times we were gaining a little ground or clearing part of a street, they would pretend to make a retreat in order to lure us in. Following them, by thus attacking at less risk, they believed they would prevent us from struggling back alive, for they did us most damage when we were retiring. Then, as to going out and burning their house, I have already described the ridges between them, which they now raised so that we could only get across deep water. Then we could not stand up to the rocks and stones, which they hurled from the roofs in such numbers that many of our men were hurt or wounded. I do not know why I am writing so calmly, for some 3 or 4 soldiers of our company, who had served in Italy, swore to God many times that they had never seen such fierce fighting, not even in Christian wars, or against the French king's artillery, or the Great Turk, nor had they ever seen men so courageous as those Indians at charging with closed ranks. With great difficulty we withdrew to our quarters, hard pressed by many bands of yelling and whistling warriors, who blew their trumpets and beat their drums, calling us rogues and cowards, who did not dare to meet them in a day's battle, but turned away in flight. 10 or 12, More soldiers were killed that day, and we all returned badly wounded. We spent the night coming to the decision that in 2 days' time, every able-bodied soldier in the camp would sally forth under the protection of 4 engines, which we would construct. These were to take the form of strong timber towers, each capable of sheltering 25 men, and provided with apertures and loopholes which were to be manned by musketeers and bowmen, and close beside them were to march the other soldiers, musketeers and bowmen, and the artillery and all the rest, and the horsemen were to make charges. After settling on this plan, we spent the next day building the machines and strengthening the many breaches they had made in the walls. We did not go out to fight that day. I cannot describe the bands of warriors who came to attack us in our quarters, not just at 10 or 12 points, but at more than 20. We were divided among them all, and stationed in many other places too. While we bricked ourselves in and strengthened our fortifications, many other bands openly endeavored to break in our quarters, and neither guns, crossbows, nor muskets, neither frequent charges nor sword thrusts, were enough to drive them back. Not one of us, they shouted, would remain alive that day. They would sacrifice our hearts and blood to their gods, and with our legs and arms they would have enough to glut themselves at their feasts. They would throw our bodies for the tigers, lions, vipers, and serpents to gorge on. And for that reason, orders had been given that for the last 2 days the beasts in their cages should be given no food. As for the gold we had, we would get little pleasure from that or from all our cloth, and as for the Tlascalans who were with us, they would put them in cages to fatten, so that their bodies could be offered one by one as sacrifice. They shouted also in less violent language that we must surrender their great Lord Montezuma, and they shouted other things as well. At night, too, they went on yelling and whistling in the same way, and discharging showers of darts, stones, and arrows. When dawn broke, we commended ourselves to God, and sallied forth with our towers. The cannon, muskets, and crossbows went ahead, and the horsemen made charges. But as I have said, it was to no purpose. Although we killed many of them, we could not drive them back. Bravely though they had fought on the previous 2 days, they were much more vigorous on this occasion, and brought up even greater forces. Nevertheless, we were determined, even at the cost of our lives, to advance with our towers as far as the great queue of Huichilobos. I will not give a full account of the fighting in one fortified house, or tell how they did our horses, which were useless to us. For though they charged the enemy bands, they received so many arrows, darts, and stones that, well armored though they were, they could not break the enemy's ranks. If they caught up with any Mexicans, these warriors would quickly jump for safety in the canals or the lake, beside which they had raised fresh walls against the horsemen. There many other Indians were stationed with very long lance. To finish them off. If our horses were useless, it was equally useless to turn aside and burn or demolish a house. For as I have said, they all stood in the water with ridges between them. To swim across the gap was very dangerous, for they had so many rocks and stones on their fortified flat roofs that it meant certain destruction to attempt it. In addition to this, when we did set fire to some house, a single one would take all day to burn, and one did not catch light from the other, because their roofs were flat, and because of the water beat. It was no good our risking our lives in this direction there, for so we made for the great queue. Suddenly more than 4,000 warriors ascended it to reinforce the bands already posted there, with long lances and stones and darts. Then all of them together took up a defensive position, and for a long time prevented our ascending the steps. Neither our towers, nor our cannon, or crossbows, nor our muskets were of any avail, and although our horsemen tried to charge, the horses lost their foothold, and fell down on the great slippery flagstones with which the whole courtyard was paved. While those on the steps of the queue prevented our advance, we had so many of the enemy also on both our flanks, that although 10 or 15 of them might fall to one cannon shot, and many others were killed by sword thrusts and charges, the hosts against us were overwhelming. For a long time we could not ascend the queue, although we most persistently pressed home our attacks. We did not take the towers, for they were already destroyed, but in the end we reached the top. Here Cortés showed himself the brave man he was. The battle was fierce, and the fighting intense. It was a memorable sight to see us all streaming with blood, and covered with wounds, and some of us were slain. It pleased our Lord that we should reach the place where the image of Our Lady used to stand, but we did not find it there. It appears, as we afterwards learnt, that the great Montezuma paid devotion to it, and he had ordered it to be kept safe. We set fire to their idols, and a large part of the hall in which Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca stood was burnt down. In all this we received great help from the Tlascalans. And when we reached the top, some of us fighting, and some of us lighting the fire, the papas who belonged to that great queue were a sight to see. As we retired, however, 4,000 or 5,000 Indians, every one a leading warrior, tumbled us down the steps, 6 or 10 at a time. Then there were some enemy bands posted on the battlements and in the embrasures of the queue, who shot so many darts and arrows at us that we could face neither one grip of squadrons nor the other. So we resolved, with much toil and risk of our lives, to return to our quarters. Our towers had been destroyed, all of us were wounded, we had lost 16 men, and the Indians constantly pressed on our flanks and rear. We captured 2 of their chief papas in this battle, whom Cortés told us to bring back with great care. The Mexican bands continued to attack our quarters most obstinately and tenaciously, all the time we were fighting outside. On our laborious return, indeed, we found as many of the enemy in the fortress as in the force that was pursuing us. They had already demolished some walls to force an entry, but they broke off their attacks when we arrived. Nevertheless, during what remained of the day, they never ceased to fire darts, stones, and arrows, and during the night they not only fired them, but yelled also. We spent the night dressing the wounded and burying the dead, preparing for going out to fight next day, strengthening and adding parapets to the walls they had pulled down and the breaches they had made, and discussing some method of fighting which would cost us less in dead and wounded. But much though we talked, we found no remedy at all. I must mention the abuse which Narvaez's followers hurled at Cortés. They cursed him and the country and Diego Velázquez too, who had sent them here when they were peacefully settled in their homes in Cuba. They were quite crazy and uncontrolled. To return to our story, we came to the conclusion that we must ask for peace, in order that we might retire from Mexico. As soon as it was dawn, many more bands of warriors arrived and very effectually surrounded our quarters on every side. The stones and arrows fell even thicker than before. The howls and whistles were even louder, and new bands endeavored to force an entrance in new places. Cannon and muskets were of no avail, though we did them plenty of damage. In view of this situation, Cortés decided that the great Montezuma must speak to them from the roof, and tell them that the attacks must cease, since we wished to leave the city. When they went to give this message to the prince, it is reported that he said in great grief, "What more does Malinche want of me? Fate has brought me to such a pass because of him that I do not wish to live or hear his voice again. He refused to come, and he is even reported to have said that he would not see Cortés again, or listen to any more of his false speeches, promises, and lies." Then the Moors, Darien Friar and Cristobal de Olid, went and talked to him most respectfully and tenderly, and Montezuma answered, "I do not believe that I can do anything towards ending this war, because they have already chosen another lord, and made up their minds not to let you leave this place alive. I believe therefore that all of you will be killed." While the fighting continued, Montezuma was lifted to a battlement of the roof with many of us soldiers guarding him, and began to speak very lovingly to his people, telling them that if they stopped their attacks we would leave Mexico. Many of the Mexican chiefs and captains recognized him, and ordered their people to be silent and shoot no more darts, stones, or arrows, and 4 of them, coming to a place where Montezuma could speak to them, and they to him, addressed him in tears, "O Lord, our great Lord, we are indeed sorry for your misfortune, and the disaster that has overtaken you and your family, but we must tell you that we have chosen a kinsman of yours as our new lord," and they named Quilahuk, the lord of Iztapalapa, for it was not Guatemec, who was lord soon after. They said moreover that the war must be carried on, and that they had promised their idols not to give up until we were all dead. They said they prayed every day to Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca to keep him free and safe from our power, and that if things ended as they hoped, they would undoubtedly hold him in greater regard as their lord than they had done before, and they begged for his forgiveness. Barely was this speech finished when a sudden shower of stones and darts descended. Our men, who had been shielding Montezuma, had momentarily neglected their duty when they saw the attack cease while he spoke to his chiefs. Montezuma was hit by 3 stones, 1 on the head, 1 on the arm, and 1 on the leg, and though they begged him to have his wounds dressed and eat some food, and spoke very kindly to him, he refused. Then quite unexpectedly we were told that he was dead. Cortés and all of us captains and soldiers wept for him, and there was no one among us that knew him and had dealings with him who did not mourn him as if he were our father, which was not surprising, since he was so good. It was stated that he had reigned for 17 years, and was the best king they ever had in Mexico, and that he had personally triumphed in 3 wars against countries he had subjugated. I have spoken of the sorrow we all felt when we saw that Montezuma was dead. We even blamed the Moors, Darien Friar, for not having persuaded him to become a Christian, but he excused himself by saying that he had not supposed that Montezuma would die of these wounds, though he ought to have ordered them to give him something to deaden the pain. After much discussion, Cortés ordered a papa and a chief from among our prisoners to go to tell the chief Quilahuk and his captains that the great Montezuma was dead, and that they had seen him die, and of the manner of his death, and the wounds he had received from his own people. They were to say how grieved we all were, and that they must bury him like the great king that he was, and raise his cousin, who was with us, to be king in his place. since the inheritance was rightfully his or else one of his sons, for the prince they had chosen had no right to the succession, and that they should negotiate a peace, so that we could leave the city, failing that our messengers were to say that we would sally out to fight them and burn all their house, and them great damage, since only our respect for Montezuma had prevented us from destroying their city, and he was now dead. To convince them of Montez's death, Cortés ordered 6 Mexicans, all important men, and the rest of the papas whom we held prisoner, to carry him out on their shoulders and hand him over to the Mexican captains to whom they were to convey Montez's orders at the time of his death. For those who carried him out had been present at his deathbed, and they told Quilla the whole truth, that his own people had killed the prince with 3 stones. When they saw Montezuma dead, they wept, as we could see, very bitterly, and we clearly heard their shrieks and lamentations. But for all this, their fierce attack did not cease. Darts, stones, and arrows continued to fly, and they came on again with greater force and fury, crying, "Now you shall indeed pay for the death of our king and lord, and for your insults to our gods. As for the peace you ask for, come out here, and we will settle the terms." They said much else that I cannot now remember about how they had chosen a brave king, who would not be so faint-hearted as to be deceived by false speeches like their good Montezuma. As for his burial, we need not trouble about that, but about our own lives. For in 2 days not one of us would be left to send them any more messages. With these words came loud yells and whistles and showers of stones. Darts and arrows and other bands continued their attempts to set fire to our quarters in many places. In face of all this, Cortés and the rest of us agreed that we would all come out of our camp next day and attack in another direction, where there were many houses on dry land. Then, doing them all the damage we could, we would make for the causeway. First, however, our horsemen would break through their bands and spear them or drive them into the lake, even at the cost of losing the horses. This plan was made in the hope that the death and wounds we should inflict on them might make them abandon their attack, and arrange some sort of peace that would let us go free without more destruction. But though we all fought bravely next day, and killed many of the enemy, and burnt some 20 houses, and almost reached the mainland, it was all to no purpose. Because of the heavy casualties we suffered, we could not hold a single bridge, for they were all half broken down. Many Mexicans charged down on us, and they had set up walls and barricades in the places which they knew our horses could reach. Great though our trials had been before, we found much greater ones ahead of us. But let us turn from the subject and repeat that we decided to get out of Mexico. Now we saw our forces diminishing every day, and the Mexicans increasing in numbers. Many of our men had died, and all the rest were wounded. Though we fought most valiantly, we could not drive back the many bands which attacked us by night and day, or force them to a standstill. We became short of powder, and then of food and water. We had sent to ask them for a truce, but because of Montez's death, they would not leave us in peace. In fact, we stared death in the face, and the bridges had been raised. It was therefore decided by Cortés and all of us captains and soldiers that we should depart during the night, choosing the moment when their warriors were most careless, and to put them off their guard on that very afternoon. We sent one of their papas, whom we had captured, a man of great importance among them, with some other prisoners, to propose that they should let us retire within 8 days, leaving them all the gold, but this was only in order to distract their attention, so that we could get out that night. In our company was a soldier called Botello, who seemed a very decent man and knew Latin, and had been in Rome. He was reputed, how ever to be a sorcerer. Some said that he had a familiar spirit, others called him an astrologer. Now, 4 days before this, Botello had claimed to have learnt, by casting lots or by astrology, that if we did not leave Mexico on that particular night, but delayed our departure, not one of us would escape with his life. He had said also, on other occasions, that Cortés was to suffer many hardships and lose both position and honor, but that he would afterwards become a great lord, rich in wealth and reputation. He made other prophecies as well, but enough of Botello, whom I shall mention again later on. An order was now given that a bridge should be made of very strong beams and planks. This we were to carry with us and use in the places where the bridges had been broken. 400 Tlascalans and 150 soldiers were chosen to carry this bridge and place it in position, and to guard the passage until the army and all the baggage had crossed. While a company of 100 picked and valiant young soldiers under Francisco de Saucedo and Francisco de Lugo were to march in 2 equal companies and rush to any place where there was a heavy attack. 200 Tlascalans and 50 soldiers were chosen to carry the cannon, and Gonzalo de Sandoval and Diego de Ord as to lead the men and do the fighting. Cortés himself, Alonso de Avila, Cristobal de Olid, and other captains were to go in the middle, and Pedro de Alvarado and Juan Velázquez de Leon in the rear. Behind 2 of Narvaez's captains and their soldiers, finally the 300 Tlascalans and 30 soldiers were ordered to guard the prisoners and Doa Marina and Doa Luisa. By the time these dispositions had been made, it was already night, and the gold could be divided among those who were to carry it. Cortés ordered Cristobal de Guzman, his steward, and other soldiers, who were his servants, to have all the gold and jewels and silver brought out. He gave them many Tlascalans to do the work, and it was all placed in the hall. Cortés then told the king's officials, Alonso de Avila and Gonzalo Mejia, to take charge of the royal portion. He gave them 7 wounded and lame horses, and 1 mare and more than 80 of our Tlascalan allies, and they loaded men and animals alike with as much as each could carry. It was, as I have said, made up in very broad ingots, but much gold still remained piled up in the hall. Then Cortés called his secretary and others, who were the king's note, Aries, and said, "Bear witness for me that I can do no more with this gold. Here in this hall we have more than 700,000 pesos worth, and as you have seen, it cannot be weighed or brought to safety. I now give it over to any soldiers who care to take it. Otherwise we shall lose it to these dogs." On hearing this, many of Narvaez's men and some of ours loaded themselves with it. I had no desire, I assure you, but to save my life. Nevertheless, I picked up 4 chalche, heights from the little boxes in which they lay, and quickly stowed them in my bosom under my armor. The price of them afterwards served to cure my wounds and buy me food. As soon as we knew Cortés' plan that we should escape during the night, we prepared to move towards the bridges. Since it was rather dark and there was some mist and drizzle, we began before midnight to transport the bridge and the baggage and the horse, the mare, and the Tlascalans who were carrying the gold started on their way. The bridge was quickly put in place, and Cortés crossed over with those of the leading detachment and many of the horses. While this was happening, the shouts and cries and whistles of the Mexicans rang out, and they called in their language to the people of Tlatelolco, "Bring out your canoes at once. The tools are departing. You must cut them off so that not one remains alive." Then all of a sudden we saw many bands of warriors descending on us, and the whole lake so thick with canoes that we could not defend ourselves, since many of our men had already crossed the bridge. While we were in this position, a great crowd of Mexicans charged down on us to remove the bridge and kill and wound our men, who could not help one another. And since misfortune is cruel at such times, one disaster followed another. Because of the rain, 2 of the horses slipped and fell in the lake just as we saw this. I, and some others of Cortés' detachment, struggled to the other side of the bridge, but we were borne down on by so many warriors that hard though we fought, no further use could be made of it. The channel or water gap was soon filled up with dead horses, Indians of both sexes, servants, bundles, and boxes. Fearing that we should inevitably be killed, we pushed ahead along the causeway, where we found many bands with long spears awaiting us. They shouted abuse at us. "Villains," they cried, "are you still alive all, though 6 of my companions were wounded? Did we cut and hacked our way through? They seemed to have concocted some accursed plan, just as we had. For though Cortés and the captains and soldiers who rode first spurred along the causeway, and did not fail to reach dry land and save their lives, and the horse is with the gold and the Tlascalans reached safety, also I declare that if the horsemen had waited for the soldiers at each bridge, it would have been the end of us all. Not one of us would have survived, for as we passed along the causeway, charging the Mexican bands, the water was on one side of us, and flat roofs on the other, and the lake was full of canoes. There was nothing we could do. Moreover, all the muskets and crossbows had been left behind at the bridge, and it was night. What more could we have attempted than we did, which was to charge and deal sword thrusts at those who tried to seize us, and push ahead till we were off the causeway? Had it been daytime, things would have been even worse. Those of us who escaped only did so by the grace of God. It must be terrifying merely to read of the hosts of warriors who descended on us that night, and the canoes that bore down to seize our soldiers. As we advanced along the causeway towards the town of Tacuba, which Cortés had already reached with Gonzalo de Sandoval, Cristobal de Olid, and the other horsemen who had gone ahead, there were cries of "My lord captain, let us halt here. They say that we are running away and leaving them to die at the bridges. Let us go back and help them, if any of them survive and cannot get away." But Cortés replied that it was a miracle any of us had escaped. He turned back, however, with the horsemen and those soldiers who were unwounded. But they did not go far, for Pedro de Alvarado soon met them badly wounded on foot and with a spear in his hand, since they had killed his sorrel mare. With him he brought 4 soldiers, as badly wounded as himself, and 8 Tlascalans, all of them pouring blood from many wounds. While Cortés was on the causeway with the other captains, we took refuge in the square at Tacuba. Many bands had already reached there from Mexico, and were shouting orders to the people of that town, and another called Azcapotzalco. Then they began to hurl darts, stones, and arrows at us, and to attack us with their long lance. We engaged them several times, attacking them and defending ourselves. To return to Pedro de Alvarado, When Cortés and the other captains met him and saw that no more soldiers were coming down the causeway, tears sprang to their eyes. Pedro de Alvarado told them that Juan Velázquez de Lee lay dead at a bridge with many other gentlemen, both of Narvaez's company and our own, more than 80 in all. He said that he and the 4 soldiers had crossed the bridge in great peril after their horses had been killed treading on the dead men. Horses and box is with which the approach to it was choked. He said also that all the bridges and causeways were crowded with warriors. That unhappy bridge was afterwards called Alvarado's Leap. But no soldier stopped at the time, I assure you, to see whether his leap was long or short. We had enough to do to save our lives, for so many Mexicans were charging down on us that we were in great danger of death. I never heard anything about the leap of Alvarado's until after the capture of Mexico, and then it was in some satirical verses by a certain Gonzalo Ocampo, which I will not print here. Since they are somewhat scurrilous in one line, he says you should remember the leap which you took from the bridge, but I will dwell no more on this delicate subject. While we remained in Tacuba, many Mexican warriors from the lakeside towns gathered and killed 3 of our soldiers. So we decided to leave the place as quickly as possible, and 5 Tlascalans found a path to Tlaxcala without following the road, guided us with great precautions until we reached some small house is built on a hill, and beside them a fortress-like queue. That was their shrine. Here we halted. During our retreat we were followed by the Mexicans, who hurled arrows and darts at us, and stones from their slings. The way they surrounded us and continually attacked us was most terrifying. I have already said this many times and am tired of repeating myself, but my readers must not think me prolix, for each time they attacked and wounded us I am forced to speak of it again. Let us tell how we defended ourselves. We took refuge in that fortified queue, and attended to our wounded, and made many fires, but there was not so much as a morsel to eat. Later on, after the great city of Mexico was finally captured, we built a church on the site of that queue, which is called Nuestra Señora de los Remedios, and is now much visited. Many citizens and ladies of Mexico go there on pilgrimages and to make novenas. Let me now say that it was pitiable to see our wounds dressed and bandaged with cotton cloths, for being both chilled and swollen, they were very painful. But more deplorable was the loss of the gentlemen and brave soldiers who were missing, namely Juan Velázquez de León, Francisco de Saucedo, Francisco de Morla, Lors the good rider, and many others of Cortés' followers. I mention these few only, since it would be a long business to write down the names of our many missing comrades. Of Narvaez's company, the majority fell at the bridge, weighed down with gold. I will now speak of Botello the astrologer. His astrology did not help him, for he died there with his horse. But let me go on to say that after we got to safety, some papers bound together like a book were found in his box, marked with figures, lines, notes, and symbols, and beside them were the words, "Whether I shall die in this wretched war, murdered by the Indians," and further on there were other lines and figures, beside which it said, "You will die," but beside others it said, "You will not die." In another place were the words, "Whether they will kill my horse," and a little further on it said, "They will kill him." There were other figures in these papers, apparently for fortune-telling, and other pairs of contradictory statements. Also in the box was an object 4 inches long and made of leather, in the shape of a man's genitals. The resemblance was remarkable, and it was stuffed with flax. Among those who perished at the bridge were the sons and daughter of Montezuma, the prisoners we were bringing with us, and Cacom, Ats, in Lord of Texcoco, also some other provincial rulers. But enough of our disasters, we were thinking of the prospect before us. We were all win. Did only 23 horses survived, we had saved no muskets, cannon, or powder, and had very few crossbows. These we promptly mended with cord, however, and we made new arrows. But the worst thing of all was that we did not know in what state of mind we should find our Tlascalan allies. Moreover, once darkness fell, we were continuously surrounded by shouting Mexicans who fell on us with their darts, arrows, and slings. So we decided to leave the place at midnight with the Tlascalans as guides, and taking every precaution. We then placed the wounded in the middle, and provided the lame with staffs, and those who were very ill and could not walk went on the croups of such horses as were lame and unfit for fighting. Those horsemen who were not win went ahead or in bands on one flank or the other. The wounded Tlascalans walked in the middle of our squadron, and the rest of them who were unwounded faced the enemy with us. The Mexicans continually harassed us with loud shouts and cries and whistlings. "You are going to a place where you will perish to a man," they shouted. We did not understand why, but it will be seen later on. I have forgotten to record how glad we were to see our Doa Marina and Doa Luisa, Xicotinga's daughter, still alive. They had been rescued at the bridge by some Tlascalans, as had also the only Spanish woman in Mexico, Maria de Estrada. Some of Xicotinga's sons, the brothers of Doa Luisa, had been the first to escape across the bridges, but most of the women servants we had been given in Tlaxcala and in Mexico were left behind. To continue the story of our march, that day we reached some farms and isolated houses belonging to a large town named Cuautitlan after the capture of Mexico. These were awarded to Alonso de Avila. And though the Mexicans yelled and shouted at us, hurling stones, darts, and arrows, we withstood it all. From there we went past some houses and shacks with the Mexicans still following us, and as many of them had now collected, they endeavored to slaughter us. Beginning to surround us, they hurled stones from their slings and darts and arrows, and at a difficult pass they attacked us with their broads, killing 2 of our soldiers and 1 horse, and wounding almost all the rest, but with cut and thrust we killed several of them, and our horsemen accounted for several more. Having slept in these houses and eaten the horse they killed, we resumed our march early next morning, sending half the horsemen ahead. But when we reached a plain about 3 miles further on, and were beginning to think we could march on in safety, our scouts rode back from the country. They had reconnoitered to tell us that the fields were full of Mexican warriors who were lying in wait for us. Alarmed though we were by this news, we were not dismayed. Ready to meet them and fight them to the death, we halted for a little while. Orders were given to the cavalry that they must charge and return rapidly, aiming at the enemy's face, until they had broken their ranks, and to us, soldiers, that we must drive our swords into their bellies, and so most thoroughly avenge our dead and wounded comrades. Then, if God willed it, we should escape with our lives. We saw them beginning to surround us. Our horsemen, charging in bands of 5, broke their ranks. And then, commending ourselves most heartily to God and the Blessed Mary, and calling on the name of our patron St. James, we charged them all together. It was a destructive battle, and a fearful sight to behold. We moved through the midst of them at the closest quarters, slashing and thrusting at them with our swords. And the dogs fought back, furiously dealing us wounds and death with their lance, and their two-handed swords. And the field being level, our horsemen speared them at their pleasure, charging and retiring, and charging again. Although both they and their horses were won, did they never stopped fighting like the brave men. They were as for the rest of us, who had no horses, we seemed all to be given double strength. For although we were wounded and now received fresh wounds, we did not stop to bind them up, for there was no time, but most courageously closed with the enemy to stab them with our swords. I should like to describe the actions of Cortés, Cristobal de Olid, Gonzalo de Sandoval, Gonzalo Dominguez, and a certain Juan de Salamanca, who rode from one part of the field to the other, breaking the enemy's ranks, although themselves badly wounded. And to record Cortés' instructions to us, who were in the thick of the enemy, that we must aim our cuts and thrusts at distinguished chieftains, who all wore great golden plumes and rich armor and devices. We were marvelously encouraged also by the brave and bold Sandoval, who cried, "Today, gentlemen, is the day on which we are certain to win. Trust in God, and we shall come out of this alive." And to some purpose, I must say once more that they killed and wounded many of our soldiers. Now, by God's grace, Cortés and the captains who rode with him came to the place where the commander-in-chief of the Mexicans marched with his banner displayed, in rich golden armor and high silver plumes, followed by his great band of warriors. And when Cortés saw him and other Mexican chieftains, all with high plumes, he said to his captains, "Now, gentlemen, let us cut our way through them, and leave none of them without wound." Then, commending themselves to God, our horsemen charged, and Cortés, riding straight for the Mexican commander, made him drop his banner, while the other captains succeeded in breaking the large bands of Indians who followed him. Cortés' charge had not thrown the Mexican down, but Juan de Salamanca, who rode beside our captain on a piebald mare, dealt him a lance thrust and snatched his rich plume. This he afterwards gave to Cortés, saying that it was his by right, since he had charged him first and made him drop his banner, thus depriving his followers of the courage to fight. However, 3 years afterwards, his majesty gave it to Salamanca as his coat of arms, and his descendants carry it on their saddle cloths. Let us return to the battle. When the Mexican commander and many other chiefs had been killed, it pleased the Lord that their attack should slacken. Then all our horsemen followed them, and we felt neither hunger nor thirst. It was as if we had suffered no disaster and undergone no hardships. We followed up our victory, dealing death and wounds, and our allies, the Tlascalans, became like very lions. With their swords, their two-handed blades, and other weapons which they had just captured, they fought most valiantly and well. When our horsemen returned from following up our victory, we all gave great thanks to God for our escape from this mighty host. For never had there been seen throughout the Indies so many warriors assembled for any battle. All the flower of Mexico, of Texcoco, of all the towns round the lake, and of many others in the neighborhood, was present, and the men of Otumba, Tepet, Ticuco, and Saltocan, who all came in the belief that this time we should be totally destroyed. Their armor, moreover, was extremely rich and decorated with much gold and many plumes and devices, and nearly all of them were chieftains or important persons. Near the spot where this famous and sternly contested battle was fought, for indeed it can be so described, since only by God's grace did we escape, with our lives stood the town of Otumba. Interested readers will remember that when we went to the relief of Pedro de Alvarado in Mexico, we numbered in all 1,300 soldiers, including 97 horsemen, 80 cross, bowmen, and as many musketeers. In addition, we had more than 2,000 Tlascalans, and we brought in many cannon. Now the day of our entry in't Mexico was mid, summer day 1520, and we escaped on 10 July of the same year, the Battle of Otumba, as it was called, being fought on 14 July. But now, within a matter of days, in the Battle of Mexico, and on the bridges and causeways, and all the engagements, including that of Otumba and those on the road, more than 860 soldiers were killed and sacrificed, and 72 more, together with 5 Spanish women, all belonging to Narvaez company, at the town of Tuxtepec, also 1,000 Tlascalans. And if we come to consider it, none of us had much luck with his share of the gold we received. For if more of Narvaez men than those of Cortés fell at the bridges, it was because they were so weighed down by the stuff that they could neither run nor swim. We marched along very cheerfully towards Tlascala, eating some gourds that they call oats, and the Mexican bands did not dare to collect and attack us from the small towns, although they still shouted at us from places where we could not get at them, and hurled stones, darts, and arrows at us, until we took refuge first in some farm buildings, and then in a small town, where there was a good queue and a strong house in which we could spend the night. Here we dressed our wounds and got some rest. We were still followed by Mexican bands, however, but they dared not draw close, and those who came nearest seemed to say, "There you go out of our country." From this small town where we rested we could see the hills above Tlascala, and the sight was as welcome to our eyes as if we had seen home. But how could we be sure that the Tlascalans would be loyal to us? What did we know of their attitude, or of the fate of the settlers at Villa Rica, whether they were alive or dead? Cortés said to us that although we were so few, only 440 of us, surviving with 20 horses, 12 cross, bowmen, and 7 musketeers, almost the same number as had followed him in't Mexico in the first place, and though we had no powder and were all did lamed and maimed, we could clearly see that it had been Jesus Christ's pleasure to spare our lives, and that we must always give him great thanks and honor. With our scouts riding ahead of us, we reached a spring on the hillside where there were some walls and defenses from ancient times, and our Tlascalan allies said that this was the boundary between them and the Mexicans. There, in welcome peace, after the hardships we had gone through, we halted to wash and eat. Then, quickly resuming our march, we reached the Tlascalan town of Atlapan, where they received us and gave us food, though only a little, and this had to be paid for with some small pieces of gold and chalche, heights which some of us carried. Here we rested for a day. When the news of our coming reached the capital of Tlascala, Maizescasi, Xicating, the elder Chichima, Hatecal, and many other caciques and chieftains promptly came to us. Accompanied by nearly all the inhabitants of Huexotzinco, on reaching the town where we were, they advanced to embrace Cortés and the rest of us, and some of them were in tears. "Oh, Malinche, Malinche," they cried, "how grieved we are at your misfortunes, and those of all your brothers, and at the number of our own people who have been killed with you. We told you so often not to trust the Mexicans, for one day they were sure to attack you, but you would not believe us. Now that it has happened, all we can do is to tend your wounds and give you food. Consider yourselves at home, rest, and we will return to our town and prepare quarters for you. Do not think it a small thing that you have escaped with your lives from that strong city and its bridges. If we thought of you as brave men before, we consider you much braver now. Many women in our towns will be mourning the death of sons, husbands, brothers, and kinsmen, but not be disturbed by that. You owe much to your gods who have brought you here and delivered you from the host of warriors who were waiting for you at Otumba. I knew 4 days before that they had gathered there to kill you. I wanted to go to your rescue with 30,000 of our warriors, but I could not start because they had not yet assembled and were still being collected. Cortés and all our men embraced and thanked them. Cortés gave all the chieftains golden jewels and precious stones, and as every soldier had brought away all that he could, some of us gave presents out of what we had to the Indians we knew. How they rejoiced and how happy they seemed when they saw that Doa Luisa and Doa Marina were safe, and how sorrowfully they wept for the others who were absent and dead, especially Mays Escasey, who bewailed his daughter Doa Elvira and the death of Juan Velasquez de Lee, to whom he had given her. Cortés collects fresh strength. The Spaniards spent 22 days at Tlaxcala, where a further disaster had befallen them. The gold that had been stored there, which was the Villa Rica settlers' share of the booty, had been recaptured by the Mexicans, who had killed the 3 settlers sent to fetch it away. The Tlaxcalans, however, remained fervently loyal. Indeed, their chiefs claimed that things had never been so good before the arrival of these tools, whom their gods had prophesied. Though Xicotenga the Younger had been stirring up mischief and advocating an alliance with Mexico and an attack on the Spaniards, his success had been so small that but for his father, he would have been slain by the other chiefs. Nevertheless, he remained at liberty. Cortés cast around him for reinforcements. He sent letters to Villa Rica in which he concealed the truth, and merely asked for powder and crossbows for a campaign in the neighborhood of Mexico. He also asked for the crews of Narvaez ships to be sent to him, and that the ships should be destroyed if unseaworthy. Only 7 thin, sickly individuals arrived, led by a soldier called Lencero, and they were the joke of the camp. Cortés decided to lead his forces to Tepaca, a town garrisoned by the Mexicans, where 16 Spanish soldiers had been killed, and he started to train as undisciplined band for a campaign. But Narvaez men, led by Andrés de Duro, demanded to go home. They drew up a petition asking for a return to Villa Rica and the abandonment of the war, pointing out that everyone was wounded and that all weapons and stores were exhausted. On seeing, however, that Cortés' men stood behind him, they grudgingly gave in, promising to follow him on his expedition, on condition that they were allowed to return home as soon as possible. The expedition approached Tepaca and found the inhabitants defiant. They threatened the Spaniards with a greater slaughter than they had suffered in the battles at the bridges and at Otumba. Cortés then drew up before a notary a decree condemning to slavery all the allies of Mexicans who had revolted after giving their obedience to His Majesty. Thus the enslavement of the Mexicans was legally begun. The Tepecans and their Mexican garrison were easily routed in a battle among the maize fields in which the Spanish horsemen were able to deploy. The Tepecans then gave in and swore obedience to his majesty, and their town was refounded under the name of La Villa Segura de la Frontera, which became a base for the raiding of the countryside, where slaves were freely taken and branded with a special brand. While in Mexico Month, Azima's successor had died of smallpox and Guatemoc, whom Bernal describes as a young man of about 25, very much of a gentleman for an Indian, and very valiant was chosen in his place. His wife was one of Mont, as Ima's daughters. After the defeat of Tepaca and the enslavement of a large part of the local population, Guatemoc feared that the Spaniards would attack other provinces of his empire and sent out reinforcements. His Mexican troops, however, ill-treated the people of Guacachula and Izúcar, the two chief towns reinforced, and the population turned against them. Realizing that the Spaniards were putting an end to the rape and robbery that the Mexicans practiced in subject territory, they betrayed the Mexicans' dispositions to Cristobal de Olid. The leader of a large Spanish expedition in the region, Olid, was Esel, and the Narvaez men among his followers at one moment persuaded him to retreat. The Tlascalans, however, having captured booty and slaves from the Tepecans, were enthusiasts for battle, and the Mexicans were defeated. While two small ships had come to Villa Rica, bearing supplies from the governor of Cuba, which were intended for Narvaez, for the news of his defeat and imprisonment had not yet reached Cuba, the crews of these ships were cleverly inveigled ashore, and persuaded to carry their stores up country to Cortés. A further contingent of 60 sick men also joined him at Segura de la Frontera, after failing to make a settlement at the Panuco River. Many of these men died, and the rest were named green bellies, for they were the color of death, and their bellies were swollen. A further group of 53 soldiers and 7 horses under Miguel Diaz de Oz, who had been sent to reinforce the Panuco settlement but had found it deserted, arrived in a healthier condition and were more welcome. They received the nickname of the Toughbacks, and another group of 40 who wore heavy cotton armor and brought 10 horses and some crossbows were called the Pack Saddles. These last two contingents came from Jamaica. Thus, unwittingly, the governors of Cuba and Jamaica were enabling Cortés to rebuild his depleted forces. He now had 150 more soldiers and 20 more horses at his disposal. Cortés now learnt that it was in the towns of Cacatami and Xalacingo that the Villa Rica settlers had been murdered and their load of gold stolen. Some of Narvaez's men also had been killed there on their way up to Mexico. He sent Gonzalo de Sandoval there, for with 200 of his men and a large force of Tlascalans, to deal with these towns, a preliminary request for the return of the gold was refused. Once more the battle was in open country, and so the Indians were routed. In the queues the Spaniards found clothes, armor, and bridles that had belonged to horsemen who had been sacrificed to the Indian gods. They did not, however, find the missing gold which had been transported to Mexico. The chiefs of the captured towns sued for peace, and Sandoval sent them to Cortés, who had by now achieved a great reputation among the Indians for bravery and fairness. Smallpox was spreading through the country, and many caciques died. Consequently, various disputes as to the succession and ownership of property were brought to Cortés for settlement. Sandoval returned from his expedition with a great haul of women and boys, who were branded as slaves. When the expeditions were successfully completed and the country pacified, Cortés proceeded with the aid of the king's officials to the division of the slaves. Only women and boys were considered valuable, since the Tlaxcalan allies provided enough men to perform the necessary labor and act as auxiliaries. Cortés decided that all should be branded, so that the king's fifth and afterwards his own could be taken. For this purpose all the soldiers were told to bring the women whom they were sheltering, and to do so by the end of the day following that of the proclamation. They found, however, that not only were the 2/5 taken, but all the best-looking women disappeared. There was not a pretty one left. Accusations were broadcast, especially by Narvaez's men, and references were made to Cortés inaccurate estimates of the gold and treasure they had won in Mexico. Now the poor soldier, who had done all the hard work and was covered with wounds, had not only lost his share of the gold, but was robbed of the woman he had chosen for himself. Cortés tried as usual the effect of smooth words. He promised that all the women should be sold by auction, when the best-looking would fetch the highest price. Then the soldiers would have no grievance against him. A further quarrel broke out on the subject of the gold saved on the flight from Mexico. At the last moment, Cortés had offered the ingots that could not be taken by horses or porters to anyone who cared to carry them away. A number of soldiers had loaded themselves with this treasure, and some had paid for it with their lives. Cortés now proclaimed that a third of it must be returned to him, and that if it was not brought in it would be seized. Cortés gained some of it by force. But as nearly all the captains and the king's officials themselves had secret hoards, the proclamation was largely ignored. Now that Cortés had received reinforcements, Narvaez's men once more requested permission to return home. This time it was granted, and a ship was set aside to carry them. Cortés sent Diego de Ordaz to represent him in Spain, where he and his men were still considered to be traitors, and Alonso de Avila to put his case to the royal courts in Santo Domingo. In addition, he sent a ship to Jamaica to buy horses. All this was paid for with the gold ingots, which had been kept out of sight. Cortés now decided to transfer his army to Tlaxcala, and to concentrate on the building of 13 sloops with which to master the lake and protect his flanks while they marched up the causeways, recapture Mexico. In all this, the Tlaxcalans cooperated, and at Maese Escasi's death from smallpox, Cortés was instrumental in the choice of his son as the next ruler. The older chiefs now became Christians. The timber was cut, anchors, sails, rigging, cables, and tow were brought from Villa Rica. Blacksmiths were sent for, and pitch was made in the pine woods. It was then debated whether the army should move on to Texcoco or to Atzingo, so that the sloops could be assembled and launched in the creeks which ran in the lake. The decision was for Texcoco, and almost as soon as it was taken, news reached the army that a ship had arrived from Spain and the Canaries, loaded with arms and powder and a great variety of merchandise. These supplies were purchased, and the men aboard came up to Cortés' camp, where they offered timely assistance. When Cortés found himself in possession of a good supply of muskets and powder, crossbows and horses, and realized how eager we were, soldiers and captains alike, to make a fresh attack on the great city of Mexico, he decided to ask the rulers of Tlaxcala for 10,000 warriors to join us on an expedition against Texcoco, one of the biggest cities in New Spain. In answer to his request, Xicotinga, the elder, who, as I have said, had now become a Christian and had taken the name of Don Lorenzo de Vargas, agreed to give him not only 10,000, but as many more as he would take, and to send another brave chief. Our great friend Chichimac, Atecal as their Captain Cortés thanked him, and after we had made our muster on the day after Christmas 1520, we began the march in our usual excellent order. We slept that night in a town that was subject to Tlaxcala, where they gave us everything we needed. From there onwards it was Mexican territory, and we proceeded more cautiously with our artillery, musketeers, and cross, bowmen drawn up in careful order, and with 4 mounted scouts and 4 very active soldiers, with swords and shields going ahead to look out for bad places and see if they were practicable for horses. For we had been warned on the road that a dangerous pass had that day been blocked by newly felled trees, news of our advance having already reached Mexico and Texcoco. That day we met with no obstacles and camped at the foot of the Sierra, a march of about 9 miles. The night was very cold, and when dawn broke we began to climb a small pass. In some difficult ravine-like places the hillside had been cut away so that we could not get by, and many pine trees and other timber had been placed across the track. But thanks to our many Tlaxcalan allies, a way was soon cleared. Sending a company of musketeers and cross bowmen in advance, we marched on with the utmost caution, our allies cutting and pushing aside the trees to let our horsemen pass. Thus we got to the top of the Sierra, from which we dropped a little to a place where the whole Lake of Mexico lay before us, with its great cities standing in the water. And when we saw it, we gave God great thanks for allowing us to look on it again. Then, remembering our great defeat and expulsion from Mexico, we vowed that God willing we would now adopt a different method of fighting and blockade the city. As we came down the Sierra we saw great smoke signals which were being sent up by the people of Texcoco and their subject cities. Advancing further, we came upon a large band of Mexican and Texcocan warriors who were waiting for us at a bad spot where the track ran through a thicket, and there was a wooden bridge which seemed to be broken, with a deep gulf and a waterfall below it. However, we soon beat these bands and crossed over in safety. Then how they shouted at us from the farms and the ravines! But that was all they did, and they only called out from places where the horses could not reach them. Our friends the Tlaxcalans carried off falls and anything else they could steal, despite the fact that Cortés had ordered them not to make war on the people unless they were attacked. But the Tlaxcalans answered that if the people were well disposed and peaceful, they would not have come to attack us at the bridge over the ravine. We spent that night at a deserted town belonging to Texcoco, posting our sentries, sending out patrols, and taking every precaution against a night attack. For we had heard from 5 Mexicans whom we had captured at the bridge that many bands of warriors were waiting for us at another dangerous spot. But as we afterwards learnt, they had not the courage to attack us or even to await our coming. For there seemed to have been disputes and enmity between the Texcocans and the Mexicans, and they had not yet fully recovered from the smallpox which had swept the country. Moreover, they had heard of our victories over the various Mexican garrisons. When dawn broke, we began our march on Texcoco, which was about 6 miles from the place where we had slept. Before we had gone much more than a mile, however, we saw our scouts returning at a breakneck gallop and looking very cheerful. They told Cortés that 10 Indians were approaching unarmed and carrying golden devices and banners, and that there was no more yelling and shouting from the farms they had passed. as there had been on the day before to all appearance, is everything was peaceful, and we rejoiced at it. Then Cortés ordered a halt to await the approach of 7 chieftains from Texcoco, who carried a golden banner and a long lance. Before coming up to us, they lowered the banner and knelt down, which is their sign of peace. When they came before Cortés, who had Doa Marina and Jeronimo de Aguilar standing beside him, they said, Malinche Cona, Cats, in our Lord and the Lord of Texcoco sends to beg for your friendship. He is peacefully awaiting you in his city of Texcoco. As a proof of which, please be so good as to accept this banner of gold. He humbly begs you to order your Tlascalans and your own brothers not to harm his country, but to come and lodge in his city, where he will give you all you need. They also said that the bands stationed in the ravines and rough places were not Texcocans, but Mexicans sent by Guatemoc. We were all delighted to hear this offer of peace, and Cortés immediately embraced the messengers, especially those 3 who were related to Montezuma, and whom we all recognized as his former captains. After a brief discussion, Cortés hastily sent for the Tlascalan captains, and ordered them in a friendly way not to do more harm, and take no property anywhere in the country. Since peace had now been made, they obeyed his instructions, but he did not ask them to take no food, for all the houses were well stocked. Cortés then consulted his captains, and our general opinion was that these negotiations for peace were a trick. For if they had been genuine, these chieftains would not have come so precipitately, and they would have brought some provisions. Nevertheless, Cortés accepted the banner, which was worth 80 pesos, and thanked the messengers, saying that he was not in the habit of harming his Majesty's vassals, but on the contrary would favor and protect them against the Mexicans, so long as they kept the peace they proffered. He pointed out also that he had already restrained the Tlascalans. On the other hand, he knew that 40 Spaniards and about 200 Tlascalans had been killed in their city during our retreat from Mexico, and many loads of gold and other spoil belonging to them had been stolen. He asked the messengers there to request their lord and the other caciques and captains of Texcoco to return the gold and the cloth. Though for the death of the Spaniards there was no remedy, and he would not ask for one, the messengers replied that they would convey his request to their lord, but that the killing of the Spaniards and the taking of the spoil had been ordered by the chieftain Quilhuac, who had been chosen king of Mexico after Montez's death. Most of the tools, they said, had been taken to Mexico, and there sacrificed to Huichilobos. On hearing this reply, Cortés gave no answer for fear his indignation would frighten them, but merely bade them fare well. One of them remained in our company. We then went on to a suburb of Texcoco, whose name I have forgotten, where they gave us plenty to eat, and everything that we needed. After throwing down some idols in the houses where we were lodged, we went on early next morning to Texcoco itself. Here we saw no women, boys, or children in any of the streets or houses, and all the men looked frightened and hostile. We took up our quarters in some great rooms and halls, and Cortés at once summoned his captains and most of us soldiers. He then told us not to leave the precincts of the great courts, and to keep well on our guard until we saw how things were going, for he did not think the city looked very peaceful. He ordered Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, and some other soldiers, myself among them, to ascend the great queue, which was very high, taking some 20 musketeers with us as a guard, and to look over the lake and city, for everything could be seen from there. On reaching the top, we saw all the inhabitants of these towns moving off with their goods and possessions, and their women and children, some to the hills, and others to the reed thickets in the lake, which was swarming with canoes of every size. On receiving this news, Cortés decided to arrest the chieftain who had sent him the golden banner, but the papas whom he sent to summon him found that the man had already fled for safety with a number of other chiefs who had been the first to leave for Mexico. That night we were very careful in our posting of sentinels and scouts, and very early next morning Cortés commanded that all the chieftains who had remained in Texcoco should be summoned before him. For the city, being a large one, there were many who belonged to factions opposing the chief who had fled. Indeed, there had been discussions and disputes as to who should be captain and ruler of the place. On coming before Cortés, they told him the story of Cona, Catzin's seizure of control, saying that in his lust for power he had infamously murdered his elder brother Chichits, Gats, and with the help of that Prince Quilahuk who had attacked us when we were fleeing from Mexico. They also told Cortés that there were other chiefs with a better right to their kingdom, and that it should rightfully go to a certain youth, who was promptly baptized, a Christian with great religious pomp, and assumed the name of Don Hernando Cortés, our captain, standing as his god, father. This youth, they said, was the legitimate son of Neza, while Pili, lord of Texcoco, and they appointed him their natural king and lord with all the ceremonies they perform in such cases, and to the accompaniment of great festivities and rejoicings throughout Texcoco, the new king governed absolutely in complete peace and with the love of all his vassals there and in the neighboring towns, and for his better instruction in our Christian faith. Also to guide his behavior and teach him our language, Cortés appointed as his tutors Antonio de Villarreal and a bachelor of arts called Escobar. Cortés asked the new chief for a large force of Indian laborers to broaden and deepen the ditches and canals along which we were to tow our launches to the lake when they were completed and ready. He also explained to Don Hernando and the other chiefs the reason and purpose for which they had been built, and how we were going to blockade Mexico. Don Hernando helped the Spaniards in every way, and used his good office is to persuade some other towns to make peace. Work proceeded on the canals, and the Mexicans watched the Spaniards from their canoes, hoping to take them by surprise. When we had been 12 days in Texcoco, the Tlascalans ran out of supplies, for the Texcocans could not feed them because they were so many, since we did not want our allies to become a burden, and since they were most eager to fight the Mexicans and avenge their comrades who had been killed and sacrificed after their past defeats. Cortés decided that we should now set out on our march to Iztapalapa, which is about 12 miles from Texcoco. We had passed through the place on our way to Mexico. It is, as I have said before, a fine town with more than half its house is built on the water and the rest on dry land. Cortés himself was in command, and with him went Andres de Tapia, Cristobal de Olid, 13 horsemen, 20 cross, bowmen, 6 musketeers, 220 soldiers, our Tlascalan allies, and some 20 chiefs from Texcoco, whom Don Hernando had given us, and whom we knew to be his relatives and the enemies of Guatemoc, the present king in Mexico. We advanced in our customary good order, and the Mexicans, who always kept a careful watch on us, and held garrisons and bands of warriors in readiness to reinforce any of their towns, as soon as they knew we were going to attack them, sent a warning to Iztapalapa, together with a contingent of more than 8,000 men. Like good warriors, they awaited our arrival on dry land, and for a while both the Iztapalapans and the Mexicans who had come to help them fought bravely against us. But our horsemen broke their ranks and were followed by the cross, bowmen and musketeers, and by all our Tlascalan allies, who charged them like mad dogs. The enemy then suddenly quitted the plain and took refuge in the town. This was a preconcerted stratagem which would have cost us dear if we had not quickly retired. In pursuance of their plan, they made a show of flight, some getting into their canoes which lay ready on the water, and others entering the houses, while yet others concealed themselves in the reed beds. The night being dark, we were able to take up our positions noiselessly, and with no armed display in some house is by the lakeside. We stayed there, pleased with the spoil we had captured, and still more pleased with our supposed victory. We placed our sentinels and watchmen. We sent out patrols and scouts. But when we were off our guard, such a flood of water swept through the town that if the chiefs we had brought from Texcoco had not shouted to us to get out of the house as quickly as we could and make for dry land, we should all have been drowned, for the enemy had emptied the fresh and salt water canals and cut through a causeway which caused the level of the water to rise suddenly. Since our Tlascalan allies were not used to the water, and could not swim, 2 of them perished. As for us, we managed to escape without our belongings and at great risk of our lives. We were all soaked, our powder was spoilt, and we were very cold. In this sorry condition we spent a bad and supperless night, which was rendered even more unpleasant by the jeers and catcalls and whistling of the Iztapalapans and the Mexicans, who were safe in their houses and canoes. However, there was still worse to come, for news having reached Mexico of this plan to drown us, many battalions of warriors were waiting to receive us on land. As soon as day dawned, these Mexicans attacked us and pressed us so hard that we could scarcely withstand them. But although they killed 2 soldiers and a horse and wounded many others, they did not defeat us. Little by little their attack slackened, and we returned to Texcoco, somewhat ashamed of having been taken in by their trick with the water, and annoyed at having gained so little glory in the subsequent battle, because we had run out of powder. Nevertheless, the enemy were frightened, and had enough to do to bury or burn their dead, and cure their wounded, and repair their houses. When we had been in Texcoco for 2 days after our return from the expedition to Iztapalapa, 3 towns, Tepetic, Yucco, Otumba, the scene of our great battle, and another, the name of which I forget, came peaceably to Cortés to ask pardon for recent attacks, and for the deaths of the Spaniards they had killed. The excuse they offered was that they had acted on the orders of Montez's successor, Quilahug, and had merely attacked with his other vassals, also that the gold, horses, and cloth they had captured had been taken to Mexico, as had also the tools who had been sacrificed there. Seeing this to be the only possible course at the time, Cortés rebuked them severely and pardoned them, and they promised with repeated protestations that they would always be enemies to the Mexicans, and serve his Majesty as his loyal vassals, which they did. At the same time, the inhabitants of a lakeside town named Mixquic, which is also called Venezuela, came to ask for peace and friendship. It seems that they had never been on good terms with the Mexicans and heartily loathed them. We were all very pleased at this people's coming because of their position on the water, and because through them we hoped to be able to approach their neighbors further along the lake. Cortés thanked them therefore, and dispatched them with promises and kind words. While these conversations were taking place, a message was brought to him that great bands of Mexicans were advancing on the 4 towns which had been the first to seek our friendship, Guatinchen and Guaxantlan and two others, the names of which escape me. They told Cortés that the inhabitants were afraid to stay in their houses and wanted to take to the hills or come to Texcoco, and they begged him so insistently to help them that he immediately assembled 20 horsemen, 200 soldiers, 13 cross, bowmen, and 10 musketeers, and taking Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, the camp commandant, and myself with him went to the towns from which these complaints came. It seemed to be true that the Mexicans had threatened them with destruction for accepting our friendship, but the chief subjects of dispute were some large maize plantations beside the lake, which were ready for harvesting, and from which the Texcocans and their neighbors were provisioning our camp. The Mexicans wanted to take this maize, which they said was rightfully theirs, since it was the custom of these 4 towns to sow and harvest the plantations for the benefit of the Papas of Mexico. When he understood the situation, Cortés told them to have no fear and to stay in their houses, and promised that when they had to go out and gather maize either for our camp or for their own needs, he would send a captain with many horsemen and soldiers to protect those who brought it. In this offer contented them, and we returned to Texcoco. After that, whenever we needed maize for our camp, we mustered warriors from all these towns, and with our Tlascalan allies, 10 horsemen and 100 soldiers, also a few cross, bowmen and musketeers, went to the fields to fetch it. I mention this because I twice went for it myself, and on one occasion we had a fine skirmish with great bands of Mexicans, who had come in more than 1,000 canoes and were lying in wait in the maize fields, but as we had our allies with us, we drove the Mexicans back to their canoes bravely, though they fought. One of our soldiers was killed, and a dozen wounded, as were also a few Tlascalans. The enemy, however, had nothing much to boast of, for they left 10 or 15 corpses behind them, and another 5 who were taken prisoner. Next day we heard news that the people of Chalco and Tlatelolco and their dependencies wished to make peace, but could not do so on account of the garrisons stationed in their towns. They complained that these Mexicans took their women, especially those who were beautiful, and violated them in front of their fathers, mothers, or husbands. We had received news that the timber for the launches had been cut and prepared at Tlaxcala, but though the time was passing, none of it had been brought to Texcoco, and this very much perturbed us. Moreover, people were coming from Mixquic and other friendly towns to tell Cortés that the Mexicans were about to attack them for making friends with us. Cortés realized that if we helped some of the towns that were calling for our protection and supported the people of Chalco so that they could come to make peace with us, we could offer adequate security to neither, for we had to be constantly on the alert in Texcoco itself. So he decided to go first to Chalco and Tlatelolco, and there, for sent Gonzalo de Sandoval and Francisco de Lugo with 15 horsemen and 200 soldiers, also some musketeers and bowmen and our Tlascalan allies, with orders to break up and completely disperse the Mexican garrisons and drive them out of Chalco and Tlatelolco. This would leave the road to Tlaxcala quite clear and allow us to travel to and from Villa Rica without interference from Mexican warriors. As soon as this was decided, he sent some Texcocan Indians very secretly to Chalco to advise the people, so that they might be prepared to fall on the Mexican garrisons either by day or night. And the people of Chalco, who could have asked for nothing better, made thorough preparations. When Gonzalo de Sandoval advanced with his army, he considered it advisable to leave a rear guard of 5 horsemen and as many cross-bowmen, to protect the large number of Tlascalans who were laden with the spoils they had captured. Now, as the Mexicans always kept spies on the watch, they knew that our men were marching on Chalco. So, to reinforce the garrison, they had recently collected many squadrons of warriors who now fell on the rear guard in which the Tlascalans were marching with their baggage, and punished them severely. Our horsemen and cross-bowmen could not resist them, for 2 of the cross-bowmen were killed and the others were wounded, although Gonzalo de Sandoval very quickly turned on the enemy and drove them off, killing 10 Mexicans. The lake was so close that they were able to leap in the canoes in which they had come and get away, for all that territory is thick with dependencies of Mexico. When the enemy had been driven off, Sandoval saw that all the 5 horsemen whom he had left in the rear guard were wounded, and their horses too. Also that the 2 cross-bowmen were dead and the others wounded. Nevertheless, he could not prevent himself from saying to the rest of those whom he had left to defend the rear that he despised them for their inability to resist the enemy and defend themselves and our allies. In fact, he was very much enraged with them. They were some of the recent arrivals from Spain, and as he told them quite obviously did not know what war was. He then marched the Tlascalans with their spoil to safety, and dispatched some letters which Cortés had directed to Villa Rica, in which he informed the commander there of our intention to blockade Mexico, warned him to keep a good lookout, and requested him to send any soldiers who were disposed to fight as far as Tlaxcala, but no farther until the roads were safer. Having dispatched the messengers and sent the Tlascalans home, Sandoval turned back to Chalco, which was close by, marching with the utmost caution and sending his scouts out ahead, for he knew well that a surprise attack might come from any of the towns and homesteads he passed. As he drew near to Chalco, he saw many bands of Mexicans coming against him. On some level ground, where there was a large plantation of maize and maguey, they attacked him stoutly with darts, arrows, and stones from slings, and with long lances which they directed against the horses. Seeing this great host approaching, Sandoval cheered his men on, and twice broke the enemy's ranks, and with the aid of the muskets and crossbows and the few allies who had stayed with us, he defeated them all, though they wounded 5 soldiers and 6 horses, and many of our allies. However, he fell on them so quickly and so furiously that he thoroughly avenged the damage they had done at the outset. When the people of Chalco knew of his approach, they came out along the road to receive him with great rejoicing and honor. After their meeting, Sandoval said that he intended to return to Texcoco next day, and the people of Chalco wished to go with him to see and speak to Malinche, and bring with them the 2 sons of the ruler of that province, who had died a few days before of smallpox. On his deathbed, he had charged his chieftains and elders to take these lads to the captain, so that he might install them as lords of Chalco, adding that all must endeavor to become subjects of the great king of the Tuiles, for his ancestors had assuredly prophesied that their lands would be ruled by bearded men who came from the direction of the sunrise, and his own eyes told him we were those men. Then Sandoval returned to Tex, Goco with all his army, taking the sons of the lord of Chalco, and the other chiefs, and 8 Mexican prisoners. Cortés was overjoyed by the news of Sandoval's arrival. After hearing his lieutenant's account of his journey, he went to his lodgings, where the chiefs immediately appeared before him. After paying him great respect and explaining the wishes of their late ruler, they presented him with rich jewels worth 200 gold pesos. And when he had listened to the translation of their speech's hour, Captain treated them very kindly and embraced them. He then conferred the lordship of Chalco on the elder brother, with more than half the subject towns, reserving Tlumanolco and Chimalucan with Ayotzingo and some other places for the younger. And he proffered much advice to the principal elders and the newly appointed caciques. These then expressed the wish to return to their own country. But Cortés begged them to stay 2 days, as he was about to send a captain to Tlaxcala for logs and planks, who would take them in his company and protect them from Mexican attacks on their homeward road. After this interview, Cortés decided to send the 8 prisoners whom Sandoval had captured to Mexico to tell the Prince Guatemoc how reluctant we should be to bring ruin on him and his great city, having advised the Mexicans to sue for peace, in which case he would forgive them for the losses and deaths we had suffered in their city, and would ask nothing from them. He warned them that war is easy to stop at the beginning, but very difficult towards the middle and end, and that finally they would be destroyed. He told them that he knew of all their preparations against us, but they were useless, since the Lord we worship always helped us, and all the towns in the neighborhood were now on our side, as well as the Tlaxcalans, whose only wish was for a war in which they could take revenge for the Mexicans' treachery and murder. Our 8 messengers came before Guatemoc, who refused to give any answer, but went on building defenses and gathering equipment. He sent an order round all his province, that if any isolated Spaniards were captured, they should be brought to Mexico to be sacrificed, and that when he sent to summon them, all his vassals should come at once with their arms. Furthermore, he remitted much of their tribute, and made them great promises, as we were always longing to get the launch finished and begin the blockade of Mexico. Captain Cortés decided to waste no more time. He ordered Gonzalo de Sandoval to go for the timber with 200 soldiers, 20 musketeers and cross, bowmen, 15 horsemen, and a large company of Tlaxcalans, also 20 chieftains from Texcoco, and instructed him to take with him the youths and elders from Chalco, and see them safely home. Before they set out, Cortés made peace between the Tlaxcalans and the people of Chalco. For the people of Chalco had formerly been members of the Mexican Confederation, and when the Mexicans went to war with Tlaxcala, they had taken people from Chalco to help them, because they lived close at hand, and from that time the Tlaxcalans had hated the people of Chalco and treated them as enemies. On his way, Sandoval visited the town of Pueblo Morisco, where Narvaez's men had been murdered on the way up from Villa Rica. They found the remains of men and horses in the queue, but pardoned the inhabitants on condition that they joined them against the Mexicans. On his way towards Tlaxcala, when he was near the principal place where the caciques reside, Sandoval met 8,000 men carrying all the logs and planks for the launches, and as many more followed as a guard with their arms and plumes, and 2,000 others who brought food and relieved the porters. Everything was in charge of Martin Lopez, the master carpenter, who had cut the timber and made the shapes and calculations for the planks. And there were other Spaniards with him, whose names I forget. When Sandoval saw them coming, he was overjoyed, for he had expected to be delayed some time in Tlascala, waiting until they were ready. For 2 days they marched with us in this same order, until we entered Mexican territory. The Mexicans whistled and shouted at us from the farms and ravines, where neither our muskets nor our horsemen could harm them. Then Martin Lopez said that we ought to change our order of march. For the Tlascalans told him that they feared the great armies of Mexico might make a surprise attack at that point on the road and defeat them, since they were so hampered by their heavy loads of timber and provisions. Sandoval at once split up the horsemen cross, bowmen and musketeers, so that some should go in advance and others on the flanks, and he ordered Chichima, Hatekel, who was in command of all the Tlascalans, to drop behind and march with him in the rear. Ward the cacique, however, took this as a reflection on his bravery, and was offended. But they then spoke to him so persuasively that he became reconciled, especially as Sandoval marched behind with him, and it was explained to him that the Mexicans always made their attacks on the baggage in the rear. Another 2 days' march brought the Tlascalans to Texcoco. Before entering they put on very fine cloaks and plumes, and marched in good order to the music of drums and trumpets. They took half a day marching in't, the city in an unbroken line, shouting, whistling, and crying out, "Long live our Lord and Emperor and Castile, Castile and Itlascala, Tlascala." On their arrival at Texcoco, Cortés and some of his captains came out to meet them, and Cortés made great protestations of friendship to Chichima, Hatekel and his captains. The logs and planks and the rest of the material for the launches were placed beside the canals and creeks where they were to be built. And from that moment the construction of 13 launches proceeded swiftly. Martin Lopez and some other Spaniards, also certain Indian carpenters and 2 smiths with their forges, all worked with the greatest speed until the craft were assembled. After that they had only to be cooked and to have their masts, rigging, and sails set up. I must not fail to describe the great precautions that we took in the camp in the matter of spies and scouts and guards for the launches during their construction, for they lay near the lake, and 3 times the Mexicans tried to set them on fire. We captured 15 of these would-be ensign. Dieres and Cortés obtained from them full knowledge of what was going on in Mexico and of Guatemec's intentions, which were that they would never make peace, but either kill us or die to the last man. I must now speak of the messengers and summons is sent by the Mexicans to all their subject towns, letting them off their tribute, and of the work they did by night and day, digging ditches and deepening the channels beneath the bridges, and building stronger barricades, and preparing their darts and slings, and making very long lances to kill our horses. Lastly, let me describe the ditch and channel along which our launches were to pass to the great lake. It was now very wide and deep enough to carry ships of reasonable draught, because, as I have already said, 8,000 Indians were continuously at work on it. Expeditions around the lake, as there was not enough food in Texcoco to feed 15,000 Tlascalans and Chichima. Hatekel was anxious to revenge himself on the Mexicans. Cortés led an expedition consisting chiefly of Tlascalans, but with 250 Spanish soldiers to Saltocan, a lakeside town 16 or so miles from Texcoco. The people had broken down the bridge connecting their house. is with the mainland, but the Spaniards found a way across, burnt much of the place, and took booty. They did not, however, succeed in defeating the Mexican army, since the warriors could always get away in their canoes when the fighting went against them. Once at Tacuba, they lured the Spaniards on to a causeway and broke a bridge behind them, thus almost gaining a victory. But the Spaniards fought their way out. On their return they were summoned by some towns in the north, which were hard pressed by the Mexicans, but Cortés knew that too many of his men were sick or wounded for him to be able to help them, and advised them to call on their neighbors, taking care always to fight the Mexicans in the open. They were heartened by this advice and by his letters, to which they ascribed a magical power. While Chalco and Tlatelolco were hard-pressed also, and it was necessary to help them in order to keep the road to Villa Rica open, Sandoval was given 200 men and instructions to relieve these two cities. On 12 March 1521, Sandoval set out after hearing Mass, and they slept at some farms belonging to Chalco. Next morning they arrived at Tlatelolco, where the caciques and captains welcomed them with gifts of food, and advised Sandoval to go at once in the direction of a large place called Huaxtepic, for he would find the whole Mexican army assembled either there or on the road towards it. They said that all the warriors from the province of Chalco would accompany him. Sandoval accepted their advice, and commanded his force to set out immediately and keep good order. They slept that night at Chimalhuacan, another dependency of Chalco. For the spies whom the people of Chalco had posted to watch the Culus came to report that enemy warriors were lying in wait for them in some rocky defiles, not far from that town. Sandoval was a very cunning and good tactician. He sent his musketeers and crossbowmen in advance, and ordered the horsemen to ride together in groups of 3. And when the musketeers and crossbowmen had fired their shots to charge the enemy at an easy gallop with their lances, held short and put them to flight by thrusting at their faces. Taking care always to preserve their own formation, he commanded the foot soldiers always to keep in close order and not to charge the enemy until he gave the word. For the Mexicans were reported to be very numerous, and this report proved true. They were posted in rough ground, and it was not known whether they had dug pits or raised barricades. So Sandoval was anxious to keep his soldiers well in hand, for fear of a disaster. As he came down the road he saw the Mexican bands approaching him in 3 divisions, whistling and shouting, and sounding trumpets and drums. They came on to meet us like fierce lions, and when Sandoval saw their daring, he abandoned his plan. He told the horsemen to charge them immediately, before they could reach our army, and cheering his men on with Santiago and at them, he himself led the charge, which almost but not quite routed some of the Mexican bands. They soon turned and faced us, the bad and broken ground being in their favor, since it prevented our horsemen from galloping in pursuit of them. For this reason, Sandoval ordered his musketeers and crossbowmen to go forward once more in good order, with the shield-bearers on their flanks. Then, when they could see that they were inflicting damage on the enemy, they could expect to hear a shot fired from the other side of the ravine, which would be the signal for all the horsemen to charge together and hurl the Mexicans from their position, for he thought they could be driven on to the level ground nearby. He also warned his allies that they must then come to the Spaniards' help. Sandoval's commands were obeyed, though many of our men were wounded in this violent action, and after many engagements the Mexicans were forced to retreat. They fled however into another rough place, and so, though Sandoval and his horsemen pursued them, they only caught 3 or 4. During this pursuit, owing to the bad ground, the horse of one of our cavalrymen named Gonzalo Dominguez fell with his rider beneath him, and the man died from his fall a few days later. Sandoval and his army pursued the enemy almost as far as the town of Huaxtepec. But before they could reach it, more than 15,000 Mexicans came out to meet them and began to encircle them, wounding many soldiers and 5 horses. However, the ground being level in some places, with a concerted effort our horsemen broke up 2 of their bands, and the rest fled towards the town to take up fresh posts again on some barricades they had raised. But our soldiers and allies followed so closely that they had no time to defend themselves, and our horsemen kept up the pursuit from other directions until they had enclosed the enemy in a part of the town where they could not be reached. Thinking that the enemy would not renew the attack that day, Sandoval ordered his men to rest, and they dressed their wounds and began to eat, for they had taken much spoil in that town. Just then, however, 2 horsemen and 2 soldiers who had been placed on guard ran in crying, "To arms, to arms." Here come many more Mexicans, as our men always kept their arms ready. The horsemen were quickly mounted and rode out into the great square. The Mexicans were immediately upon them, and there was another successful battle. For some time the enemy resisted us behind some barricades, from which they wounded some of our men. But Sandoval fell on them so suddenly with his horsemen that with the help of the muskets and crossbows and the sword play of the soldiers he drove them out of the town in some ravines, from which they did not emerge again that day. When Captain Sandoval saw that the struggle was over, he gave hearty thanks to God, and went to rest and sleep in an orchard within the town, which was most beautiful and had many fine buildings. In fact, it was the finest town we had seen in New Spain. I did not myself go on this expedition, and did not see the orchard until I went there some 20 days later with Cortés, when we were making a circuit of the great towns on the lake. The reason for my absence was that during the affray at Iztapalapa, when they tried to drown us, I had been badly wounded by a spear thrust in the throat, and was in danger of death. Next morning, hearing no more sound of Mexican warriors, Sandoval sent to summon the caciques of the town, dispatching as his messengers 5 natives of the place whom he had captured. 2 of them chieftains. The burden of their message was that the caciques need have no fear, and that if they came to make peace, the past would be forgiven. The messengers who were sent made pacific proposals, but the caciques did not dare to come in for fear of the Mexicans. The same day, Sandoval sent to another large place called Yeca, Pixtla, about 6 miles from Huaxtepec, asking the people to consider the benefits of peace and not to seek war, reminding them of what had happened to the bands of Culus stationed at Huaxtepec. He asked them to treat for peace and expel the Mexican guards and garrison from their country, and warned them that if they did not, he would make war on them and punish them. Their answer was that the Spaniards could come when they liked, for they were looking forward to feasting on their flesh and sacrificing them to their idols. On hearing this, the caciques from Chalco, who were with Sandoval, knew that there must be a very large Mexican force garrisoned at Yeca, Pixtla, and ready to attack Chalco as soon as they knew Sandoval had retired. For this reason, they begged him to go to Yeca, Pixtla, and hurl the Mexicans out. Sandoval was unwilling to go, however, firstly because he had himself been wounded, and so had many soldiers and horses, and secondly, because he had already fought 3 battles, and did not wish to undertake more than Cortés had commanded him to do. Also, several gentlemen in his company, who belonged to Narvaez's party, advised him to return to Texcoco and not go to Pixtla, which was strongly fortified, lest some disaster might befall him. However, Captain Luis Marin counselled him to press on to the fortress at all costs and do what he could. For the caciques from Chalco said that if he turned back without defeating the force is gathered there, the enemy would attack Chalco as soon as they heard that Sandoval had departed. Since it was only 6 miles from one town to the other, Sandoval decided to go. As soon as he came within sight of the place, however, a host of warriors emerged, and before he could approach, they fired a hail of darts and arrows and stones, which wounded 3 horses and many soldiers. Our men were unable to inflict any harm on the enemy, who climbed up among their crags and strongholds, from which they shouted and whistled at us, and sounded their trumpets and drums. Sandoval then ordered some of his horsemen to dismount, and the rest to stay in the field where the ground was level, and see that no Mexican reinforcements reached Pixtla while we were attacking the town. On observing that the caciques from Chalco and their captains and many of the Indian warriors were eddying round but dared not attack the enemy, Sandoval decided to try them and see how they would answer. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Why don't you begin to fight and break into the city, seeing that we are here to defend you?" The reply was that they did not dare, for the enemy was in a stronghold, which was why Sandoval and his brother Toulouse had come with them, having marched from Chalco under his protection. They relied on his help to expel the Mexicans. So Sandoval began the attack with all his soldiers, musketeers, and crossbowmen, and many of them were wounded as they climbed up to the fortress. Sandoval himself received another wound in the head, and many of the allies were wounded also, for they too entered the town, where they did great damage. Indeed, it was the men from Chalco and our Tlascalan allies who wrought most havoc among the enemy. Once our soldiers had broken the enemy's ranks and put them to flight, they would not stab another Indian. It seemed to them mere cruelty. What chiefly concerned them was to look for a pretty woman or find some spoil. Frequently, they reproached our allies for their cruelty, and took Indian men and women away from them to save their lives. When all this was over, Sandoval and his army returned to Texcoco with much spoil, especially of good-looking Indian women. Now, when Guatemoc, Lord of Mexico, heard of the defeat of his armies, it is said that he was very angry, and even angrier that the people of Chalco, who were his subjects and vassals, should have been so bold as to fight 3 actions against him. He was so much incensed indeed that he decided to send a great force of warriors against Chalco as soon as Sandoval was back in camp at Texcoco. Hastily collecting this force in the city of Mexico, and adding to it other warriors who were on the lakeside, he armed them with every sort of weapon. 20,000 of them in all were ordered to make a sudden descent on Chalco in more than 2,000 canoes, and to destroy everything they could. All was so skillfully and rapidly done that Sandoval had no sooner returned to Texcoco and spoken to Cortés than messengers came once more in canoes across the lake to tell the captain that more than 2,000 canoes carrying over 20,000 Mexicans had come to Chalco, and to implore his immediate assistance. This was at the very moment when Sandoval had come to give Cortés a report of the expedition he had just made. Cortés was so furious that he refused to listen, for he supposed it was through some fault or carelessness on Sandoval's part that our friends at Chalco were in such trouble. He immediately commanded his lieutenant there, to leave his wounded in the camp, and to return in haste with all those who were sound. Sandoval was much distressed by this treatment and by Cortés' refusal to hear him, but set out immediately for Chalco, where his men arrived tired out by the weight of their arms and their long march. It appears that the people of Chalco had learnt from their spies that Guatemoc intended to make this sudden attack on them, and had sent to summon aid from the nearby province of Huexotzinco. The Huexotzincans arrived that same night fully armed and joined them, so that they were more than 20,000 strong in all. The men of Chalco had by now lost their fear of the Mexicans, and calmly awaited them in the open fields. Here they fought valiantly, and though the Mexicans killed and captured many of them, the men of Chalco killed many more Mexicans, and captured 15 chieftains and captains, and many other warriors of less importance. The Mexicans considered this battle, in which they were beaten by the people of Chalco, far more disgraceful than any defeat by us. On arriving at Chalco, Sandoval found that there was nothing for him to do, for the danger was over, and the Mexicans would not return returned to Texcoco, bringing the Mexican prisoners, and did not go to see or speak to Cortés until Cortés sent to tell him that he had misunderstood the affair, and had supposed that it was through some carelessness on Sandoval's part that things had gone wrong. Cortés was highly delighted, but Sandoval showed great resentment at what had happened. For though he had set out with a large force of soldiers and horsemen, he appeared to have come back without defeating the Mexicans. But enough of this, for Cortés and Sandoval soon became friends again, and there was nothing our captain would not do to please his lieutenant. Fresh trouble rose over the branding and distribution of slaves. Some men again tried to keep back the prettiest women, and there was some difficulty in extracting the king's fifth from the soldiers, who were heavily in debt. Another ship arrived from Spain carrying arms, and a number of gentlemen who joined the expedition. Also a certain Franciscan who brought bulls from the new pope offering dispensation for any sins committed during the fighting. He returned to Spain a few months later, rich and well set up. News came with this ship that the Bishop of Burgos had fallen out of favor, and that the emperor no longer believed the stories which were told him against Cortés and in Diego Velázquez's favor, as Cortés had promised the people of Chalco that he was coming to protect them from further Mexican attacks, and we had been going every week to their assistance. He ordered 300 soldiers and 30 horsemen, 20 cross bowmen, and 15 musketeers to be assembled, and the treasurer Julian de Alder, Pedro de Alvarado, Andres de Tapia, Cristobal de Olid, and the friar Pedro Melgar, Joe to go back with them, also myself, and many Tlascalans and allies from Texcoco, to guard Texcoco and the launches. He left Gonzalo de Sandoval with a good force of soldiers and horsemen. On the morning of Friday, 5 April 1521, after hearing Mass, we set out for Tlatelolco, where we were well received, and where we slept. Next day we went on to Chalco, which was very near, and there Cortés ordered all the caciques of the province to be called together, and made them a speech through our interpreters, in which he explained that we were now going to try to bring peace to some towns on the lake, and to inspect the land and the general situation with a view to the blockading of Mexico, He also told them that we were going to put 13 launches on the lake and asked them to have all their warriors ready next day so that they could accompany us. When they understood his message, they all said with one voice that they would gladly do so. Next night we slept at another town that was tributary to Chalco, called Chimalhuacan, where we met 20,000 allies from Chalco, Tex, Goco, Huexetzingo, Tlaxcala, and other towns. I had never known us to be joined by such a host of allied warriors in any expedition in which I had taken part. Many of them came, as I have said before, in the hopes of gathering spoil, and of course of gorging themselves on human flesh, if there should be fighting, as they knew there certainly would be. About that time we received news that many squadrons and companies of Mexicans with all their allies from that district had gathered on a plain close by and were waiting to attack us. So Cortés warned us to be very vigilant. After hearing Mass, we set out from Chimalhuacan very early in the morning and marched in good formation through a rocky place between two hills, on which were strong fortifications and stockades in which many Indians, both men and women, had gathered from these strongholds. They yelled and shouted at us, but we did not care to attack them. So we advanced quietly towards a large place called Yotepec, which we afterwards found to be deserted. Arriving at a plain, we discovered some springs with very little water, and a great crag on one side crowned with a fortress extremely difficult to capture, as the attempt soon proved. When we came up to this crag, we found it swarming with warriors who shouted at us from the summit and threw stones and shot darts and arrows, which wounded 3 of our men. Then Cortés ordered us to halt and said, "It seems that all these Mexicans who shut themselves up in fortresses make fun of us so long as we don't attack them." He was thinking, as he spoke, of those we had left behind us on the lower hills. He then commanded some horsemen and a few crossbowmen to go to the other side of the crag and see if there was an easier way up. On their return they reported that the best approach was where we were, for there was no other route everywhere else the rock was sheer. Cortés then ordered us to make an attack. Corral, the standard bearer, led the ascent with other ensigns, and we all followed, while the horsemen kept guard on the plain in case other bands of Mexicans should fall on our baggage, or on our rear as we attacked the fortress. When we began to climb the hill, the Indians stationed above us threw so many stones and rocks that merely to see them hurtling down was terrifying. It was a miracle that we were not all killed. One soldier fell dead at my feet. He was wearing a helmet, and he fell without uttering a word. We kept on climbing, and as the galgas, which is our name for big rocks in this country, came rolling and bouncing and falling, they killed 2 more good soldiers, but we kept on. Then another brave soldier was killed, and yet another, and 2 more were wounded in the head, and nearly all the rest of us were hit on the legs, but still we persevered and pushed on. As I was nimble in those days, I kept on behind the standard-bearer Corral, and we got into the safety of some hollows or cavities in the crag. But as I struggled from hollow to hollow, a stray rock might easily have hit me, and I was indeed very lucky not to be killed. The standard-bearer Corral was sheltering behind some thick trees which were very thorny and grew in these cavities, but he was hit on the head. His face was streaming with blood, and his banner was broken. "Oh, Bernal," he cried out, "it is impossible to go any further. Mind, one of those stones or boulders doesn't catch you. Come in this hole," for now there were no more handholds, let alone any possibility of climbing. Just then I saw Pedro Barba, a captain of cross, bowman, and 2 other soldiers climbing up in the same way that Corral and I had done. Din it come any further, Captain I shouted down. If there is no hold for your hands and feet, you'll just roll down. But he called back very bravely, or in lordly affectation, why say that, just go on. I took his answer as an insult. Well, let's see you come where I am, I called back, and went on higher. At that moment, quantity of stones rolled down on us from the place where they had been piled. Pedro Barba was hurt, and one of the soldiers killed, and they could not climb a step higher. Then Corral cried out that word must be passed down to Cortés that we could not get any higher, and to retire was equally dangerous. When the message reached him, Cortés realized what was happening. For there below, where he stood on the level ground, 3 soldiers had been killed and 7 wounded by the great hail of boulders that were hurled down on them. Indeed, he felt certain that most of us who had climbed must have been killed or badly wounded, for from where he stood he could not see the hollows in the hill. So, from signs and shouts and musket shots, we on the crag understood that the order had gone out to retire, and we descended in good formation from hollow to hollow, carrying the bodies of the dead. Our heads were cracked and running with blood. Our banners were torn, and 8 men had been killed. When Cortés saw us, he thanked God for our escape. Pedro Barba himself told him of our dispute, and Corral described the great difficulty of the hill, saying what a marvel it was that the boulders had not carried us down with them. And the story soon spread right through the camp. Let us leave these vain matters, and speak of the many companies of Mexicans concealed in places where we could neither see nor find them, in expectation of the moment when they could bring help and relief to the men posted on the crag. They knew very well that we should not be able to storm their stronghold, and decided that in the midst of the fighting, the warriors on the crag on one side, and they on the other, should deliver a fierce attack. They came to their comrades' assistance according to their plan, and when Cortés observed their approach, he ordered the horsemen and all of us on foot to go and attack them, which we did. The ground being very flat, like a sort of field lying beat, when more large hills, we pursued the enemy for a while, until they came to another very strong crag. But we killed very few Indians during the pursuit, for they took refuge in places where we could not reach them. Returning to the fortress we had attempted to scale, we could find no water. Neither we nor the horses had drunk all day, for the springs that I have spoken of contained nothing but mud. The many allies we had brought had descended on them and churned them up. For this reason, orders were given to move our camp, and we went down through some fields to another hill about 4.5 miles away, thinking that we should find water there. But there was very little. Near this hill were some native mulberry trees, beside which we halted, and beneath it stood some 12 or 13 houses. As soon as we arrived before their stronghold, the Indians began to throw darts and boulders and shoot arrows from the top. There were far more men in this fortress, as we afterwards learnt, than on the other crag, and it was even stronger. Our musketeers and cross-bowmen fired at the enemy, but they were so high up, and their ramparts were so stout, that we could not harm them, and there was no way of climbing up and storming the place. We made 2 attempts, for there were some steps beside the house, by which we could climb, but after 1 or 2 bends in the path we could go no further, for this crag, as I have said, was worse than the last. So here we did not increase our reputation any more than at the fortress. The Mexicans and their allies had the victory. We slept that night in the mulberry grove, half dead with thirst. and planned that next day all the musketeers and cross bowmen should climb another crag close to the large one, for there was a way up it, though it was not an easy one to see if their weapons would carry from there to the other fortress, so that they could attack it. Cortés commanded Francisco Verdugo and the treasurer Julian de Alderete, who claimed to be a good bowman, and Pedro Barba to be leaders, and all the rest of us soldiers to attack from the steps that rose above the house, is as if we intended to climb, so we began the ascent. But so many stones were hurled down, great and small, that many men were wounded. Moreover, we could not in fact climb, for the way was too difficult, and even using both hands and feet, we could get no farther. While we were making this attempt, however, the musketeers and bowmen from the other hill just succeeded in hitting the enemy, killing a few, and wounding others. When we had been attacking like this for about half an hour, by God's grace, they decided to ask for peace. The reason was that they had no water, and there were many of them on the crag. For on the flat ground at the top people from the whole neighborhood had taken refuge, men, women, children, and servants. To inform us down below that they wanted peace, the women waved their cloaks and clapped their hands together as a sign that they would make us maize cakes or bread. And the warriors threw no more darts or stones or arrows. When Cortés understood their meaning, he ordered a cessation of hostilities, and informed them by signs that 5 chieftains must come down to range for peace. On arrival, these 5 most humbly begged Cortés to pardon them, since they had only taken refuge in their stronghold for their own protection. Cortés replied somewhat angrily through our interpreters that they deserved death for having started the fighting. But as they had come to make peace, they must go immediately to the other crag and summon the caciques and leading men who were there and bring in the dead bodies. If they made peace, he promised to forgive the past. If not, he would attack them and blockade them till they died of thirst. For we knew very well they had no water, since there is very little in that part of the country. So they went off obediently to summon the other caciques. Cortés sent Pedro de Ircio and Bernal Díaz to inspect the stronghold with instructions not to take a grain of maize. They went up over the sheer rock and found the Indians camped in a flat field at the top with 20 dead and not a drop of water. Bernal Díaz wanted to take the bundles of robes which they were preserving as a tribute for Guatemoc, but Pedro de Ircio, as his senior officer, forbade him. On their return, Cortés took Bernal Díaz's part and made the captain look a fool. The caciques came down from the other crag, and after much discussion about forgiveness for the past, all swore obedience to his majesty. Then, as there was no water in those parts, we went immediately to the town of Huaxtepic, where the garden is that I have described, the finest garden I have ever seen in my life. We all camped in it that night, and the caciques of the town came to speak to Cortés and offered to serve him, for Gonzalo de Sandoval had already made peace with them when he entered the town. After spending the night there, we set out early next morning on the road to Cuernavaca. Here we met some Mexican bands who had come out of that town, and followed them for almost 2 miles, till they took refuge in another large place called Tepoztlan, where the inhabitants were so completely off their guard that we attacked before the spies they had posted to watch us could reach them. Here we found some very pretty Indian women and much spoil, but no Mexicans and none of the male inhabitants of the place. Cortés sent 3 or 4 times to summon the caciques to make peace, and threatened that if they did not come, we would burn the town and go to find them, but they refused. So, to strike fear into the neighboring towns, Cortés ordered that half the houses in the district should be set on fire. At this moment, the caciques of the town through which we had passed that day, which was called Yotepec, came and swore obedience to his majesty. And next day we went to a finer and larger place called Codlavaca, a name that we generally corrupt today int Cuernavaca. Here there were many warriors, both Mexicans and natives of the town, which was rendered very strong by some ravines, more than 50 feet deep, with streams at the bottom. These streams did not carry much water, nevertheless they transformed the place int a fortress int which there was no approach for horses except over 2 bridges which were broken down. But though it was too strong for us to force an entrance, we fought with them from across the stream and the ravine, and their darts and arrows and the stones from there slings fell on us like hail. During this fighting, Cortés received information that a little over a mile further on there was a place where horses could cross. He at once set off with all the horsemen and Narvaez people, leaving us to find a way where we were. We saw that with the help of some trees that grew near the edge, the deep ravine could be crossed, and although 3 soldiers fell down into the water, and one of them broke his leg, we made the passage. For myself, I must truly confess that the danger and difficulty of the crossing made me turn quite giddy, but I struggled across with some more of our soldiers and many Tlascalans, and we fell on the rear of the Mexicans who were shooting across the ravine. When they saw us, they could hardly believe their eyes, and supposed that we were more numerous than we were. At that moment, Cristobal de Olid and Andres de Tapia arrived on the scene with some other horsemen who had made almost as dangerous crossing over a broken bridge, and we attacked the enemy so hard that they turned and fled to the hills or to other parts of the deep ravine where we could not reach them. Soon afterwards, Cortés himself arrived with the rest of the horsemen. Our scouts then arrived with the report that about 20 Indians were approaching, whose appearance and bearing indicate that they were caciques and chieftains, and who appeared to be carrying a message or suing for peace. They proved to be the caciques of the town, and when they came before Cortés, they ceremoniously presented him with gold jewels, and begged his pardon for not having made peace. They said that the Lord of Mexico had sent them orders to stay in their stronghold and attack us from there, and that he had sent them a large force of Mexicans to help them. But they now saw there was no place so strong that we could not attack and capture it, and humbly begged Cortés to make peace with them. Cortés received them graciously, and they swore obedience to his majesty. So we set out for Xochimilco, a great city, about 7.5 miles from Mexico, in which most of the houses were built in a fresh water lake. Advancing most cautiously and in our usual close order, we passed through some pine woods, but could find no water anywhere on the road. As we were wearing our armor and the afternoon sun was very hot, we suffered terribly from thirst, nor did we know if there was any water ahead. We had advanced 8 or 9 miles, and had no idea how far we were from a well which we had been told was on the road. When Cortés saw that our whole army was tired and our Tlascalan allies dispirited, one of them had died of thirst, and one of our men too, I think, who was old and ailing, he ordered a halt to be made in the shade of the pine trees, and sent 6 of the horsemen ahead towards Xochimilco to see how far off the nearest village or farm might be. or where this well was that we had been told about, for we wanted to encamp beside it for the night. When the horsemen set out, I decided to step aside, so that neither they nor Cortés should see me, and then to follow them with my 3 strong and nimble Tlascalan servants. But they saw me behind them, and stopped to turn me back, for fear I might be attacked by Mexican warriors, and be unable to defend myself. But I insisted on going with them, and as Cristobal de Olid was a friend of mine, he agreed on condition that I kept my hands ready to fight, and my feet ready to run for safety if we met any more Mexicans. But I was thirsty enough to risk my life for a drink of water. About 1.5 miles ahead there were a number of farms and huts on the hillsides belonging to the people of Xochimilco, and the horsemen went across to the houses to look for water, which they found and drank. One of my Tlascalans brought me a great pitcher of very cold water out of a house. They have very large pitchers in that country, and my servants quenched our thirst. Then I decided to return to where Cortés was resting, because the inhabitants of these farms were already giving the call to arms, and shouting and whistling at us. I told my servants to carry the pitcher, and met Cortés, who had resumed his march with his army. I told him that there was water in the nearby farms, and that I had drunk, and was bringing him some in a pitcher. The Tlascalans were carrying it very cautiously, so that it should not be taken from me. For thirst knows no laws. Then Cortés and some other gentlemen drank, and he was well satisfied. They all rejoiced and hastened on their march, so that we arrived at the farms before sun, set where they found water in the houses, but not very much. And because of their hunger and thirst soldiers ate some thistle-like plants, which hurt their tongues and their throats. At this moment the horsemen came back to say that the well was far off, and that as the whole country was being called to arms, they thought it advisable for us to sleep where we were. Scouts, sentinels, and lookouts were posted, and I was one of the watch. I think it rained a little that night, or else it was very windy. Next morning we resumed our march very early, and reached Xochimilco at about 8 o'clock. I cannot compute the great number of warriors who were awaiting us, some on land, and some at the approach to a bridge that they had broken, or the number of ramparts and barricades they had thrown up. Some of their captains carried scythe-like lance, made from the swords they had captured from us during the slaughter on the causeway. Others had long, straight, gleaming lances, which were also made from captured swords. Then there were archers and warriors with double-headed javelins, and with slings and stones, and their 2-handed swords. The whole mainland was thick with them, and we fought with them for more than half an hour at the approach to the bridge, but we could not get through. Neither muskets nor crossbows nor our repeated charges were of any avail, and the worst of it was that many more bands of them were coming to attack us on the flank. When we saw this, we rushed through the water and over the bridge, some half swimming and others jumping. And here some of our soldiers involuntarily drank so much water that when they had passed the bridge, their bellies swelled up with it. To return to our battle, many of our soldiers were wounded at the passage of the bridge, but we managed to get at the enemy with our swords in some streets where there was solid ground in front of us. Cortés and the horsemen turned in another direction on the mainland, where they met more than 10,000 Indians, all Mexicans, who had come to help the people in the town. Their method of fighting was to await our horsemen with their lances, and they wounded 4 of them. Cortés was in the midst of the fray, mounted on a very good dark chess, not called El Romo, because he was either fat or worn out, for he was a pampered beast when the animal faltered, and the enemy, who were in great numbers, laid hands on Cortés and dragged him from his back. Others say that they brought him down by main force. In any case, many more Mexicans came up to try to carry him off alive. At the sight of this some Tlascalans and a very brave soldier called Cristobal de Olia of Medina del Campo in Old Castile rushed to the spat, and with good cuts and thrusts cleared a space, which enabled Cortés to remount his horse, although badly wounded in the head. Olia also had received 3 very severe knife wounds. But by this time all of us soldiers who were anywhere near had come to their assistance, for we had failed to keep close together, since every street in the city was choked with bands of warriors, and we had been unable to follow our banners. Some of us were attacking here, and some there, as Cortés had commanded. However, we all knew from the shrieks and shouts and whistling that the fighting was hottest where Cortés and the horsemen were engaged. So with no more ado, although surrounded by hosts of warriors, we forced our way, at peril of our lives, to stand at Cortés' side. He had been joined by 15 horsemen, and they were battling with the enemy beside some canals, along which they had built ramparts and barricades. When we arrived, we routed the Mexicans, though not all of them ran away. The soldier Olia had been badly wounded by 3 sword cuts, and was losing blood, and the streets of this town were full of warriors. We therefore advised Cortés to retire to some barricades, so that he and Olia and the horse could have their wounds attended to. So we turned back, but not without anxiety on account of the missiles that fell on us from the ramparts. For thinking that we were retreating, the Mexicans assailed us most furiously. Now Andrés de Tapia and Cristobal de Olid came up with the rest of the horsemen who had gone off in other directions. Olid's face was streaming with blood, and so was his horse, and every one of them was wounded. They said they had been fighting so many Mexicans in the open country that they could make no headway against them. It seems that once we had crossed the bridge, Cortés had divided them into 2 halves, each following different enemy bands. While we were treating our wounds by searing them with oil, a noise of yells, trumpets, conches, and drums rose in some streets on the mainland, and a host of Mexicans burst into the courtyard, where we were throwing such a volley of darts and stones that several of our men were quickly wounded. They did not get much advantage from this onslaught, however, for we immediately attacked them, and with good cuts and thrusts left plenty of them stretched on the ground. The horsemen, too, were not slow in riding out to the attack, and they killed many, though 2 of their horses were wounded. Still, we drove them out of the courtyard, and when Cortés saw that they had all gone, we went to rest in another court, which contained the great temples of that place. Many of our soldiers climbed up the taller queue in which they kept their idols, and looked over the city of Mexico, and the whole lake, all of which could be viewed from the top. And from there they saw more than 2,000 canoes full of warriors approaching from Mexico, and making for just where we stood. We learnt afterwards that Guatemoc, Prince of Mexico, had sent them with orders to attack us that night or next day, and had also sent 10,000 warriors by land to do so from another direction, so that caught between the 2 none of us would escape from the town alive. He had also prepared another 10,000 men as a reinforcement to be thrown in when the attack was made. All this we found out next day from 5 Mexican captains, whom we captured in the battle. However, our Lord ordained otherwise. For on seeing this great fleet of canoes, and realizing that they were coming to attack us, we set a very good watch throughout the camp, especially at the landing places and along the canals, where they would have to disembark. The horsemen waited all night, very much on the alert, with their horses saddled and bridled, both on the causeway and on the mainland. And Cortés with his captains also watched and patrolled through the night. I, with 2 other soldiers, kept guard on various canals. While I and my companions were on the watch, we heard the sound of many canoes approaching with muffled paddles to disembark at the landing place where we were posted. With our lances and volleys of stones we prevented their coming ashore, and we sent one of our number to warn Cortés. While this was happening, many more canoes loaded with warriors came up and assailed us with darts, arrows, and stones. We repelled them also, and 2 of our number were wounded in the head. Then, as it was night and very dark, these canoes went off to join the captains of the whole fleet, and they all made for another landing place where the canals were deeper. As they were not used to fighting at night, they then united with the squadrons Guatemoc had sent overland, which already numbered more than 15,000. As soon as daylight came, we saw all the Mexican bands closing in on the court where we were encamped, but they did not catch us napping. We charged through them, the horsemen from one direction where the ground was dry, and we, and the Tlascalan allies from another. We wounded 3 of their captains, who died next day, and our allies made a good capture, taking those 5 chieftains from whom we learnt about Guatemoc's orders. Many of our soldiers were wounded in the battle, but this engagement was not the end of the fighting. Following on the heels of the enemy, our horsemen met the 10,000 warriors whom Guatemoc had sent as a reinforcement to help those he had sent in advance. The Mexican captains who came with this force carried swords they had captured from us, and made great demonstrations of the valor with which they would use them, crying out that they would kill us with our own arms. The horsemen were afraid when they came up with them, for the Mexican bands were numerous and they were few. So they turned aside in order not to encounter them until Cortés and the rest of us could help them. When we heard this, every horseman who was left in the camp instantly leapt into the saddle, even though both mount and rider were wounded, and we all marched out behind them. Soldiers, bowmen, and Tlascalan allies, we charged them all together, and so impetuously that we broke their ranks and were able to fight them hand to hand. Our good sword play then made them give up their unlucky enterprise and leave the field to us. We captured some other chiefs there, and learnt from them that Guatemoc had ordered the dispatch of another great fleet of canoes, and another army of warriors overland. He had told his men that being weary from our recent engagements, and having many dead and wounded, we would now suppose that no more bands would be sent against us, and become less vigilant. Then with the large force he was sending, he would be able to defeat us. When we heard this, we became even more watchful than before, and it was agreed that we should wait for no more attacks, but leave the town next morning. We spent the rest of the day attending to the wounded, cleaning our weapons, and making arrows. It seems that there were many rich men in this city who had very large houses, full of cloaks and cloth and Indian shirts, all of cotton and gold feather work, and many other things. While we were busy, the Tlascalans and certain soldiers found out where these houses were, for some of the Xaquimilcan prisoners went with them to show them. The houses stood in the lake and were approached by a causeway, on which were 2 or 3 small bridges which spanned deep channels. And when they reached them, our soldiers found them unguarded and full of cloth. So they loaded themselves and the many Tlascalans with this cloth and with some gold ornaments, and brought their booty to the camp. On seeing this, some other soldiers also set out for the house. But while they were taking the cloth out of the large wooden baxes in which it was stored, a great fleet of Mexican warriors arrived and fell on them, wounding many of them, and carrying off 4 of them alive, whom they took to Mexico. The rest, however, escaped. When these 4 prisoners were brought before Guatemoc, he learnt how few we were that followed Cortés, and how many of us were wounded, and everything he wanted to know about our expedition. After getting this information, he had the arms, feet, and heads of our unfortunate companions cut off, and sent them round to various towns of our allies and those who had made peace with us, with the message that he did not think one of us would be left alive to return to Texcoco. Then he offered their hearts and blood to his idols. Guatemoc promptly sent many more flotillas of warriors over the lake and other companies by land, with orders that we must not be allowed to leave Xochimilco alive. Though I am tired of narrating our many battles and skirmishes with the Mexicans in these few days, yet I cannot omit any of them. As soon as dawn broke, there came such a host of Mexicans by the inlets and along the causeways and overland that we could hardly break through them. We left the town, however, for a great square nearby in which they used to hold their markets, and halted there with all our baggage ready for the march. Cortés then began to speak to us of our dangerous situation, for we knew very well that the whole power of Mexico and its allies would be lying in wait for us at the difficult places on the roads, at the creeks, and on the canals. He said that it would be a good thing there, and it was his command that we should march unencumbered and leave our baggage and booty, which would impede us when it came to fighting. On hearing this, we cried out with one voice that with God's blessing we were men enough to defend our property and persons, and his also, and that it would be great cowardice to do such a thing. When Cortés heard our wish, as he said, he prayed God to help us. Knowing the strength and power of the enemy, we then arranged the order of march, putting the wounded and the baggage in the middle, sending 1/2 of the horsemen ahead, posting the other in the rear, and keeping our crossbowmen and also our allies in the middle as a security, since it was the Mexicans' habit to attack the baggage. We could make no use of our musketeers, however, for they had run out of powder. In this order we set out. When Guatemoc's army saw that we were retiring from Xochimilco, they thought that we were frightened and did not dare to meet them, which was true. A great host of them started off at once, and came straight at us, wounding 8 soldiers, 2 of whom died a week later. Their intention was to break our ranks and over on the baggage. But as we marched in the order I have described, they were unable to do so. However, all along the road until we reached a large town called Coyocan, which is about 6 miles from Xochimilco, sudden attacks were continually made on us from positions we could not approach. For the Mexicans were able to assail us with darts and stones and arrows, and then take refuge in the neighboring creeks and ditches. We arrived at Coyocan, which stands on level ground, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, and found the place deserted. We decided to spend the rest of the day there and the next also, so that we could attend to the wounded and make arrows. For we knew that we should have to fight many more battles before returning to our camp at Texcoco. Then early on the second morning, we resumed our march in our accustomed formation, following the road to Tacuba, a distance of about 6 miles from our starting point. At one place on the road, we were attacked by 3 parties of warriors and repelled all 3 attacks, our horsemen pursuing them over the level ground until they took refuge in the creeks and canals. As we went on our way, Cortés rode aside with 10 horsemen and 4 young pages to prepare an ambush for the Mexicans who were attacking us from the creeks. Now the Mexicans made a show of retreating, and Cortés with his horsemen and servants followed them. But when he looked round, he saw, lying in wait, a great company of the enemy, who attacked him and his horsemen, wounding the horses. Indeed, if they had not retired at once, they would all have been killed or taken prisoner. As it was, the Mexicans seized 2 of Cortés' young pages, and carried them alive to Guatemec, who had them sacrificed. We arrived at Tacuba with our banners flying and with all our army and baggage. The rest of the horsemen had already come in with Pedro de Alvarado and Cristobal de Olid, but Cortés and the 10 horsemen with him did not appear, and we suspected that some disaster must have overtaken them. So Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, and some other horsemen went in search of them in the direction of the creeks where we had seen them turn off. At that moment the 2 pages who had escaped came in, and after telling their story, they said that Cortés and the others were following slowly because their horses were wounded. While they were still talking, Cortés himself arrived, at which we all rejoiced, though he himself was so sad that he was almost in tears. By the time he arrived in Tacuba, it was raining heavily, and we sheltered for nearly 2 hours in the great courts. Cortés, with some of his captains and the treasurer Alderete, who was sick, and Friar Melgar, and many of us soldiers, ascended the lofty quay of that town, which commanded a fine view of the city of Mexico nearby and of the whole lake, and most of the towns I have mentioned, which are built on it. When the friar and the treasurer saw all these great cities standing in the water, they were astonished. And when they gazed on the great city of Mexico, and the lake crowded with canoes, some loaded with provisions, others going to fish, and others empty, they were even more amazed, and said that our coming to New Spain was the act not of human beings, but of the great mercy of God, who had decreed that we should hold it and protect it. They said also, as they had said before, that they never remembered to have read in any history of vassals who had done such great service to their king as we had. But now they said it with greater assurance, and promised to report our story to his majesty. A consultation was now held among our captains on whether we should inspect the causeway, for it was very close to Tacuba, where we were, and as we remembered that it was little more than a month since Cortés had attempted to force his way along this causeway with a great number of soldiers, and had run in such danger that he had been afraid of defeat. As we had no powder and very few arrows, and most of the soldiers in our army were wounded, it was agreed that we should march on, for fear we might have to fight another battle with the Mexicans at some time in the day or night. For Tacuba is very close to their great city, and Guatemec might send his great army to capture some of our men alive. So we began our march and passed through Azcapotzalco, which we found deserted. Then we went on to Tinuca, a large town which was also deserted, and which we called the City of Snakes, on account of the 3 serpents they kept in their temple and worshipped as gods. From there we went on to Cuautitlan, and all that day the rain did not stop beating down. We marched along with our arms in our hands, for we were never parted from them by night or day, and we were almost collapsing under the weight of our armor and the drenching rain. When we arrived at this last town, we found it empty too. It did not stop raining all night long, and the mud was very deep. And all night the inhabitants of the place and some Mexicans yelled at us from the canals and from other positions where we could do them no harm. It was too dark and wet for us to organize our system of sentinels and patrols. No order was kept, and we could not find the men who were put on guard. I say this because I was given the first watch, and neither officer nor patrol visited me, and it was the same throughout the camp. Next day we continued our march to another large place, where there was also a great deal of mud, and we found it deserted. On the 2nd day we passed through other deserted towns, and on the 3rd we reached a place called Acalman, which was a dependency of Texcoco. When they heard in Texcoco that we were coming, they came out to receive Cortés, and we met many Spaniards who had just come from Castile. Captain Gonzalo de Sandoval also welcomed us with many soldiers, and with him came the Lord of Texcoco, who, as I have already said, was called Don Fernando. Indeed, Cortés was very well received both by our men and by the newcomers from Spain, but he was even more cordially welcomed by the inhabitants of the neighboring towns, who brought him food. That night Sandoval returned to Texcoco with all his soldiers to protect his camp, and the next morning Cortés and the rest of us continued our march to Texcoco. We pressed on weary and wounded, leaving many of our comrades behind us dead or in the hands of the Mexicans, and about to be sacrificed. But instead of resting and healing our wounds, we had to meet a conspiracy organized by certain persons of quality who were partisans of Narvaez. Now it appears that a close friend of the governor of Cuba, Antonio de Villafana by name, a native of Zamora or Toro, with other soldiers of Narvaez's party, I will not mention their names for honor's sake, had planned to stab Cortés to death on his return. This was to be the manner of it. A ship having just arrived from Spain, one of the plotters was to bring to Cortés, when he was dining with his captains at table, a heavily sealed letter purporting to come from Castile, and to say that it was from his father Martin Cortés, and when he was reading it, they were to stab him with daggers, together with any of us captains or soldiers who might try to protect him. However, when all this had been discussed and prepared, it pleased heaven that the conspirators should reveal their plan to important persons who had taken part in our expedition. They had chosen one of them to be Captain General after the murder of Cortés, and they had elected various soldiers of Narvaez's party to fill the posts of Chief Constable, Lieutenant, Paymaster, Treasurer and Steward, Judgeships, Governorships, and other offices had also been filled in anticipation, and they had even divided our goods and horses among their own following. This plot was not discovered until 2 days after our return to Texcoco, and God be praised, it was not carried out, or New Spain would have been destroyed, and all of us with it. For factions would immediately have risen, and all sorts of follies would have been committed. It appears that a soldier revealed the affair to Cortés, immediately extinguished the fire before it could spread further, for the soldier swore that many men of rank were involved. As soon as he was informed, Cortés gave the informer large presents and promised him more. He then quickly and secretly conveyed the news to all our captains, Pedro de Alvarado, Francisco de Lugo, Cristobal de Olid, Andres de Tapia, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and myself. Also to the two magistrates officiating that year, Luis Marin and Pedro de Ircio, and to the rest of his adherents. Once informed, we made ready, and went without delay to Antonio de Villafana's quarters, where we found him and many of his fellow plotters. With the aid of 4 constables whom Cortés had brought with him, we seized Villafana whereup, and the captains and soldiers with him attempted to run away. But Cortés ordered them to be stopped and detained. At the moment of Villafana's arrest, our captain snatched from his breast a document bearing the signatures of all the participants in the conspiracy. On it he read the names of many important persons, but being unwilling to disgrace them, he spread the report that Villafana had swallowed the memorandum before he could see it or read it. In his statement, Villafana admitted the whole truth. But the regular magistrates sitting with Cortés and the camp commander, Cristobal de Olid, examined many good and trustworthy witnesses before passing the death sentence. Villafana was hanged from the window of his own quarters after making his confession to Father Juan Diaz. Although many were arrested at the time in order to frighten them, and to suggest that further punishments were intended, Cortés did not wish anyone else to be disgraced. Unpleasant though the affair was, the moment was inopportune, he therefore concealed his feelings. Cortés at once agreed to have a personal guard under the command of Antonio de Queens, a gentleman from Zamora, who with 6 soldiers, good courageous men, watched over him day and night. And he requested us, whom he knew to be his friends, to take good care of him henceforth. As for those who had taken part in the conspiracy, though he often conferred great favors on them, he distrusted them always. Let us leave this matter, and speak of Cortés' proclamation that all the Indian men and women whom he had captured in our expeditions must within 2 days be brought for branding to a place specified for the purpose. I will say no more about the conduct of the auctions than I have already said in describing the 2 previous brandings, but bad though it was before, this time it was even worse. After subtracting the royal 5th, Cortés took his own 5th and pickings for about 30 captains. And if any sound and handsome Indian women were sent to the branding, they were stolen away by night from among the others, and did not appear again. Thus many of the captured women were not sold, but later were hired by us as free servants. The siege and capture of Mexico, justice had been done on Antonio de Villafana, and his fellow conspirators had quieted down. Cortés was informed that the launches were ready and their rigging and sails in place, that their oars were well made, and there were spare oars for each launch, and that the channels through which they were to pass had been deepened and broadened. He then sent a request to all friendly towns in the region of Texcoco to make 8,000 copper arrowheads each to the standard of some patterns from Spain that had been sent round, and to make and trim for him 8,000 arrows of a good kind of wood patterns, of which had also been circulated. And he gave them a period of 8 days in which to deliver the arrows and arrowheads to our camp. They brought them in the specified time more than 50,000 arrowheads, and as many thousand arrows, the former better than their Spanish models, and these were divided among all the bowmen, who were told to polish, oil, and feather them. He also ordered the horsemen to have their horse is shod and to get their lance is ready and to parade each day on horseback and gallop, and train their horse is to turn quickly and to skirmish. Then Cortés sent messengers with letters for our friend Xicotenga the elder and his son Xicotenga the younger, and to his brothers and to Chichima, Atecal, informing them that after Corpus Christi we were going to set out against Mexico and blockade it. He told them to send 20,000 warriors from Tlaxcala, Huexotzinco, and Cholula, for they were now all friends and comrades, and they all knew the time of meeting and the plan, he having sent them information by their own men, who were continually leaving our camp, laden with the spoils of our expeditions. Cortés also warned the people of Chalco and Tlamanalco and their vassals to be ready when he sent to summon them, and told them that we were going to invest Mexico, and when we should set out. He sent the same information to Don Fernando, the lord of Texcoco, and to his chieftains and vassals, and to all the other towns friendly to us. All replied that they would obey his orders. Then Cortés decided that on the second day of the feast of the Holy Spirit, a review should be held in the great courts of Texcoco. 84 horsemen were present, and 650 soldiers with sword and shield, and many with lances, and 194 cross bowmen and musketeers. And from these were chosen crews to man the 13 launches. 12 cross bowmen and musketeers were to go on each, but they were not to row, for 12 additional men were picked to man the oars, 6 on each side. Besides these, there was a captain for every launch, so that each carried 25 men, which amounts to upwards of 300 in all. Cortés also distributed among them all the boat guns and falconets we possessed, and the powder he thought they would need. Having done this, he proclaimed the rules which we must observe. First, no man should dare to blaspheme our Lord, nor his blessed mother, nor the apostles, nor any of the saints, under heavy penalties. Second, that no soldier should ill-treat our allies who had come to help us, or take anything from them, even if it was captured, but neither men nor women prisoners, gold, silver, nor chalchi heights. Third, that no soldier should dare to leave the camp by day or night to go to any allied town, either to fetch food or for any other reason, under heavy penalties. Fourth, that all soldiers should wear very good armor, well quilted, and a gorget head, piece leggings, and shield. Fifth, that no one should on any account gamble for a horse or arms, under heavy penalties. Sixth, that no soldier, horseman, cross bowman, or musketeer should sleep except in complete armor and with his sandals on his feet, except in case of severe wounds or sickness. Further rules were proclaimed to be observed on campaign, that anyone slipping on guard or quitting his post should be punished with death, and that no soldier should go from one camp to another without his captain's permission, under the same penalty. After the review, Cortés discovered that there were not enough seamen to row the launches. The crews of the ships which we had destroyed, and the sailors from Narvaez's ships, and those from Jamaica, had been put on a list and warned that they would have to row. But including them all, there were still not sufficient men, and some of them refused the task. Cortés then made an inquiry to discover who were sailors or who had been seen to go out fishing, and any men who came from Palos or Mogar or any other port were ordered to man the launches, under severe penalties for refusal. Even if they claimed high berth, he still made them row. Thus he got together 150 oarsmen, and they suffered far less hardship than we, who fought on the causeways and got rich plunder in't. The bargain. Cortés then chose his captains and gave them his orders, telling each what to do, to what part of the cause. way he was to go and with which of our captains there he was to cooperate. As soon as these orders had been given, a message was brought to Cortés that the Tlascalan captains were approaching under the supreme command of Xicotenga the Younger, who had 2 of his brothers with him, and was accompanied by another great force under the command of Chichima. Atecol also a company from Huexotzinco and another from Cholula. The Cholulans, however, were few in numbers, because from what I observed, although they never again sided with the Mexicans after we punished them, they did not side with us either, but watched events. When Cortés heard that Xicotenga and his brothers and captains were approaching a day before their time, accompanied by Pedro de Alvarado and others, he went out a mile to receive them, and greeted and embraced them all. They marched in fine order, all very brilliant beneath their great device, each company separately with its banners streaming, and the white bird, like an eagle with wings outstretched. That is their badge. The ensigns waved their banners and standards, and all carried bows and arrows, two-handed swords, javelins, and spear throwers. Some also had double-edged swords and long or short lance. Marching in good order in their feathered head-dresses, they whistled, shouted, and cried, "Long live our Lord the Emperor and Castile." Castile and Tlaxcala, they took more than 3 hours entering Texcoco. Cortés ordered that our allies should be given good quarters and provided with everything we had in our camp. Then, after many embraces and promises to make them rich, he took his leave, telling them that he would send his orders next day, but that they should rest now, for they were tired. Cortés appointed Pedro de Alvarado captain of 150 soldiers, 30 horsemen, and 18 musketeers and cross-bowmen. With him he sent his brother Jorge de Alvarado Gutierrez de Badajoz and Andres de Mongeros, with 50 soldiers each and exactly a third of the musketeers and cross-bowmen. Pedro commanded the horsemen himself, and was commander of all 3 companies, and he was given 8,000 Tlascalans as well. I too was sent with him, and we were told to take up our position in the city of Tacuba. Cortés then gave Cristobal de Olid, who was quartermaster, 30 horsemen, 175 soldiers, and 20 cross-bowmen and musketeers, and put 3 captains under him, Andres de Tapia, Francisco Verdugo, and Francisco de Lugo, among whom he divided this force exactly, leaving Cristobal de Olid the horseman and the supreme command over the 3 companies. He too was given 8,000 Tlascalans, and he was told to go and establish his camp in the city of Coyocan, 6 miles from Tacuba. Gonzalo de Sandoval, the chief constable, was given another division of 24 horsemen, 14 musketeers and cross-bowmen, and 150 soldiers. Also more than 8,000 Indian warriors from Chalco and Huexotzinco, and other friendly places through which he had to pass. As captains he was given his friends Luis Marin and Pedro de Ircio, among whom his force was divided, while he retained command of the horsemen, and was set over his 2 comrades. His orders were to establish his camp near Iztapalapa and attack it, doing all the damage he could until he should receive other instructions. He did not leave Texcoco until Cortés, who himself commanded the launch, was ready to put them on the lake. As we were to set out next morning, the companies of Tlascalans were now sent ahead as far as the Mexican border, in order to avoid congestion on the road. But they were careless in their order of march, and neither Chichima, Catecol, nor any of the other captains noticed that Xicotenga, their supreme commander, was not with them. When Chichima, Attekal finally inquired what had become of him, it was discovered that he had secretly returned to Tlaxcala during the night, and was planning to seize the Quechip vassals and lands of Chichima, Attekal for himself. The reasons which the Tlaxcalans gave for his action were that once the Tlaxcalans, and especially Chichima, Attekal had gone to the war, he knew there would be no one to oppose him. Xicotinga the elder, being his father, would help him. Mayziscasi was dead, and the only man he feared was Chichima, Attekal. They said they had always known that Xicotinga had no wish to take part in the war against Mexico, for they had heard him say many times that all of us and of them would be killed. On receiving this news, Chichima, Attekal, whose lands and vassals were in danger, turned very swiftly back from the march, and returned to Texcoco to inform Cortés, who immediately dispatched 5 Texcocan chiefs and 2 from Tlaxcala, all friends of Xicotinga's, to force him to come back. They were to tell him that Cortés begged him to return and fight his enemies the Mexicans, and to remind him that if his father Don Lorenzo de Vargas were not old and blind, he would certainly do so, and that as all the Tlaxcalans were loyal servants of his majesty, it was not right that he should dishonor them as he was now doing. To this Xicotinga answered that if his father and Mayziscasi had taken his advice, Cortés would not have obtained such complete authority over the Tlaxcalans, and that, to waste no more words, he did not intend to return. On receiving this answer, Cortés at once ordered a constable, 4 horsemen, and 5 chiefs from Texcoco to go with all speed and hang him wherever they caught him. There is no reforming this cacique, he said. He will always be a traitor and a villain and a plotter of evil. And he added that this was no time to bear with him or to forgive the past. On hearing this, Pedro de Alvarado put in a strong plea for Xicotinga, and Cortés answered him favorably, but secretly he ordered the constable and the horsemen to kill him, which they did. They hanged him in a town which was subject to Texcoco, and thus put an end to his treacheries. Some Tlaxcalans said that Xicotinga's father Don Lorenzo de Vargas had sent a message to Cortés, saying that his son was wicked, and he would not vouch for him, and begging Cortés to kill him. Because of Xicotinga's treachery, we stayed at Texcoco for another day, and departed on the next, which was third. Dean made both divisions together, for both had to take the same road, and to spend the night at Acalman. So Cristobal de Olid sent men ahead to that town to secure quarters, and green branches were hung above the roof of each house to show that it was his. Consequently, when we arrived under Pedro de Alvarado, there was nowhere for us to lodge. The men of our company had already half drawn their swords against Cristobal de Olid's men, and even the captains had defied one another. Fortunately, there was no lack of gentlemen on both sides to intervene, and what appeased the clamor, though all of us were still disgruntled. A message was sent to Cortés, and he dispatched Friar Pedro Melgar, Guijo, and Captain Luis Marin in all haste. He also wrote to the captains and the rest of us, scolding us for our conduct. When the 2 emissaries arrived, we made friends, but from that time onwards, the 2 captains, Pedro de Alvarado and Cristobal de Olid, remained on bad terms. Next day, the 2 divisions continued their march, and we spent the night in a large town, which we found deserted, for we were now in Mexican territory. We passed the following night in another large town named Cuautitlan, and on the day after moved through Tin, Yucca, and Atzca, Patzalco, all 3 of which were also deserted. On the evening of the last day, we came to Tacuba and at once took up our quarters in some large houses and halls, for this place too was deserted. Our Tlascalan allies also found quarters there, and on that evening they visited the farms belonging to these towns and brought in food to eat. We set a good watch and posted our sentinels carefully, for as I have said, Tacuba is close to Mexico. When night fell, we heard loud shouting from the lake. The Mexicans were abusing us with the taunt that we were not men enough to come out and fight them. They had many canoes full of warriors, and the causeways were crowded with fighting men, and the purpose of their mockery was to provoke us in fighting them that night. But we had gained experience from our battle on the causeways and the bridges, and reef used to come out till next day, which was Sunday. Then, when Father Juan Diaz had said Mass and we had commended ourselves to God, we decided that both divisions should go together to cut off the city's water supply at Chapultepec, which was about 1.5 miles from Tacuba. As we went to break the pipes, we found many warriors waiting for us on the road, for they were well aware that this would be the first damage we could inflict on them. When they met us near some difficult ground, they began to shoot arrows and darts and to hurl stones, so that 3 of our men were wounded. But we quickly put them to flight, and our Tlascalan allies pursued them so successfully that they killed 20 and took 6 or 8 prisoners. Once these bands were dispersed, we broke the pipes which supplied the city, and the water did not flow in Mexico again so long as the war lasted. When we had accomplished this our captains agreed that we should now reconnoiter, advance along the causeway from Tacuba, and endeavor to seize a bridge. But when we reached the causeway, armed canoes were so thick on the lake, and there were so many warriors on the causeway itself, that we were filled with astonishment, and they fired so many darts, arrows, and stones at us that more than 30 of us were wounded at the first encounter. Nevertheless, we advanced along the causeway towards the bridge, and they retreated before us in order, as I understand, to trap us on the other side. For once we had crossed, such a host of warriors descended on us that we could not repel them. The causeway was only 8 yards wide, so what could we do against a force that assailed us from both sides and shot at us as a sitting target? Our crossbowmen and musketeers fired continuously at their canoes, but hardly did them any damage, for they were very well protected by wooden bulwarks. Then, when we attacked the bands that were fighting on the causeway itself, they immediately jumped in the water, and there were so many of them that we could do nothing against them. Our horsemen were useless, for the Indians did their horses from one side or the other, hurling darts from the water into which, as I have said, they leapt when pursued. We fought them on the causeway for about an hour, and they pressed us so hard that we could resist no longer. Finally, we saw a great fleet of canoes approaching from another direction to cut off our lines of retreat. Seeing this, and realizing that our Tlascalan allies were greatly obstructing the causeway, and that if they jumped off, they could not fight in the water, we decided, captains and soldiers alike, to attempt no further advance and to retire in good order. When we reached dry land, hard pressed by the Mexicans and pursued by their howls, shouts, and whistles, we thanked God for our escape from the fight. For 8 of our soldiers had been killed and more than 100 wounded, yet even so, they howled insults at us from the canoes. But our friends the Tlascalans challenged them to come ashore, saying that they would fight them even if they were double their numbers. These were our first moves to cut off their water supply and reconnoiter the lake. But we did not gain much honor by them. Next morning, Cristobal de Olid said he wished to go to his station at Coy, Oaken nearly 5 miles away, and although Pedro de Alvarado and other gentlemen begged him to keep the two forces together, he insisted on departing, for he was a very brave man, and he said that it had been Pedro de Alvarado's fault that we had done badly on the previous day. So he went to the post that Cortés had assigned to him, and we stayed in camp. But it was wrong to separate the two divisions. If the Mexicans had known how small our numbers were, they would have attacked both companies separately in the 4 or 5 days that we were apart before the arrival of the launches, and we should have been hard pressed and have suffered great losses. As it was, we remained in Tacuba and Cristobal de Olid in his camp, and neither party dared to reconnoiter any further or to advance along the causeways. Every day we had skirmishes with large bands of Mexicans who came on land to fight us. While Gonzalo de Sandoval set out from Texcoco 4 days after the feast of Corpus Christi and came to Iztapalapa. Almost all his route was through friendly territory which was subject to Texcoco, but when he reached Iztapalapa, he began to fight and to burn many of the houses that stood on dry land. But before many hours had passed, great bands of Mexicans came to the aid of that city, and Sandoval had a stiff battle with them. During the fighting, they saw great smoke signals going up from a hill on the lakeside, and answering signals from other towns on the lake. They were summoning all the canoes from Mexico and the towns around the lake, for they saw that Cortés had now set out from Texcoco with the 13 launches. Once Sandoval had left Cortés delayed no longer, and the first thing he did on entering the lake was to attack a rocky island near Mexico on which many Mexicans had collected. Every canoe in the whole of the city and in every town on or near the lake had come out against him. For this reason the attack on Sandoval somewhat slackened, but as at that time most of the houses stood on the water, Cortés could not do them much harm. At the beginning, however, he killed many of the enemy, and with the help of his large force of allies captured and made prisoner many of the people of these towns. When Cortés saw so many fleets of canoes converging on his 13 launches, he was very frightened, and this was not unreasonable, since there were more than 1,000 canoes. So he abandoned the fight at the island and stationed himself out in the lake, so that if he found his men hard pressed, he could sail out freely and hurry to any place he chose. He ordered the launch captains not to attack or bear down on the canoes until the land breeze freshened, for it was just beginning to blow. When the canoes saw the launch halting, they thought that it was for fear of them, and the Mexican captains spurred them on, telling all their people to go in at once to attack them. At that moment a very strong, favorable breeze sprang up. The time was now suitable, and our oarsmen put on a great spurt, and Cortés ordered them to attack. Many of the canoes were overturned, and many Indians were killed and captured, and the remaining craft made off to take refuge among the houses on the lake, and in other places where our launches could not reach them. This was the first battle on the lake, and Cortés won the victory. Praise be to God for it all. Amen. After this, Cortés brought his launches towards Coyoacán, where Cristobal de Olid had his camp, and fought many bands of Mexicans who were lying in wait for him in difficult places, hoping to capture the launches. As he was fiercely attacked from the canoes on the lake, and from some queues on the causeway, he ordered 4 cannon to be taken out of the launches with which he killed and wounded many Indians. But the gunners were in such a hurry that they carelessly set fire to their powder, and some of them even had their hands and faces scorched. Then Cortés promptly dispatched a very fast launch to Sandoval's camp in Iztapalapa to bring all the powder that was there, and he wrote to Sandoval that he must not move from his position. All this time I was at Tacubaya with Pedro de Alvarado, and I will relate what we did in our camp. Knowing that Cortés was going about the lake, we pushed forward along our causeway, and with greater caution than before pushed ahead as far as the first bridge, the crossbowmen and musketeers working together, some loading while the others fired. Pedro de Alvarado ordered the horsemen not to advance with us, but to stay on dry land and protect our rear, for he feared that the towns through which we had passed might attack us on the causeway. So, sometimes attacking and sometimes on the defensive, we fought every day, losing 3 soldiers in these engagements, and at the same time we filled in the awkward place on the causeway, seeing that he could do no harm to the people of Iztapalapa, for they were in the water, though they could wound his soldiers. Sandoval decided to attack a small town and group of houses that stood in the lake. Having succeeded in effecting an entry, he was able to begin the attack. But while the fighting was going on, Guatemoc sent many warriors to the help of the inhabitants to destroy and break open the causeway by which Sandoval had advanced, and to surround his troops and leave them no way of escape. He sent many warriors to the other side also. While standing with Cristobal de Olid, Cortés saw the great fleet of canoes making towards Iztapalapa, and decided to go in that direction with his launches and the whole of Olid's company, to look for Sandoval, he on the lake with the launches and Olid with his men along the causeway. As they went forward, they saw a swarm of Mexicans breaking up this causeway, from which they concluded that Sandoval was in a certain group of houses, towards which they rowed the launches. They found him there fighting Guatemoc's warriors, and when the combat slackened, little Cortés ordered him to abandon his camp at Iztapalapa and go by land to blockade the other causeway, which runs from Mexico to a town once called Tepahuila, but now Our Lady of Guadalupe, the place of many miracles. As Cortés and all our captains and soldiers realized that without the launch we could not advance along the causeways to attack Mexico, he sent 4 of them to Pedro de Alvarado, and kept 6 in his own camp, which he now shared with Cristobal de Olid. He sent 2 more to Gonzalo de Sandoval on the Tepahuila causeway, and ordered that the smallest should not be sent on the lake again, since it was now light, and the canoes might overturn it. He had the soldiers and oarsmen of its crew distributed among the other 12 launches, for 20 of their complement had already received very severe wounds. When this reinforcement reached our camp at Tacubaya, Pedro de Alvarado ordered 2 of the launches to move to one side of the causeway and 2 to the other, and the fighting went very much in our favor, for the launch routed the canoes which had been attacking us from the water, and so we were able to capture several bridges and barricades. During this fight, however, the enemy discharged upon us so many stones from their slings, so many darts, and so many arrows, that although all our soldiers wore armor, they were wounded on the head and body, and a bitter battle went on until night parted us. I must explain that from time to time the Mexicans relieved one band by another, a change which we observed by the marks and distinguishing signs on their armor. As for the launches, they were checked by the darts, arrows, and stones that fell on them, thicker than hail from the high rooftops. I do not know how else to describe it, and no one would understand me who was not there, but they really were more numerous than hailstones, and quickly covered the causeway. Whenever we left some bridge or barricade unguarded, after having captured it with great efforts, they would retake it that night, deepen the channel, strengthen the defense, and even dig holes under the water into which we should stumble and fall when the moment came to retire after the next day's fighting. Then they would be able to overwhelm us from their canoes, for they had posted many of them for this purpose in places where our launches could not find them, so that when we were trapped in the pits, they could attack us both by land and water. And to prevent our launches from coming to our aid, they had fixed many concealed stakes in the water on which they would get impaled. We fought in this way every day, and as I have already said, our horsemen were of little use on the causeways. For if they charged or pursued the enemy's bands, the Mexicans immediately jumped into the water. Other bands, too, were posted behind breastworks, which the enemy raised on the causeways, and these were armed with long lances and even longer shy, these made from the arms they had captured when they defeated us so severely in Mexico. With these lances and great showers of darts and arrows shot from the lake, they wounded and killed the horses before the riders could do the opposing squadrons any harm. Moreover, those horsemen who owned their mounts were unwilling to risk them, for at that time horses cost 800 or even 1,000 and more pesos, and more were not to be had. But in any case they could have caught very few of the enemy on the causeway. Now, when we fell back at nightfall, we cauterized our wounds with burning oil, and a soldier called Juan Catalan made a cross and said a prayer over them. We certainly found that our Lord Jesus Christ gave us strength, as well as showing us mercies every day, for they healed very quickly. Wounded and bandaged with rags, we had to fight from morning till night, for if the wounded had not fought, but stayed behind in camp, there would not have been 20 sound men in each company to go out. When our Tlascalan allies saw the soldier Catalan curing us by making the sign of the cross over our wounds and broken heads, they went to him too, and there were so many of them that he could hardly attend to them in a day. As for our captains and our standard-bearer and his guard, they were covered with wounds, and their standards were ragged. Indeed, I should say that we needed a new standard-bearer every day, for we were so badly battered that no one could carry the standards in battle a second time. What is more, we had hardly enough to eat. I do not speak of maize cakes, for we had plenty of them, but of nourishing food for the wounded. The wretched stuff on which we existed was a vegetable that the Indians eat called quellets, supplemented by the local cherries, while they lasted, and afterwards by prickly pears, which then came in season. Events in Cortés' camp and in Sandoval's were much the same as in ours. Not a day passed without great companies of Mexicans coming to attack them, and as I have said, their attacks lasted from dawn till nightfall. For this purpose Guatemoc had chosen captains and squadrons to reinforce each causeway, and he warned Tlatelolco and all the lakeside towns which I have so often mentioned, that when a signal was raised on the great queue of Tlatelolco, their men must come up, some in canoes and some by land. The Mexican captains had received well-concerted orders on how and when and to what points they must bring assistance. Now I will explain the way in which we changed our order and method of fighting. It was like this. When we saw that however many water obstacles we captured each day, the Mexicans returned and opened them again, and that in our assault a few were killed and most of us wounded, we decided to take up our station on the causeway in a small square where there were some temple towers which we had already captured. Here there was room for us to set up our shelters, which were so poor that when it rained we all got wet. Indeed, they were fit for nothing but to protect us from the dew. The Indian women who made our bread we left in Tacuba, with all the horsemen and our Tlascalan allies to guard them, and also to watch the passes, in case the enemy should come down from the nearby towns and attack our rear ward while we were fighting on the causeway. Once we had set up our shelters in this square, we endeavored to destroy any houses or groups of buildings we captured and to fill up any water obstacles. We pulled the houses down to the ground, for if we set fire to them, they took too long to burn, and one did not catch a light from another, because, as I have several times said, they all stood in the water, and the only way of passing from one to another was over bridges or by canoe. And if we tried to swim across, the enemy did great execution on us from the flat roofs. We were safer there, for when the houses were demolished. Once we had captured a barrier or bridge or strong point at which they had put up great resistance, we tried to guard it by day and night. Our watches were organized in this way. All our companies were on guard together. The first of just over 40 soldiers was on duty from sun set until midnight, and another company of 40 men took over from midnight until 2 hours before dawn. However, the first company did not leave their post, but slept there on the ground. This second period is called the sleeping watch, and when it was over, another company came to the dawn watch, which lasted for the 2 hours until day. But those who had done the sleeping watch did not leave the spat either when morning came there, for there were 120 soldiers all on guard together. On some nights, even when we thought there was great danger, we all watched from dawn till daybreak, for fear that a heavy attack by the enemy might break our defenses. For we had been warned by some Mexican captains whom we had taken in battle that Guatemoc had made a plan which he had discussed with his officers for breaking through our line on the causeway, either by day or night. Then, when he had overwhelmed us in our sector, he would quickly defeat and rout Cortés and Sandoval on the other 2 causeways. He had also arranged that the 9 lakeside towns, Tacuba itself, Atza, Patzelco, and Teen, Yucca, should unite and on a chosen day attack us from the rear, breaking our position on the causeway. Also, one night they were to seize the Indian women who made our bread in Tacuba and capture our baggage. On learning this, we warned our horsemen in Tacuba and our Tlascalan allies to keep watch all night and remain on the alert. Guatemoc carried out this plan as he had made it. On several occasions, great bands came at midnight to attack us and break through, and were followed by others in the sleeping watch and the dawn watch. Sometimes they came noiselessly, and sometimes with loud yells and whistles. And when they reached the place where we were keeping watch, some let fly darts and stones and arrows, while others came on with lances. But although we sustained some wounds, we held our position and sent many of them back wounded. The large bands of warriors who came to seize our baggage were defeated by our horsemen and the Tlascalans, and as it was night, they did not make much of a stand. Despite rain, wind, and cold, we kept watch in the way I have described, and although wounded we were forced to stay there in the midst of the quag, mires, we had only a miserable supply of maize cakes, vegetables, and prickly pears to eat, and in addition there were the hardships of the fighting, which the officers said were unavoidable. Then, in spite of all our precautions, the enemy would break some bridge or causeway that we had captured but could not defend in the night. Next day, however, we would recapture it and build it up again. Then the Mexicans would return, break it once more, and strengthen their position with barricades. This went on until the enemy changed their method of fighting, as I will tell in due course. Let us leave these daily battles and those others fought by Cortés and Sandoval, and say what an advantage we had gained by preventing food and water getting to the enemy along the three causeways. But since our launches were stationed at our camps, they were only useful to protect our rear from warriors in canoes and others who attacked from the rooftops during the fighting. The Mexicans, however, were able to bring in much food and water from the 9 towns around the lake, which sent them supplies in canoes by night, and from other friendly villages they received maize, poultry, and all they required. To interrupt these supplies, it was agreed between our 3 camps that 2 launches should patrol the lake by night and destroy all the canoes they could, or, if they could capture any, should bring them to the camps. Although we missed these 2 launches as a guard and reinforcement during the night fighting, the plan was a good one. For even if many loaded canoes managed to get through, our launch has served a useful purpose in interrupting the Mexicans' supplies of food and water. Moreover, the enemy took no precautions when bringing supplies in their canoes, and so no day passed in which the patrolling launches did not bring in some prizes, with many Indians hanging from their yards. Let us leave this and tell of the stratagem which the Mexicans employed to capture our launch and kill their crews. It was like this. As I have said, every night and in the early mornings our men went out on the lake searching for canoes and overturned them from their launches, capturing many of them. The Mexicans decided to arm 30 pirogues, and at night they posted all 30 covered over with branches among some reed beds in a place where the launches could not see them. Then, before nightfall, they sent out 3 canoes with strong oarsmen, which appeared to be carrying provisions or water, on the course that the Mexicans thought the launches would follow in attacking these canoes. They had driven a number of stout timbers pointed like stakes, on which they would get impaled. So as the canoes crossed the lake and approached the reed beds showing every sign of fear, 2 of our launches set out in pursuit. The 2 canoes made a show of retiring to the land at the place where the 30 pirogues were lying in wait, and the launches followed them. But when they reached the ambush, all the pirogues came out together and attacked them, quickly wounding all the soldiers, oarsmen, and officers. And the launches could not escape in either direction on account of the stakes that had been planted. Thus they killed a certain Captain de Portilla, an excellent soldier who had fought in Italy and won, did Pedro Barba, another very good officer, whose launch they captured and who died of his wounds 3 days later. These 2 launches belonged to Cortés' camp, and their loss distressed him greatly. But within a few days the enemy planted other very successful ambushes, which I will describe in due course. I will now go on to speak of the severe fighting that was all the time going on in Cortés' camp and in Gonzalo de Sandoval's, but by far the heavier engagements were fought by Cortés. For he had ordered that all houses should be pulled down and burnt, and the bridge channels filled up, and what he gained each day was thus consolidated. He sent an order to Pedro de Alvarado to be sure that we never crossed a bridge or gap in the causeway without first blocking it up, and to pull down and burn every house. Then we had to fill up the gaps and bridges with the mud, bricks, and timber of the demolished houses, and our Tlascalan allies helped us manfully in all this warfare. Now, when the Mexicans saw us leveling the houses and filling up the bridges and gaps, they decided on another way of fighting. They would lift a bridge, leaving a very deep and wide channel for us to wade across, which in place was out of our depth. For under the water they dug many pits which we could not see, and they erected walls and barricades on both sides of the gap. They also drove in many stakes or heavy pointed timber in places where our launches would run on them, if they came to our assistance while we were fighting to capture this fortification. For they well understood that we must first destroy the barricade, and then cross that channel of water, before we could approach the city. At the same time they kept ready in hidden place many canoes, fully manned with warriors and strong oarsmen. Indeed, one Sunday morning squadrons of warriors fell on us from 3 directions, attacking us so hard that it was all we could do to prevent them from overwhelming us. At this time Pedro de Alvarado gave orders that half the horsemen who had remained in Tacuba should slip on the causeway, where they would be in less danger than before, since no roofs were standing. Nearly all the houses having been demolished, in fact, they could now ride down some parts of the causeway without their horse being wounded from the roofs or the canoes. To continue my story, these 3 bands came on very boldly, one from the direction of the broad open channel, another from some house that we had demolished, and the third to attack us in the rear from the direction of Tacuba. Thus we were more or less surrounded. The horsemen with our Tlascalan allies, however, broke through the band that had taken us from the rear, and we resisted the other 2 so valiantly that we drove them to retreat. But their retreat proved to be a feint. We thought we had captured the first of their barricades, while in fact they had abandoned it. Imagining we had gained a victory, we leapt through the water, and where we crossed there were no pits. We pressed on with our advance among some large houses and temple towers, and the enemy still made a show of retreating, but they went on shooting darts and stones from their slings and plenty of arrows, and when we least expected it, a host of warriors sprang on us from a place we could not see. Many more joined in from the roofs and houses, and those who had appeared to be retreating suddenly turned round to attack us so hard that we could not hold our ground. We then decided to retire very cautiously, but in the channel we had captured at our first crossing, which had been free from pits, the enemy had stationed such a fleet of canoes that we could not cross at this place. They forced us to cross at another where, as I have said, the water was very deep, and they had dug many pits. Being pursued in our retreat by such a host of warriors, we swam or leapt through the water, and nearly all our men fell into these pits. Then the canoes attacked us, and the Mexicans seized 5 of our comrades, whom they took to Guatemala alive. Nearly all of us were wounded, for the launches we were expecting could not come to our aid, being impaled on the stakes that the enemy had fixed there. At the same time they too were overwhelmed by such a rain of darts and arrows that 2 soldiers were killed at the oars, and many others wounded. To return to the pits in the channel, I think it was a wonder we were not all killed there. For myself, I was seized by a great number of Indians, but I managed to free my sword arm, and the Lord Jesus Christ gave me strength to deal them a few good thrusts with which I saved myself, though I had a severe wound in the other arm. Once safely out of the water, I lost all sensation and could not stand on my feet or take breath, so exhausted was I by my efforts to free myself from that rabble, and by copious loss of blood. I declare that when they had me in their claws, I was mentally commending myself to our Lord God and Our Lady, His Blessed Mother, and He it was that gave me strength to save myself. Thanks be to God for the mercy He granted me. There is another thing I wish to mention. When Pedro de Alvarado and his horsemen had thoroughly routed the bands that had attacked us in the rear from the direction of Tacuba, only a single horseman passed the water and the barricades. A man who had recently come from Spain, and both he and his horse were killed. The cavalry were already advancing to our assistance when they saw us retiring. If they had crossed, we should have been compelled to turn back against the Indians, and if they had then been forced to retreat, none of them or their horses or any of us would have survived. For the enemy's dispositions were so cunning that they would have fallen in the pits, and there were a great number of warriors who would have killed their horses with lances, which they had brought for the purpose, and by attacking from the many flat roofs all around, for this was in the heart of the city. Flushed with their victory, the Mexicans continued through out that day, which, as I have said, was a Sunday, to send such vast hordes of warriors against our camp that we could not drive them off. They certainly expected to rout us, but with the aid of some bronze cannon, and by dint of hard fighting, and by all the companies keeping guard every night, we managed to hold our own. When Cortés received news of this state of affairs, he was very much annoyed. He immediately sent a launch to Pedro de Alvarado with written orders that he was never on any account to leave a gap unblocked, and that all the horsemen were to slip on the cause, they with their horses saddled and bridled all night long. He insisted that we should not attempt to advance a single step until we had filled up that great opening with bricks and timber, and that every precaution should be taken in the camp when we saw that the great disaster we had suffered was our own fault. We then and there began to fill in the opening, though it cost us great labor and many wounds which the enemy inflicted on us while we were at work, and although 6 of our soldiers were killed, we had it blocked in 4 days. Each night we kept watch on the place itself, all 3 companies together in accordance with Cortés' orders, and the Mexicans were very close to us as we watched. For they too had their sentinels, and changed them by watch, just as we did. They lighted great fires that burnt all night, but their sentinels stood away from them, so that we could not distinguish them from a distance. Although we could not see the Indians who were watching because of the brightness of their fires, yet we always knew when they changed guard, for then they came to feed the fire. As this was a season of heavy rains, on many nights their fire was put out, but they always lit it again noiselessly and without exchanging a word, for they communicated by whistling. Very often, when we knew they were about to change their guard, our musketeers and cross bowmen fired random shots at them, but they did them no harm, for the Mexicans were in a position where we should not have been able to attack them at night, even if we had wished to do so, on account of another wide and deep channel which they had excavated, and of the barricades and ramparts they had raised. But they shot plenty of missiles at us. Let us turn from the subject of these sentinels to that of our daily battle on the causeway, fighting in regular order. We captured the opening I have mentioned where the enemy kept guard. But so many warriors attacked us every day, and so many missiles fell on us, that even though we exercised great caution and wore good armor, we were all wounded. Then when we had fought all day, and it was growing late, and there was no possibility of a further advance, but only of retreat, the enemy would throw in many companies that they had been keeping for this moment, for they believed that if they attacked very vigorously as we retired, they would be able to rout us. So they came on as bravely as tigers and fought us hand to hand. When we got to know this plan of theirs, we made the following dispositions for our retreat. The first thing we did was to get our Tlascalan allies off the causeway. They were very numerous, and the Mexicans, being cunning, would have liked nothing better than to see us obstructed by our friends. Thus they made fierce attacks on us from 2 or 3 directions, hoping to catch us between them and cut some of us off. So, if we had been impeded by the Tlascalans, we should not have been able to fight them everywhere. Once our allies were no longer hampering us, we retired to our camp, without ever turning our backs, but always facing the enemy. Some of the cross bowmen and musketeers shot while others loaded an hour 4 launches in the lake, 2 on either side of the causeway, protected us from the great fleets of canoes and the many stones which were piled on the roof, tops, and in the houses ready to be hurled down. Yet despite all our caution, every one of us was in great hazard of his life until we got back to our shelters. There we cauterized our wounds with oil and bandaged them with native cloth. We dined off maize cakes brought to us from Tacuba, and such of us as had them ate vegetables and prickly pears. After this, we at once mounted guard at the water channel I have mentioned, and returned to the fight next day. We had no alternative, for the enemy battalions began to attack us early in the morning, shouting their abuse, and even got as far as our camp. Such was the nature of our ordeal. But let us leave our camp, which was Pedro de Alvarado's, and return to Cor. 'Tis the enemy attacked his quarters too, by night and day, killing and wounding many soldiers. He kept 2 launches employed all night, chasing the canoes that brought food and water in Mexico, and one of them captured 2 chieftains from one of these provisioning canoes, from whom Cortés learnt that 40 pirogues and other canoes were once again lying in ambush to capture one of our launches. Cortés flattered these 2 prisoners, presenting them with cloaks, and promising that he would give them land after we had captured Mexico. Then he asked them through our interpreters where the pirogues were, for they would not be in the same place as before. They pointed out the place where they were stationed, and also warned us that many heavy timber stakes had been driven in at certain points, to impale our launch, should they turn in flight from their pirogues, so that they could seize and kill the crews. On receiving this warning, Cortés got 6 launches ready to go that night, covered with plenty of foliage, to take up their position in some reed beds about 3/4 of a mile from where the pirogues were hidden. They were rowed with muffled oars, and their crew kept watch all night. Then, early next morning, Cortés ordered a launch to be sent out as if in pursuit of provisioning canoes, with the 2 Indian chiefs on board to point out the exact position of the pirogues. At the same time, the Mexicans sent out their 2 decoy canoes, which purported to carry supplies, and they went in the direction of the ambush in the hope that our launch would pursue them. Each party had its own idea, and the ideas were in fact the same. When the launch sent out by the cunning Cortés saw the canoes which the Indians used as bait, it began to pursue them, and the two canoes pretended to run for the land. Where their pirogues were lying in ambush, our launch then put up a show of not daring to approach the shore and being about to retire. When the pirogues and the other canoes saw it turning away, they all came out after it most furiously, rowing as hard as they could in pursuit. The launch then made off as if in flight towards the place where the other 6 launches were concealed, and the pirogues continued to follow. At that moment a gun was fired as a signal for our launches to emerge. They came out with a great rush and attacked the enemy craft, which they overturned, killing many warriors and taking many prisoners. The launch which we had sent out as a decoy was now some way off, but it returned to assist the others. A good capture of prisoners and canoes was made, and after that the Mexicans did not dare to lay any more ambuscade or to bring in food and water as openly as before. Now, when the lakeside towns saw that we were victorious every day, both land and water, and that while the people of other towns had made friends with us, we continued to make war on them, doing them great harm and making many prisoners, they came together, as it seems, and decided to ask Cortés for peace. With great humility they asked for pardon if they had in any way offended us, and pleaded that they had been acting under orders and could not have done otherwise. Cortés was delighted by these overtures, and when the news spread to Pedro de Alvarado's and Sandoval's camp, we soldiers were equally pleased. With a smile on his face and comforting words, Cortés granted them pardon, but said that they deserved severe punishment for helping the Mexicans. The towns that made peace were Iztapalapa, Churubusco, Culucan, Mixquic, and all those on the fresh water lake. Cortés told them that we should not shift our camp till the Mexicans either stood for peace or were destroyed in the fighting, and ordered them to aid us in our war with all the canoes they possessed. To come to build shelters for him and to bring him food. They promised to obey and built him some shelters, but brought no food or very little, and that grudgingly. Our shelters were never built, so we, of Pedro de Alvarado's company, continue to get wet, for as everyone who has been in this country knows, in June, July, and August it rains every day here. But to return to the causeway and our daily battles, with the Mexicans we succeeded in capturing many temple towers and houses, and in mastering more openings and channels and bridges between houses, all of which we blocked with the bricks and timbers of the houses that had been pulled down. We kept guard on these channels, but despite all our precautions, the enemy came back and deepened and widened them, and erected more barricades. Our 3 companies considered it disgraceful that some of us should be filling up crossings and gaps and bridges, while others were meeting the Mexicans face to face. So, to avoid quarrels over who should be fighting and who should be filling in channels, Pedro de Alvarado ordered us to take turns, one company laboring and guarding the work one day and another the next, until all 3 companies had had their turn. By this arrangement, every building we captured was razed to the ground, and our Tlascalan allies helped us, so we went on penetrating into the city. But when the time came for retreat, all 3 companies had to fight together, because that was when we were in the greatest danger. But let us leave our camp for those of Cortés and Sandoval, which were continuously attacked by day and night, both overland and by fleets of canoes on the lake. They could never shake the enemy off. Cortés' men endeavored to capture a bridge over a deep opening, which was very difficult to take. The Mexicans had erected many barricades and ramparts, so that it was impossible to cross except by swimming. Whenever an attempt was made, hosts of warriors were waiting for our men with arrows and slings, and their various kinds of swords and lances, and the lake was full of war canoes. Near the barricades were many flat roofs from which valleys of stones descended, and here again the launches could be of no assistance because of the stakes they had placed there. In capturing this fortress bridge and opening, Cortés' troops suffered great losses. 4 of his soldiers were killed in the fighting, and more than 30 were wounded, and as it was already late when they effected the capture, they had no time to block the channel. They made their retreat with much difficulty and in great danger, carrying their own wounded and many more Tlascalans who had been hurt. Let us now speak of another way in which Guatemoc ordered his companies to fight, and for which he had his whole force prepared. It was on the following day, the feast of St. John, and exactly 1 year since we had first entered Mexico to relieve Pedro de Alvarado, and had been so severely defeated. It appears that the Mexicans had kept count of this, for Guatemoc ordered that we should be attacked at all 3 camps by his whole army and with the greatest possible vigor, both on land and by water. The attack was timed for the slipping watch, and in order that the launches should not be able to help us, stakes had been placed in most parts of the lake to impale them. The enemy came along at such a furious pace that had it not been for those who were on watch more than 120 very experienced soldiers, they would have broken in our camp. As it was, we were in very great danger. However, by fighting in good order, we withstood them, but 15 of our men were wounded, 2 of whom died of their wounds within a week. In Cortés' camp, the situation was very difficult also. Our troops were reduced to the greatest straits, and many were killed and wounded, and the same thing happened in Sandoval's camp. They attacked us like this on 2 successive nights, and many Mexicans were killed and very many wounded in these encounters. Realizing, however, that these 2 nights of fighting had gained them nothing, Guatemoc, his captains, and Papas decided to come with all their combined forces at the down watch and attack our camp in Tacuba. Advancing fearlessly, they invested us on 2 sides, and had almost defeated and cut us off, when, thanks be to Jesus Christ, we mustered the strength to turn and close our ranks. Under the partial protection of the launch we advanced shoulder to shoulder, cutting and thrusting, as we went and drove them back a little. Our horsemen were not idle, and our cross bowmen and musketeers did what they could, but they had enough work in breaking up yet other forces which attacked us from the rear. In that battle 8 of our men were killed and many more wounded, including Pedro de Alvarado, who was hit on the head. If our Tlascalan allies had slept on the causeway that night, we should have been seriously hampered by their numbers and in great danger. But thanks to our past experience, we had no concern on that score, since we had got them away quickly, and they were back in Tacuba. Seeing that it was impossible to fill in every channel and gap that we captured in the daytime, and that the Mexicans reopened and fortified each night, and that all of us together fighting, filling in and keeping watch was very hard labor, Cortés decided to hold consultations with the captains and soldiers in his camp, and wrote to us in Alvarado's camp and to those in Sandoval's, to learn the opinion of us all. What he asked us was whether we approved of a rapid advance into the city as far as Tlatelolco, which is the great market of Mexico, and much larger and broader than that at Salamanca. If we could capture it, he thought it would be good to pitch all 3 camps there, since from that base we should be able to fight in the streets of Mexico without all the labor of our nightly retreats and of filling in and guarding the bridges. As is usual in such discussions, there were many different opinions. Some of us said that it was not a good idea to take up our position so far inside the city, but that we should go on as we were, fighting and pulling down and burning the houses. The strongest argument put forward by those of us who held this opinion was that if we took up our position in Tlatelolco and left the causeways and bridges unfortified and unguarded, the Mexicans, being so strong in warriors and canoes, would break them down again, and we should lose our mastery of them. They would then attack us with their powerful force, is by night and day, and as they always had plenty of stakes in position, our launch would not be able to help us. By the plan Cortés was proposing, it would thus be we who were besieged, and the enemy would be left in possession of the shore, the countryside, and the lake. We wrote him our opinion of his plan so that we should not fall into the same devilish trouble as when we were escaping from Mexico. Cortés listened to our opinions and the reasons with which we supported them, but the sole outcome of all this discussion was that next day we were to advance with all possible strength from all 3 camps, horsemen, cross, bowmen, musketeers, and soldiers, and push forward into the great market square of Tlatelolco. When all was ready in the 3 camps, and warnings had been sent to our Tlascalan allies, the men of Texcoco, and those of the other towns who had recently sworn obedience to His Majesty and were to bring their canoes to help our launch, we started from our camp on Sunday morning after Mass. Cortés too set out from his camp, and Sandoval led his men forward, and each company advanced in full force, capturing barricades and bridges. The Mexicans fought like brave men, but Cortés made great gains, and so did Gonzalo de Sandoval. As for us, we had already captured another barricade and bridge, which was very difficult because Guatemoc had great forces guarding them. Many of our men were wounded, one so severely that he died a little later, and more than 1,000 of our Tlascalan allies were injured. Still, we followed up our victory in high spirits. To return to Cortés and his men, they captured a deepish water opening with a very narrow causeway across it, which the Mexicans had constructed most cunningly, for they had cleverly foreseen just what would happen, which was that after his victory Cortés and his men would press along the causeway, which would be crowded with our allies. They decided therefore that at this point they must pretend to be in flight, but continue to hurl javelins, arrows, and stones, and to make little stands as though trying to put up some resistance, until they lured Cortés on to follow them. When the Mexicans saw that Cortés was indeed following up his victory in this way, they simulated flight as they had planned. Then, as bad fortune follows on good and great disasters succeed great prosperity, so in his headlong pursuit of the enemy, either out of carelessness or because our Lord permitted it, Cortés and his men omitted to fill in the channel they had captured. The causeway had been deliberately built very narrow, and it was interrupted by water in some places, and full of mud and mire. When the Mexicans saw him cross that channel without filling it in, they were highly delighted. They had assembled great bands of warriors under very valiant captains, and posted many canoes on the lake in places where our launch could not reach them on account of great stakes. All was prepared for the moment when such a furious army of shrieking, shouting, and whistling Mexicans fell on Cortés and his men that they could not stand up to the shock of their charge. Our soldiers, captains, and standard-bearers then decided to retreat in good order, but the enemy continued to charge them furiously and drove them back to that difficult crossing. While our allies, of whom Cortés had brought great numbers, were so confused that they turned and fled, offering no resistance. On seeing them run away in disorder, Cortés tried to hearten them with cries of "Stop, stop! Gentlemen, stand firm! What do you mean by turning your backs?" But he could not halt them. Then, at that gap in the causeway, which they had neglected to fill on that little narrow broken causeway, the Mexicans, aided by their convoys, defeated Cortés, wounding him in the leg, taking 66 of his soldiers alive, and killing 8 horses. 6 or 7 Mexican captains had already seized our captain, but the Lord was pleased to help him and give him strength to defend himself, although wounded. Then, in the nick of time, that very valiant soldier, Cristobal de Olea, came up to him, and seeing Cortés held by so many Indians, promptly killed 4 of them with mighty thrusts of his sword. And another brave soldier called Lerma helped him. Such was the personal bravery of these 2 men that the Indian captains let Cortés go. But in defending him for the second time, Olea lost his life, and Lerma was almost killed. Then many other soldiers rushed up, and although badly wounded, grasped Cortés and pulled him out of his dangerous position in the mud. The quartermaster Cristobal de Olid also ran forward, and they seized Cortés by the arms to drag him out of the mud and water, and brought him a horse on which he escaped from death. At that same moment his steward Cristobal de Guzman arrived with another horse. While the Mexican warriors went on fighting very bravely and successfully from the roof tops, inflicting great damage on us and capturing Cristobal de Guzman, whom they carried alive to Guatemala. And they continued to pursue Cortés and his men until they had driven them back to camp. Even after that disaster, when they reached their quarters, the Mexicans continued to harry them, shouting and yelling abuse and calling them cowards. But to turn from Cortés and his defeat to our army under Pedro de Alvarado, on the causeway from Tacuba, we were advancing most victoriously when suddenly and unexpectedly we saw a great number of Mexican bands advancing against us, with handsome standards and plumes. Uttering loud yells, they threw in front of us 5 heads, streaming with blood, which they had just cut off the men of Cortés' company, whom they had captured. "We will kill you too," they cried, "as we have killed Malinche and Sandoval." And all the men they brought with them, with these words they closed in on us, and neither cut nor thrust, nor crossbow nor musket could keep them off. They rushed at us as if we were a target. Even so, we did not break our ranks at all as we retired. We at once commanded our Tlascalan allies to get quickly out of our way in the streets and on the causeways and at the difficult places, and this time they did so with a will. When they saw those 5 blood-stained heads, they said that Malinche and Sandoval and all the tools with them had been killed, and that the same would happen to us and to them, the Tlascalans. They were very much frightened, for they believed what they said. As we were retreating, we heard the sound of trumpets from the great queue of Huichilobos and Tezcatlipoca, which dominates the whole city, and the beating of a drum. A very sad sound, as of some devilish instrument, which could be heard 6 miles away, and with it came the noise of many kettle drums, conches, horns, and whistles. At that moment, as we afterwards learnt, they were offering the hearts and blood of 10 of our comrades to these two idols. But let us return to our retreat and the great attack they made on us from the causeway, the roof tops, and the canoes on the lake. At that moment we were attacked once more by fresh bands whom Guatemoc had just sent, and he had ordered his horn to be sounded. The blowing of this horn was a signal that his captains and warriors must now fight to capture their enemies or die in the attempt, and as soon as this sound struck their ears, his bands and companies, hurling themselves on us with a terrifying and indescribable fury, endeavored to drag us away. Even now, when I stop to think, I seem to see it all, and to be present at that battle once more. It was our Lord Jesus Christ, let me repeat, who gave us strength, for we were all wounded. It was he who saved us, for otherwise we should never have reached our huts, and I praise and thank him for it, that I escaped that time, as on other occasions, from the power of the Mexicans. The horsemen charged repeatedly and with 2 cannon, which we placed near our huts, and which were loaded and fired by turns. We managed to hold our own. The causeway was choked with Mexicans, who pursued us as far as the house. Is as if we were already conquered, and hurled javelins and stones at us. But as I have said, we killed many of them with these cannon. The most useful man that day was a gentleman called Pedro Moreno Medrano, who now lives at Puebla. He acted as gunner, because our proper artilleryman had been either killed or wounded. He was a good soldier, and gave us great assistance. While we were defending ourselves like this, hard-pressed and wounded, we did not know whether Cortés and Sandoval and their armies had been killed or routed, as the Mexicans had told us when they threw down those heads which they had brought tied together by the hair and beards. We could get no news of them, for they were fighting about 1.5 miles away, and the place where the Mexicans had defeated Cortés was even further off. We were very distressed there, but by keeping together in one body, both wounded and sound, we withstood the fury of the attack, which the Mexicans believed would annihilate us. For they had already captured one of our launches, killing 3 soldiers and wounding the captain and the rest of the crew, though it had afterwards been rescued by another launch, whose captain was one Jaramillo, and yet another was impaled in a place from which it could not move. Its captain was Juan de Limpias, who lost his hearing at that time, and now lives at Puebla. He himself fought so valiantly and so encouraged the soldiers who were rowing the launch that they broke the stakes and got away all badly wounded, thus saving the craft, which was the first to break the stakes, a great thing for us all. To return to Cortés, when he and nearly all his men were either killed or wounded, the Mexican bands made an attack on his camp, and cast in front of the soldiers who were defending it another 4 heads dripping with blood, which were those of 4 men captured from Cortés' own army. But they said they were the heads of Tenacio, that is, of Pedro de Alvarado, and of Sandoval, Bernal Díaz, and another tool, and that they had already killed us all at Tacuba. It is said that Cortés was even more distressed than before, and that tears sprang to his eyes and the eyes of all those who were with him. Nevertheless, he did not seem to weaken. He at once ordered Cristobal de Olid, the quartermaster, and his captains to be sure that the many Mexicans who were pressing in on them did not break in the camp, and to see that his men held together, the sound and the wounded alike. He then sent Andres de Tapia with 3 horsemen post-haste overland to Tacuba, to see if we were alive and to tell us if we had not been defeated, to keep watch by day and night. also in a single body, but we had already been doing this for some time. Tapia and his 3 horsemen came as hard as they could, though he and 2 of them were wounded, and when they reached our camp and found us fighting the Mexicans who were gathered against us, they rejoiced in their hearts. They told us how Cortés had been defeated and conveyed his message to us, but they did not care to tell us how many had been killed. They gave the number as about 25, and said that the rest were well. Sandoval and his men had advanced victoriously along the streets in the quarter they were invading. But after the defeat of Cortés, the Mexicans turned on them in such force that they could make no headway. 6 soldiers were killed and all the rest injured, including Sandoval himself, who received 3 wounds in the thigh, the head, and the left arm, and when the struggle was at its height, the enemy displayed 6 heads of Cortés men whom they had killed, saying that these were the heads of Malinche, Tunecio, and other captains, and that Sandoval and his companions would meet with the same fate. They then made a fierce attack. When he saw the heads, Sandoval told his men to show a bold spirit and not be dismayed. He warned them that there must be no confusion on the narrow causeway as they retreated, and ordered his allies, who were numerous, to leave it immediately, since they would hamper him. Then, with the help of his 2 launches and his musketeers and crossbowmen, he very laboriously retired to his quarters, with all his men badly wounded and discouraged, and 6 of them dead. Once he was clear of the causeway, although still surrounded by Mexicans, he encouraged his people and their captains, charging them to be sure to keep together by day and night, and thus prevent the camp from being overwhelmed. On receiving Captain Louis Mar's assurance that this would be done, wounded and bandaged with rags, though he was, Sandoval took 2 horsemen and rode post-haste to Cortés' camp. And when he saw Cortés, he exclaimed, "O my lord captain, what is this? Are these the counsels and stratagems of war that you have always impressed on us? How did this disaster happen?" And Cortés answered him, with the tears starting to his eyes, "Sandoval, my son, my sins are the cause of this, but I do not deserve as much blame as my captains and soldiers say. It is Julian de Alderete, the treasurer, who was at fault. I told him to fill in that opening where they defeated us, but because he has no experience of war and is not used to receiving orders from captains, he did not do so." Then the treasurer himself answered, for he was standing beside Cortés, having come to see Sandoval and find out if his army was dead or defeated, that Cortés was to blame and not he, since during his victorious advance Cortés had been so eager to follow up his advantage that he had cried forward, "Gentlemen," and had never ordered them to fill in the dangerous gap at the bridge. If Cortés had given him that order, said the treasurer, he and his company and the allies would have carried it out. It also blamed our captain for not ordering the hosts of allies to clear off the causeway in good time, and there was some further angry argument between the 2, which I will not record. Just at that moment the 2 launches which Cortés kept under his command beside the causeway came in. There had been no news of them since the defeat. It appears that they had been caught on some stakes, and according to their captain's reports, surrounded by canoes which had attacked them. They all came in wounded, and said that in the first place God had aided them with a wind, and then by making every effort with their oars they had broken the stakes and escaped. Cortés was very pleased, for up to that time, although he had not said so in order not to dishearten the soldiers he had given these launch, is up for lost having heard nothing of them. After this, Cortés strongly urged Sandoval to ride post-haste to our camp at Tacuba, and see whether we were defeated or how we stood, and if he found us alive, he was to help us to defend our camp from their assaults, and he instructed Francisco de Lugo to accompany him, for he knew very well that there were Mexican companies on the road. Indeed, he told Lugo that he had already sent Andres de Tapia with 3 horsemen to get news of us, and feared they might have been killed on the way. Then, after taking his leave of him, he turned to embrace Sandoval, to whom he said, "See, my son, I cannot go everywhere, because I am wounded. So I entrust you with the task of ensuring the safety of all 3 camps. I know that Pedro de Alvarado and all his comrades have fought valiantly like true gentlemen, but I fear the great forces of these dogs may have overwhelmed them. As for me and my army, you can see our condition." Sandoval and Francisco de Lugo rode post-haste to our position, arriving a little after dusk, and found us fighting with the Mexicans who were trying to get in. Our camp by way of some house is we had pulled down, others were attacking along the causeway, and many canoes were assaulting us from the lake. They had already driven 1 launch aground, killing 2 of its crew, and wounding all the rest, and Sandoval saw me with 6 other soldiers above our waists in the lake, helping to push it off in deep water. Many Indians were attacking us with swords captured when Cortés was defeated, or with flint-edged broads, trying to prevent us from rescuing the launch, which, to judge by their efforts, they intended to drag off with their canoes. Indeed, they had already attached several ropes to it in order to tow it in the city. When Sandoval saw us in this condition, he cried, "Brothers, put your backs in it and see that they do not get the launch," and we made such an effort that we dragged it to safety, even though, as I have said, 2 of its crew were killed and all the rest wounded. Just then many companies of Mexicans came down the causeway, wounding us all, including the horsemen. Sandoval, too, received a stone full in the face, but Pedro de Alvarado and some other horsemen went to his assistance. As so many bands were coming on, and only I and 20 soldiers were opposing them, Sandoval ordered us to retire gradually in order to save the horses. And because we did not retire as quickly as he wished, he turned on us furiously and said, "Do you want me and all my horsemen to be killed because of you? For my sake, Bernal, does my friend please fall back." Then Sandoval received another wound, and so did his horse. By this time we had got our allies off the causeway and facing the enemy, and never turning our backs, we gradually retired, forming a kind of dam to hold up their advance. Some of our crossbowmen and musketeers shot while others were loading. The horsemen made charges, and Pedro Moreno loaded and fired his cannon. Yet, despite the number of Mexicans that were swept away by his shot, we could not keep them at bay. On the contrary, they continued to pursue us in the belief that they would carry us off that night to be sacrificed. When we had retired almost to our quarters across a great opening full of water, their arrows, darts, and stones could no longer reach us. Sandoval, Francisco de Lugo, and Andres de Tapia were standing with Pedro de Alvarado, each one telling his story and discussing Cortés' orders, when the dismal drum of Huichilobos sounded again, accompanied by conches, horns, and trumpet-like instruments. It was a terrifying sound, and when we looked at the tall queue from which it came, we saw our comrades who had been captured in Cortés' defeat being dragged up the steps to be sacrificed. When they had hauled them up to a small platform in front of the shrine where they kept their accursed idols, we saw them put plumes on the heads of many of them, and then they made them dance with a sort of fan in front of Huitzilopochtli. Then after they had danced, the papas laid them down on their backs on some narrow stones of sacrifice, and cutting open their chests, drew out their palpitating hearts, which they offered to the idols before them. Then they kicked the bodies down the steps, and the Indian butchers who were waiting below cut off their arms and legs, and flayed their faces, which they afterwards prepared like glove leather, with their beards on, and kept for their drunken festivals. Then they ate their flesh with a sauce of peppers and tomatoes. They sacrificed all our men in this way, eating their legs and arms, offering their hearts and blood to their idols, as I have said, and throwing their trunks and entrails to the lions and tigers and serpents and snakes that they kept in the wild beast house, as I have described in an earlier chapter. On seeing these atrocities, all of us in our camp said to one another, "Thank God they did not carry me off to be sacrificed." My readers must remember that though we were not far off, we could do nothing to help, and could only pray God to guard us from such a death. Then, at the very moment of the sacrifice, great bands of Mexicans suddenly fell upon us, and kept us busy on all sides. We could find no way of holding them. "Look," they shouted, "that is the way you will all die, as our gods have many times promised us." And the threats they shouted at our Tlascalan allies were so cruel and so frightening that they lost their spirit. The Mexicans threw them roasted legs of Indians and the arms of our soldiers, with cries of, "Eat the flesh of these tools and of your brothers, for we are glutted with it. You can stuff yourselves on our livings. Now see these houses as you have pulled down. We shall make you build them again, much finer, with white stone and fine masonry. So go on helping the tools. You will see them all sacrificed." Guatemoc did something more after his victory. He sent the hands and feet of our soldiers, and the skin of their faces, and the heads of the horses that had been killed, to all the towns of our allies and friends and their relations, with the message that as more than half of us were dead and he would soon finish off the rest, they had better break their alliance with us and come to Mexico, because if they did not desert us quickly, he would come and destroy them. The Mexicans went on attacking us by day and night, and we all kept guard together, Gonzalo de Sandoval, Pedro de Alvarado, and all the other captains included. So although great bands of warriors came by night, we were able to repel them both by day and night. Half the horsemen remained in Tacuba, and the other half on the causeway. But this was not all the harm we suffered. The enemy returned and reopened all the channels that we had blocked since we had first advanced along the causeway, and built even stronger barricades than before. Then our friends from the cities on the lake, who had recently allied themselves to us, and were coming to help us with their canoes, decided that they had come for wool but gone away shorn. For many of them lost their lives, and many went home wounded, and more than half their canoes were destroyed. But even so, they did not help the Mexicans any more, for they loathed them. They stood aside, however, and watched events. Then Gonzalo de Sandoval and his fellow captains and soldiers who had come to our camp thought they had better return to their posts and report the state in which they had found us. They told Cortés 'tis that Pedro de Alvarado was exercising great caution, and Sandoval, who felt friendly towards me, told him how he had found me and other soldiers fighting up to our waists in the water. He said that but for us the crew of the stranded launch would all have been killed, and said many things in my praise which became known throughout the camp, but which I will not repeat here. When Cortés realized that we were exercising great caution, he was much relieved, and from that time onwards he ordered the men of all 3 camps to fight the Mexicans, neither too much nor too little. By this he meant that we were not to worry about capturing any bridge or barricade, and only to go out to fight in defense of our camp. Day had hardly dawned, however, when they attacked it again, hurling all their missiles and shouting hideous abuse. But as we were protected by a very deep channel, we remained for 4 days without crossing it. For 5 days, the 3 forces of Spaniards stayed in their respective camps, sustaining and repelling repeated attacks. Let us cease talking of the great attacks they made on us, and tell how our allies, the Tlascalans, and the people of Cholula and Huexotzinco, and even those of Texcoco, Chalco, and Tlamanalo, decided to return home and went off without the knowledge of Cortés, Pedro de Alvarado, or Sandoval. The only chiefs who remained in Cortés' camp were here, Expitzex, in the brave man who was afterwards baptized Don Carlos, and was the brother of Don Fernando, the lord of Texcoco, and some 40 of his relatives and friends, and in Sandoval's camp another cacique from Huexotzinco with about 50 men, and in our camp 2 sons of Lorenzo de Vargas and Chichima, at Heckle the Brave, with about 80 Tlascalans, his relations and vassals of the 24,000 allies we had brought with us. Only about 200 remained in our 3 camps, all the rest had gone home. When we found ourselves abandoned by our allies, Cortés and Sandoval asked those who remained in their respective camps why the rest had gone. They replied that they had observed the Mexicans consulting their idols during the night, and the idols had promised that we and they would all be killed. Our allies had believed this to be true, and had departed in fear. What made this prophecy seem more credible to them was that many of us had indeed been killed, and all the rest did, and they themselves had lost more than 1,200 men. They feared, therefore, that the rest of us would be killed too. Moreover, Xicotinga, the younger whom Cortés had hanged, had always told them that he knew by his magic we should all be killed, and not a Tlascalan would remain alive. These were the reasons for their desertion. Although Cortés showed his distress in private, he told them with a cheerful smile that they need not be afraid, for what the Mexicans said was a lie intended to discourage them. He made them such promises, and spoke to them so affectionately, that he gave them the courage to stay, and we did the same to Chichima, Atecal, and the 2 young Xicotingas. In his conversation with Cortés, Don Carlos, who was a brave man, answered Lord Malinche, "Do not be distressed that you cannot fight the Mexicans every day. Get your leg well, and follow my advice, which is to stay in camp for some days, and tell Tenacio and Sandoval to do the same. But keep the launch is busy by day and night, to prevent their bringing in food or water. There are so many thousand bands of warriors in the city, that they are bound to eat up all the provisions they have, and the water they are now drinking is brackish. For it comes from pools they themselves have dug. They are catching the rainwater and making with that. But if you stop their food and water, how can they go on? They will suffer worse from hunger than from war." When this was translated for him, Cortés threw his arms round Don Carlos's neck and thanked him and promised that he would give him towns. Many of us soldiers had already discussed the idea, but we were so impatient that we did not want to wait so long before advancing in the city. When Cortés had thoroughly considered the cacique's advice, although we had already sent a proposal to the same effect, and his own captains and soldiers had made the same suggestion, he sent launches to Sandoval's camp and 2 to ours with orders that we should wait another 3 days before entering the city. As the Mexicans were then victorious, he did not dare to send one launch alone and therefore sent them in pairs. One thing was of great help to us, that our launch is now had the courage to break the stakes placed in the lake to impale them. They did it by rowing with all their strength, and to give their spurt greater impetus, they started it some distance back, and got the wind in their sails as well. So they became masters of the lake, and of a good many isolated groups of houses. And when the Mexicans saw this, they lost some of their spirit. But to return to our battle, having now no allies, we ourselves began to fill in the great channel, which, as I have said before, was close to our camp. The first company on the road worked hard at carrying bricks and timber, while the other 2 companies did the fighting. I have explained our system of rotation before, and in the 4 days that we all worked together, we had it completely blocked and leveled off. Cortés did the same in his camp, where they followed the same plan, and he worked himself carrying bricks and timber, until the bridges and gaps were filled and the causeway secure enough to allow of a safe retreat. Sandoval, too, followed the same course. With our launch is close by and no longer afraid of their stakes, we then began to advance little by little. The fighting continued in the same way as before, the Spaniards advancing each day along the causeways, though this time without allies, and retiring each night. The Mexican attacks were persistent, but, thanks to the relative freedom of the launches and the effectiveness of Pedro Moreno's cannon, the danger diminished. Each night, however, the Mexicans sacrificed a further batch of the prisoners taken from Cortés, and this continued for 10 successive nights. Each day we had very hard battles, but we continued to capture bridges and barricades and to master the channels, and our launches were of great assistance, since they could go wherever they wished on the lake and were not afraid of the stakes. 12 or 13 days had now passed since Cortés' defeat, and Don Carlos saw that we were recovering strength. Realizing that the Mexicans had been wrong when they said they would kill us all within 10 days, which was what their idols had promised them, he sent to advise his brother Don Fernando to send Cortés all the warriors he could get from Texcoco, and within 2 days of his sending this message, more than 2,000 warriors arrived. When Cortés saw this fine reinforcement, he was highly delighted, and spoke most flatteringly to them. At the same time, many Tlascalans returned with their captains, and a cacique named Tepanica from Topianco was their commander. Many Indians also came from Huexotzingo, and a very few from Cholula. When Cortés heard the news, he ordered that all our allies should come to his camp when they arrived, so that he could speak to them. But before they came, he ordered guards of our soldiers to be placed on the roads, to protect them in case the Mexicans attacked, and when they stood before him, he made them a speech through Doa Marina and Jeronimo de Aguilar, saying that they well understood the good will he had felt and still felt towards them, both for the obedience they had given to his Majesty, and for the good work they had done for us. If when we reached the city he had ordered them to join us in destroying the Mexicans, it had been his intention, he said, to benefit them and send them home rich, and give them vengeance on their enemies. Our purpose in capturing that great city would not be merely to benefit him. Although he had always found them willing, and they had helped him in every way, he continued, we had sent them off the cause, ways each day, because we were less hampered when we fought without them. Since, as he had told them before, he who gave us victory and aid in everything was our Lord Jesus Christ, in whom we believed. Because they had deserted at the most critical moment of the war, and left their captains in the lurch when the fighting was hardest, they deserved execution. But since they did not understand our laws and ordinance, he pardoned them. However, so that they should understand the situation better, he pointed out that we were still pulling down houses and taking barricades without them. And he ordered them to kill no Mexicans in future, for he wished to win them by kindness. After making this speech, he embraced Chichima, Catecal, and the 2 young Xicotengas and Don Carlos, and promised that he would add to the territory and vassals they then held. He then sent them away, each one to his own camp. I am tired of writing about battles, and was even more tired when I had to take part in them, and my readers may well be just as tired of my prolixity. For 93 days we were fighting continuously, but I must now be excused if I call no more battles to mind. To return to our story, as we advanced from all 3 camps into the city, we came to the pool from which they drew the brackish water I have spoken of, and destroyed it so that they should make no more use of it. It was guarded by some Mexicans with whom we had a brush. But we could now move freely along all the streets we had captured, for they had been leveled and were no longer broken up by channels. Consequently, our horsemen had freedom of maneuver. As soon as Cortés saw that we were capturing bridges, causeways, and barricades in the city, and destroying the houses, he ordered 3 Mexican captains, men of importance, whom we had captured, to go to Guatemoc and induce him to make peace. The chieftains replied that they dared not carry such message, for their Lord Guatemoc would certainly have them killed. Nevertheless, after further conversations in which Cortés made them promises and gave them some cloth, they set out. The message they carried to Guatemoc was that Cortés had a great regard for him as a close relative and son-in-law of his friend, the great Montezuma, and that he would be sorry if that great city were totally destroyed, to avoid the daily slaughter of its inhabitants and their neighbors there. For he begged Guatemoc to make peace, and promised not only to pardon in his Majesty's name all the deaths and damage they had inflicted on us, but to do him some favors also. He reminded the prince that he had already sent this message 4 times, but owing to his youth and bad advisers, and principally because of the evil counsel offered him by his idols and their papas, Guatemoc had refused to make peace and had preferred war. But already he had seen what slaughter these battles cost him, how all the cities and towns in the neighborhood were now on our side, and that every day more were rising against him. While condolling with him on such a loss of vassals and cities, Cortés said that we knew they had exhausted their provisions and run out of water, and he said other things that were much to the point. Although this message was thoroughly explained to them by our interpreters, the 3 chieftains asked Cortés for a letter, not because it would be understood, but because they knew that when we sent a message or command, it was always on paper, which they call umuls in their language, as a sign that it was an order. When the 3 messengers appeared before Guatemoc with tears in their eyes, they conveyed to him the burden of Cortés' message, and when Guatemoc heard it, as we afterwards learnt, he burst into a rage with them in the presence of his captains for daring to bring such a proposal. He was, however, as we afterwards learnt, inclined to make peace, and he called together his chieftains and captains and the papas of his idols to discuss the matter, telling them that he had no wish to fight against Malinche and the rest of us. He said in his address that he had done all he could to beat us in war, and had changed his method of fighting many times, but that we were men of such a kind that whenever they thought they had conquered us, we turned on them more vigorously than before. Moreover, he knew that we had recently been joined by great hosts of allies, and that all the cities were against him, and that our launches had now broken through their lines of stakes, and our horsemen were galloping through all the streets of the city. Guatemoc put before them their many other difficulties with food and water, and begged or commanded each one of them to give his opinion, and not be fearful of speaking the truth. The reply of Guatemoc's counselors seems to have been, Great Lord, you are our king, and you exercise your office nobly. You have shown your courage in all things, and the kingdom is yours by right. The peace you speak of as good is illusory. Consider how ever since the tools entered this land and this city, things have gone from bad to worse with us. Think of the benefits and presents that your uncle, the great Montezuma, bestowed on them, and of his death. Think of the fate of his successor, your cousin Cacam Atzin, and of what befell your relations, the lords or Iztapalepa, Coyocan, Tacuba, and Talatsingo, and the sons of our great Montezuma. All are dead. All the gold and riches of this city have been destroyed, and they have enslaved and branded the faces of all your subjects and vassals at Chalco and Tepeca and at Texcoco, and in all your cities and towns. But before this consider what your gods have promised you, and reflect well upon it. Do not trust Malinche and his flattering words. It is better that we should all die fighting in this city than see ourselves in the power of those who would enslave us and torture us for gold. At the same time, the papas also announced that for the past 3 nights, at the time when they offered the sacrifice, their idols had promised them victory. Then Guatemoc replied somewhat angrily, If that is what you want, take good care of the maize and provisions we possess, and let us all die fighting. From now on, let no one dare ask me to make peace, or I will have him killed. Then they all promised to fight night and day in defense of the city. When this was settled, they arranged with the people of Xaquimilco and other towns to bring water in canoes by night, and dug pools in other places where some existed, although it was rather brackish. Cortés and the army waited 2 days for their reply without advancing any further into the city. Then, to our surprise, great bands of Indian warriors came against all 3 camps and attacked us fiercely like brave lions who hoped to carry us off. This is what happened at Pedro de Alvarado's camp, but they say that the attacks on Cortés and Sandoval were just as fierce, and that despite the number of Indians they killed and wounded, they could scarcely hold their own. In the course of battle, Guatemoc's horn would be sounded, and then we had to close our ranks to avoid being overwhelmed. For as I have said before, in their endeavors to lay hands on us, they impaled themselves on our swords and lances. Being already used to these attacks, however, for some of us were killed and wounded every day, we fought them off hand to hand for 6 or 7 days in succession, inflicting great casualties on them. They were not discouraged by this, however, for they cared nothing for death in battle. They said, as I remember, why does Malinche ask us every day to make peace with you? Our idols have promised us victory. We have plenty of food and water, and we shall not let one of you survive. So do not talk to us any more about peace. Words are for women, arms for men with. These words they came on us like mad dogs, without a thought for their lives. And the fighting lasted till nightfall, when we cautiously retired to our huts. We held out like this for many days, during which time things changed for the worse once more, and the Mexicans collected an army from the 3 provinces of Matlazingo, Malinalco, and another, whose name I forget it, was 25 or 30 miles from Mexico, to fall on us from the rear and attack our camps. At the same time, the Mexicans themselves planned to come out from the city, and thus we should be caught between 2 forces and, as they expected, routed. Matlazingo and Malinalco and Tulapa were among the places to which Guatemoc had sent the heads of the horses and the flayed faces and hands and feet of the soldiers they had sacrificed. And when they received his message, the prince's relations in these towns had promptly assembled all the forces they could raise to come to the assistance of Mexico and their kinsman Guatemoc. They were already on their way against us when they passed 3 towns of our allies, which they began to attack, robbing their farms and maize fields, and killing their children for sacrifice. These towns sent post-haste to Cortés for help and assistance, and he at once dispatched Andres de Tapia with 20 horsemen, 100 soldiers, and many of our Tlascalan allies to help them, which they did so effectively that they drove the enemy back to their towns, and then returned to camp. Cortés was delighted by the news of their defeat, but almost immediately other messages came from the town of Cuernavaca to claim assistance against the people of these same 3 provinces, who were descending upon them. This time he sent Gonzalo de Sandoval with 20 horsemen and 80 soldiers, the soundest in all, 3 camps myself, and some of my friends among them, and many of our allies. God knows that those who remained behind were in danger of their lives, for they were all wounded and had no restoratives. A great deal might be told about what we did under Sandoval's command, and how he defeated the enemy, but I will confine myself to saying that we quickly returned to relieve our own camp, bringing with us chieftains of Matlazingo, and living the towns at peace again. Cortés once more requested Guatemoc to sue for peace, but was refused. The enemy's attacks were intensified, but then began to flag. The Spaniards' powder ran out in all 3 camps, but a new ship arrived, and supplies were sent up from Vera Cruz. To return to our conquest of the city, to be Brivecar, Cortés settled with his captains and soldiers that we should push forward until we reached Tlatelolco, the great marketplace, where there were 7 lofty queues and shrines. And our 3 companies advanced each from its own side, capturing bridges and barricades. Cortés got as far as a small square, in which there were some other shrines and small towers. And in one of the houses there were some upright posts on which they had put the heads of many of our Spaniards, whom they had killed and sacrificed during the recent battles. Their hair and beards had grown much longer than they were in life, which I would never have believed if I had not seen it. I recognized 3 of my fellow soldiers, and to see them in this condition saddened our hearts. We left them where they were for the time being, but they were taken down 12 days later. when we took away those and other heads that had been offered to the idols, and buried them in a church that we built, which is called the Martyrs, near the bridge named Alva, Ado's Leap. Enough of this. Let me say that Pedro de Alva, Ado's men advanced fighting till they reached Tlatelolco. There were so many Mexicans guarding their idols and tall shrines, and they had raised so many barricades that it took us quite 2 hours before we could capture them or get inside. Now that the horses had room to gallop, they were of great assistance, even though most of them were wounded, for the horsemen speared many Mexicans. As the enemy were so numerous, our 10 companies were divided into 3 parts to fight against them, and Pedro de Alvarado ordered one under the command of Gutierrez de Badajas to ascend the 114 steps of the queue of Huichilpos. He fought very well against the enemy warriors and against the many papas in the shrines. But the Mexicans attacked him so hard that they sent him rolling down 10 or 12 steps, and we had to go promptly to his rescue. As we advanced, the enemy bands kept close to us, and we were in great peril of our lives. Nevertheless, we climbed to the top, set the shrines on fire, burnt the idols, and planted our banners there, and after we had fired the shrines, we fought on the ground until nightfall. But we could do nothing against so many warriors. When Cortés and his captains saw from where they were fighting in a distant quarter of the city, the great blaze of the tall queue burning for the Mexicans had not put the fire out, and our banner planted at the top. Next day he was greatly delighted, and wished that he were there himself. They even say he was envious, but he could not have got there, for he was nearly a mile away, and there were still many bridges and channels to be captured. Wherever he turned he was fiercely attacked, and he could not penetrate as fast as he wished into the heart of the city, as we of Alva, Ado's company, had done. However, within 4 days, both Cortés and Sandoval joined us, and we could pass along the streets from one camp to another over demolished houses and over bridges, barricades, and channels, every one of which had been leveled. Guatemoc and all his warriors were now retreating to a part of the city that stood in the lake, for the houses and palaces in which he had lived were razed to the ground. Yet every day they came out to attack us, and pursued us as hotly as ever, as soon as the time came for us to retreat. When some days had passed, and Cortés saw that they were not coming to sue for peace, and had no thought of doing so, he consulted all our captains, and decided that we must lay some ambush. This is how we did it. From all 3 camps we collected about 30 horsemen and 100 soldiers, the most active and pugnacious that Cortés could find, and he sent to summon 1,000 Tlascalans from all 3 camps. Then we took up our position in some large houses that had belonged to a Mexican lord. This we did early in the morning, and Cortés then advanced along the streets and causeways with the rest of his horsemen and his soldiers, cross, bowmen, and musketeers, fighting in the usual way, and pretending to be filling in the bridge over a certain channel. The Mexican bands detailed for the task were already fighting him, also many others whom Guatemoc had sent to guard the bridge. On seeing the enemy's great numbers, Cortés pretended to retreat, and ordered that the allies should be got off the causeway, so that the Mexicans should believe he was retiring. They came and followed him, at first slowly, but when they saw him act as if he were really in flight, all the troops on the causeway came after him and attacked him. As soon as he knew that they had advanced just beyond the house in which the ambush was placed, he ordered to shots to be fired close together as a signal for us to emerge from our hiding place. The horsemen came out first, followed by all of us soldiers, and we fell on the enemy unopposed. Cortés then quickly faced his men about, and our friends, the Tlascalans, did great damage to the enemy. Thus many of them were killed and wounded, and thereafter they did not follow us. When we retired, another ambush was laid for them in Alvarado's camp. But it came to nothing. When we were all in Tlatelolco, Cortés ordered all the companies to take up their quarters and keep watch there. Because we had almost 2 miles to come from our camp to the place where we were then fighting, we spent 3 days there without doing anything of importance. For Cortés ordered us not to advance any further into the city or demolish any more houses, since he intended to summon the enemy once more to make peace. So while we were in Tlatelolco, Cortés sent to Guatemala begging him to surrender and not to be afraid. He undertook with solemn promises that the prince's person should be scrupulously respected and honored, and that he should continue to rule Mexico and all his territory and cities just as before. And Cortés sent him a gift of provisions, maize cakes, poultry, prickly pears, and chocolate, for he had nothing else to send. Guatemala consulted his captains, and the advice they gave him was to say that he desired peace but would wait 3 days before giving an answer. Then, when this time had elapsed, Guatemala and Cortés would meet to discuss terms. But in the interval, he would have the opportunity to learn more fully the wishes of his god Huitzilopochtli in this matter, also to mend bridges, make openings in the causeway, prepare arrows, javelins, and stones, and build barricades. Guatemala sent for Mexican chieftains with his reply, and we believed that his desire for peace was genuine. Cortés ordered that these messengers should be given plenty to eat and drink, and then sent them back to Guatemala with more food of the same kind as before. Then Guatemala sent other messengers with a gift of 2 fine cloaks, and they said the prince would come as soon as everything was ready. To waste no more words on this matter, Guatemala never intended to come, for his counselors had advised him not to trust Cortés, and had reminded him of the fate of his uncle, the great Montezuma, and his relations, and of the destruction of all the Mexican nobility. They advised him to plead illness, and then to send out all his warriors in the hope that his gods would be pleased to grant them the victory they had so often promised. We waited for Guatemala in vain, but no sooner did we understand his deceit than many battalions of Mexicans came out under their distinguishing signs in the direction of our camp and Sandovils. They seemed to have started the battle all over again, as we were somewhat off our guard, believing that they had already settled for peace. Many of our men were wounded, 3 of them mortally. They also wounded 2 horses, but they did not get away with much advantage, for we paid them out well. After this onslaught, Cortés ordered us to attack them again and advance into those parts of the city where they had taken refuge. When they saw us capturing the whole city, Guatemala sent 2 chieftains to tell Cortés he wished to speak to him across a channel. Cortés was to stand on one bank and he on another, and they fixed the time for the morning of the next day. Cortés kept the appointment, but Guatemala refused to come. He sent some chieftains instead to explain that their master dared not appear for fear we would shoot at him with our guns and crossbows during the conversations, and he would be killed. Cortés then swore to him that he would not be harmed in any way, but to no purpose. They would not believe him, and said they knew the value of his word. Just then 2 of the chieftains who were speaking to Cortés took some maize cakes the leg of a fowl, and some cherries out of a bag, that they were carrying, and sat down to a leisurely meal, so that we should suppose that they were not hungry. And on seeing this, Cortés sent them word that since they did not want to make peace, he would sin enter all their house, is to see if they had any maize or any more poultry. We went on in this way for another 4 or 5 days without attacking them, and during this time many poor Indians who had nothing to eat came to our camp exhausted with hunger. In view of this, Cortés ordered that we should not attack, for perhaps they would change their minds about ending the war. But even though we sent to entreat them, they would not make peace. There was a soldier in Cortés' camp who said that he had been in Italy in the great captain's company, and was in the affair at Garalano and other great battles. He talked a good deal about war engines, and said he could make a catapult in Tlatelolco, which if they were to bombard the quarter of the city int, which Guatemoc retreated, would make them sue for peace in 2 days. He talked so much about it, for this man was a great talker, that Cortés promptly set to work on the catapult. They brought lime and stone and wood, as the soldier requested, and carpenters and nails, and all that was needed for its construction. They made 2 slings of strong rope and cords, and brought up great stones bigger than demijohn jars. And when the catapult was made and rigged as he desired, the soldier said that it was ready to be discharged. So they placed a suitable stone in the sling, but all it did was to rise to the height of the catapult, and fall back to its original place. Cortés was very annoyed with the deviser of the catapult, and with himself for having believed him. He said the man had proved that nothing was more prejudicial to war than talk, and that the whole matter had been one of talk for talking's sake. And he at once ordered the catapult to be taken to pieces. Cortés now knew that the Mexicans did not wish for any sort of peace, so when he saw that the catapult was quite useless, he ordered Gonzalo de Sandoval to invade that part of the city in which Guatemoc had taken refuge with all the flower of his captains and of the Mexican nobility, but not to kill or wound any Indians unless they should attack him, and if they did so only to defend himself and do them no harm. He was however to destroy their houses and the many defences they had erected in the lake. Cortés himself ascended the great queue of Tlatelolco to watch Sandoval's advance. Sandoval went forward vigorously with his launches towards the place where Guatemoc's house stood, and when Guatemoc found himself surrounded, he was afraid he would be taken or killed. He had prepared 50 large pirogues with good oarsmen, so that when he saw himself hard pressed, he could escape and hide in some reed beds, from which he would be able to reach land and conceal himself again in another town, and had given instructions to his captains and the principal persons whom he had with him in that part of the city, that they should do the same. When they saw the launch getting in among the houses, these people embarked in their 50 canoes, in which they had already placed Guatemoc's property, gold and jewels, and all his family and women. Then he himself embarked and shot out in't the lake, accompanied by many captains. At the same moment many more canoes set out, and soon the lake was full of them. Immediately on receiving news that Guatemoc was escaping, Sandoval ordered all his launches to stop destroying the houses and defenses, and follow the flight of the canoes. He told them to keep track of where Guatemoc was going, and not to molest him or do him any harm, but simply to try to capture him. Sandoval instructed a certain Holgan, a friend of Sandoval's, who was captain of a very fast launch with good sails and good sailors, to follow him in the direction in which they said Guatemoc and his pair, were going and capture him if he could overtake him. Sandoval himself went in another direction with a number of other launches. It pleased our Lord God that Garcia Holgan should overtake Guatemoc's fleet, which by its rich decorations, its awnings, and royal seat he recognized as the craft in which the Lord of Mexico was traveling. Holgan signed to them to stop, but they refused, so he made as if to shoot at them with muskets and crossbows. This alarmed Guatemoc, who cried out, "Do not should I am the king of this city. Guatemoc is my name. Please do not interfere with the things I am taking with me or disturb my wife or relatives, but take me at once to Malinche." Holgan was delighted to hear these words, and embraced Guatemoc very respectfully. He placed him in the launch with his wife and about 30 chieftains, seating him in the poop on some cloths and mats, and gave them some of his own food to eat. And he touched nothing in the canoes that carried Guatemoc's property, but brought them along with the launch. By this time Gonzalo de Sandoval had ordered all the launch is to come back, for he knew that Holgan had captured Guatemoc and was taking him to Cortés. On receiving the news, he told the oarsmen in his own launch to make all possible speed, and overtaking, Holgan claimed the prisoner. Holgan refused his demand, saying that he and not Sandoval had made the capture. Sandoval replied that this was so, but that he was commander of the launches, and Garcia Holgan sailed under his command and banner, and that it was for reasons of friendship, and because Holgan's launch was the fastest, that he had ordered him to follow and take Guatemoc, who must now be surrendered to him as commander. Holgan, however, persisted in his refusal, and at that moment another launch went at high speed to Cortés to ask for a reward for the good news. Cortés was still at Tlatelolco, not far away, watching Sandoval's advance from the top of the queue. And when he was informed of the dispute between Sandoval and Holgan, he at once dispatched Captain Luis Marin and Francisco de Verdugo to summon them both to come immediately in their launches, and to bring Guatemoc and his wife and family with every mark of respect. He said he would himself settle whose prisoner Guatemoc was, and to whom the honor of his capture was due. While they were bringing him in, Cortés ordered as good a guest chamber to be prepared as was possible at that time, with mats and cloths and seats and plenty of Cortés' own food. Sandoval and Holgan soon arrived with Guatemoc, and both together led him up to Cortés. On appearing before him, Guatemoc treated our captain with great respect, and Cortés, embracing him joyfully, treated him and his captains with a great show of affection. "Lord Malinche," said Guatemoc, "I have assuredly done my duty in defense of my city and my vassals, and I can do no more. I am brought by force as a prisoner into your presence and beneath your power. Take the dagger that you have in your belt, and strike me dead immediately." He sobbed as he spoke, and the tears fell from his eyes, and the other great lords, whom he brought with him, wept also. Cortés answered him very kindly through our interpreters that he admired him greatly for having had the bravery to defend his city, and did not blame him at all. On the contrary, he thought rather well than ill of him for having done so. What he wished, however, was that he had sued for peace of his own accord when his defeat was certain, and had thus prevented so much of his city from being destroyed. and so many of his Mexicans from losing their lives. But now all this had happened, there was no help for it. Nothing could be mended, let his spirit and the spirit of his captains be at rest. For he should rule over Mexico, and his province is as before. Guatemoc and his captains thanked Cortés for this assurance. Then Cortés asked after his wife and the other great ladies, wives of other captains, whom he knew to have come with the prince. And Guatemoc himself answered that he had begged Gonzalo de Sandoval and Garcia Holguin to leave them in their canoes while he came to learn Malinche's orders. Cortés at once sent for them, and ordered that they should be given of the best we had in the camp to eat. Then as it was late and it was beginning to rain, he arranged for them to be sent to Coy, Ocon, and taking Guatemoc, his family and household, and many other chieftains with him, he ordered Pedro de Alvarado, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and the other captains each to go to his own camp and quarters. We went to Tacuba, Sandoval to Tep, Equila, and Cortés himself to Coy, Ocon. Guatemoc and his captains were captured on the evening of August 1521. Thanks be to our Lord Jesus Christ and our Lady the Virgin Mary, his blessed mother. It rained and thundered that evening, and the lightning flashed, and up to midnight heavier rain fell than usual. After Guatemoc's capture all we soldiers became as deaf, as if all the bells in a belfry had been ringing, and had then suddenly stopped. I say this because during the whole 93 days of our siege of the capital, Mexican captains were yelling and shouting night and day, mustering the bands of warriors who were to fight on the causeway, and calling to the men in the canoes who were to attack the launches and struggle with us on the bridges and build barricades, or to those who were driving in piles and deepening and widening the channels and bridges, and building breastworks, or to those who were making javelins and arrows, or to the women shaping rounded stones for their slings. Then there was the unceasing sound of their accursed drums and trumpets, and their melancholy kettle drums in the shrines and on their temple towers. Both day and night the din was so great that we could hardly hear one another speak. But after Guatemoc's capture all the shouting and the other noise is ceased, which is why I have made the comparison with a belfry. Guatemoc was very delicate, it both in body and features. His face was long but cheerful, and when his eyes dwelt on you, they seemed more grave than gentle, and did not waver. He was 26, and his complexion was rather lighter than the brown of most Indians. They said he was a nephew of Montezuma, the son of one of his sisters, and he was married to one of Montezema's daughters, a young and beautiful woman. Before we go any further, let me relate how the dispute between Sandoval and Garcia Holguin ended. After telling them a story about a similar quarrel in Roman times between Marius and Cornelius Sulla, Cortés said he would refer the question to his Majesty, as to which of the two he would permit to incorporate the capture in his coat of arms, since the decision must come from Spain. And 2 years later, an order came from his Majesty that in the ornaments of his coat of arms Cortés should have 7 kings: Montezuma, the great lord of Mexico, Cacom, Atzin, the lord of Texcoco, and the lords of Iztapalapa, Coyocan, Tacuba, and another, a nephew of Montezuma, to whom they said the case Equeship of Mexico would fall. He was lord of Matlazingo and other provinces, and lastly this Guatemoc about whom the dispute arose. Now to speak of the dead bodies and heads that were in the houses where Guatemoc had taken refuge, I solemnly swear that all the houses and stockades in the lake were full of heads and corpses. I do not know how to describe it, but it was the same in the streets and courts of Tlatelolco. We could not walk without treading on the bodies and heads of dead Indians. I have read about the destruction of Jerusalem, but I do not think the mortality was greater there than here in Mexico, where most of the warriors who had crowded in from all the provinces and subject towns had died. As I have said, the dry land and the stockades were piled with corpses. Indeed, the stench was so bad that no one could endure it, and for that reason each of us captains returned to his camp after Guatemec's capture. Even Cortés was ill from the odors which assailed his nostrils and from headache during those days in Tlatelolco. The soldiers in the launches came off best and gained most spoil, because they were able to go to the houses in certain quarters of the lake where they knew there was cloth, gold, and treasure. They also searched the reed beds in which the Mexicans had hidden their property when we were assaulting some quarter or group of houses. Under cover of chasing the canoes that were bringing in food and water, they would sometimes capture some chieftains fleeing to the mainland to take refuge in the towns of their neighbors, the Otames, and would rob them of everything they had. We soldiers, on the other hand, who were fighting on the causeways and on land, gained no profit, but plenty of arrows and lance, thrusts and wounds from darts and stones. For when we captured houses, the inhabitants had already carried off any property they possessed, since we could not go through the water without first blocking the gaps and bridges. For as I said when speaking of Cortés, such for sailors to go in the launch, they were better off than we who fought on land. This was clearly proved when Cortés demanded as treasure from Guatemec and his captains. They told him that the men in the launches had stolen most of it. As there was such a stench in the city, Guatemec asked Cortés permission for all the Mexican forces who remained there to go out to the neighboring towns, and they were promptly told to do so. For 3 whole days and nights they never ceased streaming out, and all 3 causeways were crowded with men, women, and children so thin, sallow, dirty, and stinking that it was pitiful to see them. Once the city was free from them, Cortés went out to inspect it. We found the house is full of corpses and some poor Mexicans still in them, who could not move away. Their excretions were the sort of filth that thin swine pass, which have been fed on nothing but grass. The city looked as if it had been plowed up. The roots of any edible greenery had been dug out, boiled, and eaten, and they had even cooked the bark of some of the trees. There was no fresh water to be found, all of it was brackish. I must also remark that the Mexicans did not eat the flesh of their own people, only that of our men and our Tlascalan allies whom they had captured. There had been no live births for a long time, because they had suffered so much from hunger and thirst and continual fighting. Cortés ordered a banquet to be held in Coyoacán to celebrate the capture of the city, and got plenty of wine for the purpose from a ship that had just come from Spain to Villa Rica. Also, some pigs that had been brought to him from Cuba. He invited all of us captains and soldiers whom he thought worthy of consideration from all 3 camps. But when we came to the banquet, there were not enough seats or tables for even a third of the invited guests. Consequently, there was much disorder. So many discreditable things occurred, indeed, that it would have been better if the banquet had never been held. Now that our daily and nightly battles with the Mexicans are far away in the past, for which I give great thanks to God, who delivered me from them, there is one thing that I wish to relate. which happened to me after seeing the death by sacrifice of the 62 soldiers who were carried off alive. What I am going to say may seem to some to arise from my lack of any great inclination for battle, but on the contrary, anyone will see on reflection that it was due rather to the excessive daring with which I had to risk my life in the thickest of the fighting, for great courage was at that time required of a soldier. I must say that when I saw my comrades dragged up each day to the altar, and their chests struck open, and their palpitating hearts drawn out, and when I saw the arms and legs of these 62 men cut off and eaten, I feared that one day or another they would the same to me. Twice already they had laid hands on me to drag me off, but it pleased God that I should escape from their clutches. When I remembered their hideous deaths, and the proverb that the little pitcher goes many times to the fountain, and so on, I came to fear death more than ever in the past. Before I went in battle, a sort of horror and gloom would seize my heart, and I would make water once or twice, and commend myself to God and his blessed mother. It was always like this before battle, but my fear quickly left me. It must seem very strange to my readers that I should have suffered from this unaccustomed terror, for I had taken part in many battles from the time when I made the voyage of discovery with Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba till the defeat of our army on the causeway under Alvarado. But up to that time, when I saw the cruel deaths inflicted on our comrades before our very eyes, I had never felt such fear as I did in these last battles. Let those experienced in soldiering, who have been at times in great peril of death, say whether my fear is to be attributed to faint headedness or to excessive valor. For as I have said, my own opinion is that having to thrust myself when fighting in such dangerous positions, I was bound to fear death more at that time than at others. Besides, I was not always in good health. I was many times severely winded, and for this reason was not able to go on all the expeditions. Still, the hardships and risks of death to which I was personally exposed were not insignificant, either before the capture of Mexico or afterwards. The first orders Cortés gave to Guatemoc were that the Conde, its from Chapultepec, should be repaired and restored to their former condition, so that the water could flow again into the city, that the streets should be cleared of the bodies and heads of the dead, which should be buried, so that the city should be left clean and free from any stench, that all bridges and causeways should be thoroughly restored to their former condition, and the palaces and houses rebuilt so as to be fit for habitation within 2 months. He marked out the parts in which the Indians were to settle, and those which were to be left clear for us. Guatemoc and his captains complained to Cortés that many of our men had carried off the daughters and wives of chieftains, and begged him as a favor that they should be sent back. Cortés answered that it would be difficult to take them from their present masters, but they might seek them out and bring them before him, and he would see whether they had become Christians or preferred to go home with their fathers and husbands, in which case he would order them to be given up. So he gave the Mexicans permission to search in all 3 camps, and issued an order that any soldier who had an Indian woman should surrender her at once if she of her own free will wished to return home. Many chieftains searched from house to house and persevered until they found them. But there were many women who did not wish to go with their fathers or mothers or husbands, but preferred to remain with the soldiers with whom they were living. Some hid themselves, others said they did not wish to return to idolatry, and yet others were already pregnant. So they did not bring back more than 3, who by Cortés' express command were handed over to them, everyone was agreed that all the gold and silver and jewels in Mexico should be collected together, but this seems to have amounted to very little, for there was a report that Guatemoc had thrown all the rest into the lake 4 days before we captured him, and that the Tlascalans and the people of Huexotzingo and Cholula and all the rest of our allies who had taken part in the war, also the Tuls themselves who went about in the launches, had stolen their share. The officers of the royal treasury publicly proclaimed therefore that Guatemoc had hidden the treasure, and that Cortés was delighted, since he would not have to give it up, but could keep it all for himself. For this reason, these officers decided to torture Guatemoc and his cousin, the Lord of Tacuba, who was his great favorite. Cortés and some of the rest of us were very much distressed that they should torture a prince like Guatemoc for greed of gold. Thorough inquiries about the treasure had been made, and all Guatemoc's stewards had said that there was no more than the king's officials already had, which amounted to 380,000 gold pesos, and had been melted and cast in bars and mulcted of the royal fifth and another fifth for Cortés. On finding that the sum was so little, Cortés' enemies among the conquistadors and Narvaez men who distrusted him told the treasurer Julian de Alderete that they suspected him of opposing the arrest and torture of Guatemoc and his captains only because he wanted to keep the gold for himself. So, to avoid making any accusations against Cortés, who could not prevent their action, they tortured Guatemoc and the Lord of Tacuba by burning their feet with oil, and extorted the confession that 4 days before they had thrown the gold in the lake, together with the cannon and muskets they had captured from us when they drove us out of Mexico. The place Guatemoc indicated was the palace in which he had lived, where there was a large pond, from which we fished up a great golden sun like the one that Montezuma had given us, and many jewels and articles of small value which belonged to Guatemoc himself. The Lord of Tacuba said that in his house at Tacuba, about 12 miles away, he had some gold objects, and that if we would take him there, he would tell us where they were buried and give them to us. Pedro de Alvarado and 6 soldiers, myself among them, took him there. But when we arrived, he said he had only told us this story in the hopes of dying on the road, and invited us to kill him, for he possessed neither gold nor jewels, so we returned empty-handed. The truth is that Montezuma's treasure chamber, of which Guatemoc took possession at his death, did not contain many jewels or golden ornaments, because all the best had been extracted to form the magnificent offering that we had sent to his majesty, which was worth twice as much as the fifth deducted for him and Cortés' own fifth as well. This we sent to the emperor by Alonso de Avila, who had just returned from the island of Santo Domingo. We captains and soldiers were all somewhat sad when we saw how little gold there was, and how poor and mean our shares would be. The Musterian friar, Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, and other captains told Cortés that since there was so little gold, the entire share that would fall to us ought to be divided among those who were maimed and lame and blind, or had lost an eye or their hearing, and others who were crippled or had pains in their stomachs, or had been burnt by the powder, or were suffering from pains in their sides. They said that it was only right that it should all be given to them, and that the rest of us who were more or less sound ought to approve. After due consideration, they repeated this to Cortés, believing that he would increase our shares. for there was a strong suspicion that he had hidden all the gold away, and ordered Guatemoc to say he had none. Cortés replied that he would see we came out all right, and would take measures to that effect, as we were all anxious to see what our share would be. We were in a hurry for the accounts to be issued. After making the calculation, they told us, horseman would receive 80 pesos and a cross, bowman musketeer, or shield-bearer 50 or 60. I do not remember which, and when we heard this figure, not a single soldier was willing to accept his share. While Cortés was at Coyocan, he lodged in a palace with white-washed walls on which it was easy to write with charcoal and ink, and every morning malicious remarks appeared, some in verse and some in prose, in the manner of puns. One said the sun, moon, and stars, and earth and sea followed their courses, and if they ever deviated from the plane for which they were created, soon reverted to their original place. So it would be with Cortés' ambition for command. He would soon return to his original condition. Another said that he had dealt us a worse defeat than he had given to Mexico, and that we ought to call ourselves not the victors of New Spain, but the victims of Hernando Cortés. My soul is very sad, and will be till that day when Cortés gives us back the gold he's hidden away. It was also remarked that Diego Velázquez had spent his whole fortune, and discovered all the northern coast as fair as Panuco. Another said he had not been content with a general's share, but had taken a king's, not counting other profits, and yet another. And then Cortés had come to enjoy the benefit, and rebelliously taken both the land and the treasure, and other words were written up unfit to record in this story. When Cortés came out of his quarters of a morning, he would read these lampoons. Their style was elegant, the verse is well rhymed, and each couplet not only had point, but ended with a sharp roof that was not so nov as I may have suggested. As Cortés himself was something of a poet, he prided himself on composing answers which tended to praise his own great deeds and belittle those of Diego Velázquez Grijalva and Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba. In fact, he wrote some good verses which were much to the point, but the couplets and sentence, as they scrawled up, became every day more scurrilous, until in the end Cortés wrote, "A blank wall is a fool's writing paper," and next morning someone added, "A friend of Diego Velázquez and some others who wished to make their defiance clear, Cortés flew into a rage and publicly proclaimed that they must write up no more libels, or he would punish shameless villains. A wise man's too, who knows the truth, as his majesty will do, very sin knowing who was responsible for this, a certain tirado. Many of us were in debt to one another. Some owed 50 or 60 pesos for crossbows, and others 50 for a sword. Everything we had bought was equally dear. A certain surgeon called Mastri Juan, who tended some bad wounds, charged excessive prices for his cures, and so did a sort of quack by the name of Murcia, who was an apothecary and barber, and also treated wounds, and there were 30 other tricks and swindles, for which payment was demanded out of our shares. The remedy that Cortés provided was to appoint 2 trustworthy persons who knew the prices of goods and could value anything that we had bought on credit. An order went out that whatever price was placed on our purchases or the surgeon's cures must be accepted, and that if we had no money, our creditors must wait 2 years for payment. And I must say that in the end, in compensation for slaves sold by auction, the remaining gold all fell to the king's officials. When Cortés found that many of the soldiers were still insolently demanding larger shares, and saying that he had stolen everything for himself, and begging him to lend them money, he decided to free himself from their clutch, and send them to settle in any province that seemed to him suitable. He ordered Gonzalo de Sandoval to go to settle at Tuxtepec and punish the Mexican garrisons that had killed 78 persons and 6 Spanish ladies of Narvaez's party who had stayed there. He was to found a town there to be called Medellin, and then to go on to Alcos and form a settlement at that port. He also ordered one Castaneda and Vicente Lopez to go to conquer the province of Panuco, and Rodrigo Rangel to stay at Villarica as before, and Pedro de Ircio with him. He sent Juan Alvarez the Younger to Col, Lima, and a certain Villafuerte to Zacot, Gila, and Cristobal de Olid, who had recently married a Portuguese lady to Michoacan. And he sent Francisco de Orozco to settle in Oaxaca. When the news spread through all these distant provinces that Mexico was destroyed, their caciques and lords could not believe it. However, they sent chieftains to congratulate Cortés on his victories, and yield themselves as vassals to his majesty, and to see if the city of Mexico, which they had so dreaded, was really razed to the ground. They all carried great presents of gold to Cortés, and even brought their small children to show them Mexico, pointing it out to them in much the same way that we would say here stood Troy. But let us leave this topic for another that richly deserves explanation. Many interested readers have asked me why the true conquistadors who won New Spain and the great and strong city of Mexico did not stay to settle, but went on to other provinces. I think this question is justified, and I will give them an answer. Learning from Montes, Ima's account books the names of the places which sent him tributes of gold, and where the mines and chocolate and cotton cloths were to be found, we decided to go to these places, and our resolve was strengthened when we saw so eminent a captain and so close a friend of Cortés as Gonzalo de Sandoval leaving Mexico, and when we realized that there were no gold or mines or cotton in the towns round Mexico, only a lot of maize and the maguey plantations from which they obtained their wine. For this reason, we thought of it as a poor land, and went off to colonize other provinces, but we were thoroughly deceived. I remember that when I went to ask Cortés for leave to go with Sandoval, he said to me on my conscience, "Sir Bernal Díaz del Castillo, you are making a mistake. I wish you would stay here with me. But as you want to go with your friend Sandoval, go, and good luck to you. I shall always consider your wish, but I know very well that you will be sorry you left."